Okay. Colleagues, let's go ahead and get back into session. At this time, I know that we said we were going to give some time to of legislative services to get those documents ready for legislations 0211, 0206, and 0209. But it's taking a little longer than usual just for the fact that the tally count or voting counts were inaccurate and they needed to be corrected. So to start out the whole process again. So well, let's go ahead and get started. I think there might be another amendment that might take place before that, and then we'll go ahead and go back to there. So let's go ahead and get a roll call, and then we can go ahead and start off from there, and then get back into session. And see, I'll open up the dialogue again on the main motion for the agenda if there's any recommendations for amendments at this time.
Beginning with Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kale is present. Thank you.
Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay is here.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown and Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton have answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canucks-Socrates. Honorable Amber Canucks-Socrates. Honorable Amber Canucks-Socrates.
Yep, Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I'm on the line, thank you.
Honorable Amber Canucks-Socrates answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon answered roll call and is present in the chamber. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels has answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Halona is present. Thank you.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henia. Honorable Jamie Henia. Honorable Jamie Henia did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James
Honorable
present.
James. Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez has answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
Present.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So has not answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So answered roll call and is present in the chamber. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker is present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Edison Juanita. Honorable Edison Juanita answered roll call and is present in the council chambers. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Going back up once more. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Present.
Honorable Elmer Begay answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. With that, Honorable.
Delegate Yellowhair is on the line for the record.
Okay,
Jimmy Yellowhair is on the line.
has answered roll call, so that makes 20 delegates present and 4 delegates that are not present.
Thank you very much, colleagues. 20 members present again. We were back in session at 10:53 a.m. That, let me go back to the floor. On McKeon McGay, floor is yours. Looks like we have those documents ready. They were emailed out at 10:50 a.m.
Good morning, Anna. Aro Kahatole. Dikodo motion straight to Liki, and I believe you do have the documents in place. If I'm in order, Chairman, I'd like to make an amendment to add legislation 0206, 0209, 0211. Those are the 3 legislation I'd like to add on to the agenda. Chairman, could I be near this motion?
All motion, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Okay, with that, motion by Honorable Keon McGee for legislation 0206-21, 0209-21, and 0211-21. This is amendment number 1. Mr. Rico, if you could read those into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of 24th Nomination Council, Naabik'iyati Committee. Legislation 020621, an action relating to the Budget and Finance, Research and Development Committee, Naabik'iyati Committee, and Navajo Council approving $1,838,798 in supplemental funding from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance for the 110 Navajo Nation chapters emergency fund accounts, sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Seth Damon, co-sponsored by Honorable Eugene So, and co-sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland. Legislation 0209-21, an action relating to the Budget and Finance, Resource and Development, and Naabik'iyati Committees and the Navajo Nation Council allocating $68,025,000 in citizen funds for the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources to complete 12 water connection projects across the Navajo Nation and approving the 2021 water connection projects expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC sections 2501 to 2508, sponsored by Honorable Madam Chair Amber Canaz-Bakrati, co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Legislation 0211-21, an action relating to research and development and Naabik'iyati Committee and Navajo Nation Council requesting a United States congressional hearing to be conducted within the Navajo Nation regarding the United States approval of uranium mining within the Navajo Nation, long-term effects of uranium within the Navajo Nation, and the immediate and reclamation effects of the uranium mining within the Navajo Nation. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Key Allen Brigade Jr. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. That, colleagues, so motion by Honorable Keon Begay. Is there a second?
Second, Hello.
Delegate Elmer Fibige.
Honorable Helena. That, colleagues, any comments, questions, additions, deletions, or just questions on
Speaker.
Amendment 1?
Speaker,
Yes, Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, thank you. Naabik'iyati Committee. Auto, Shana, Honorable Kealan Begay, Auto, second Igi, Honorable Yellow Hair, I believe was a second. A request to the motioning party, Shana, to add legislation 0190-21.
There's a request to modify Honorable Freeland. Let me have Mr. Rico read that into record before we get that request to modify.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'iyati Committee.
0190.
Legislation 0190-21, act relating to the Law and Order Committee, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'iyati Committees, and the Navajo Nation Council approving supplemental funding from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance in the amount of $1,244,915 for the Navajo Judicial Branch and $600,000 to the Navajo Election Administration to address fiscal year 2022 unmet needs, waiving 12 NNC Section 820 F and J. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Mr. Speaker.
At Honorable Keon Begay, there's a request to modify.
So move, Chairman, modification to add the legislation that was read into record, Chairman.
Thank you. With that, moving on down, Honorable Helena, hopefully the second. There's a request to modify.
Request accepted.
Honorable Helena, second. Thank you. With that,
Request
colleagues.
accepted.
Thank you, Honorable Helena. That, at this time, on Amendment 1 is legislation 0206-21, 0209-21, 0211-21, and 0190-21. Colleagues, is there any further comments or questions on Amendment 1?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Yes, Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours on Amendment 1.
Thank you, Speaker. First, a question to legislative staff. Has the committee report and the legislation for 021021 been filed, and is it available for action by the Naabik'iyati Committee? And based on that answer, I would request the moving parties to also include 0210, 0210-21. And thank you. And good morning to colleagues, the ones that are on the call. We appreciate the time.
With
That
that,
would be
Chairman.
my request.
Sorry, Chairman, for interrupting you. Chairman, let me go to Mr. Rico to provide that update.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'iyati Committee, legislation 0210-21 is still, we are still waiting for the committee report to be signed. I believe Vice Chair Slater is on his way in to sign. Chairman So.
So at this time, Honorable Chairman Daniel, so we do not have that committee report signed off on yet. We do know that the committee report should be signed off here shortly, probably within the next couple hours. If that is completed, then we can go ahead and add that legislation on later on this afternoon. And I can notify you when that is done.
Thank you, Speaker. Philip.
Thank you.
Thank you for that information. Yes. With Ayla. So I'll yield the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Chairman, with that, colleagues, is there any other further comments, questions, additions, deletions? Anything on Amendment 1? Going twice. Going 3 times. That, Mr. Rico, second reading.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'iyati Committee, Amendment number 1 is to add legislation 0206-21, 0209-21, 0211-21, 0190-21 to the agenda, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, let's go to the board. Vote on Amendment number 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
Vote green. Delegate Begay.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
You are unmuted.
Chairman Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canasta-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canasta-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canasta-Crotty is not answer. Honorable Seth Damon, Chairman is not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Owen votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
It votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene Sell, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene Sell, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene Sell did not vote. Honorable Daniel Sell, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel Sell votes green. Honorable Eugene Sell, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene Sell, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene Sell did not vote. Honorable Otto Sell, how do you vote? Honorable Otto Sell votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanita, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanita votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up once more, Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati votes green. Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 21 delegates that have voted green, 0 that have opposed, and 3 that are not voting.
That colleagues 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaking of voting, motion carries on Amendment 1. Let's continue on down. On the main motion, I do have no one in the queue at this time. Any further comments or questions, colleagues, on Amendment 1? I mean, on the main motion. We're on the main motion. On the agenda.
Speaker,
Yes, Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, Delegate Freeland, thank you, Speaker. I'd like to make a proposed motion for consent agenda for items E, F, G, H, I, and J on the agenda, since the final authority is at Naabik'iyati committee. These are all contract renewals. If I'm in order, I'd like to make that motion, Chairman.
Yes. That, colleagues, legislation 0173-21, 0175-21, 0194-21, 0179-21, 0197-21, and 0168-21. Those are all on the agenda. That agenda was posted. So I don't need to read them individually. With that, Honorable Freeland, motion for consent agenda. Colleagues, is there a second?
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair. Charles Newton, good morning.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Speaker, I wasn't able to keep up. So you said 0173-21, 0175-21, 0194-21, 0179-21, 0197-21, and 0168-21. Is that correct?
Yes. On the current
Okay,
agenda, it's items E through J, colleagues. With that, is there a second?
Second, Delegate Nez.
Second by Chairman Rick Nez. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 2? It's a consent agenda items, again, for legislations 0173-21, 0175-21, 0194-21, 0179-21, 0197-21, and 0168-21. Colleagues, and all those legislations are final authority at Naabik'iyati.
Speaker, I can't pull up 0194-21. Can you tell me when that was sent out to council?
Madam Chair, Charles Newman, I'll recognize you. You're asking, when was it sent out to council? Or do you want me to read the heading?
Thank you, Speaker. Just when was it sent out to council? I don't see it in my email. Thank you.
On October 6th at 8:45 a.m. What? Oh, 3:45. 3:45 a.m. p.m. 3:45 p.m. on October 6th. Legislation 0194-21 is an action related to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'iyati committees approving and authorizing a contract between the Navajo Nation, United States Department of Interior under 25 USC subsection 5301 for a 3-year term for housing improvement program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and scope of work for the period of the contract. That legislation is sponsored by Honorable Stewart, co-sponsored by Honorable Freeland. Colleagues, any other comments, questions on Amendment 2?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newman.
Yes, Madam Chair, on Amendment 2.
I would like to ask that 0194-21 be removed from the consent agenda. Thank you.
194-21 is removed from the consent agenda. That, colleagues, at this time, as it stands on the consent agenda items is 0173-21, 0175-21, 0179-21, 0197-21, and 0168-21. Any other further comments or questions, colleagues, at this time? Going twice. Three times. Let's go to board. On Amendment 2.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable T. Allen Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown
votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newman votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaz Socrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaz Socrati votes green. Chair Speaker Damon is not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Colonna, how do you vote?
Owen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Pernell Colonna votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
You votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene
I vote
So.
green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanita, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanita votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. With that, Speaker Demon, you have 21 delegates that have voted green, 0 opposed, and 3, including yourself, that are not voting. Thank you.
That, colleagues, 21 in favor, 0 opposed, our speaker not voting on amendment number 2. That, let's go back to the main motion. Colleagues, any other further comments or questions on the main motion of our agenda this morning? Going twice. Going 3 times. Mr. Rico, with that, second reading, and then we can go to the board vote on our agenda this morning. Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'iyati Committee. Amendment number 1 was to add legislation 0206-21, 0209-21, 0211-21, 0190-21 to the agenda. Amendment number 2 was to adopt a consent agenda to include legislation 0173-21, 0175-21, 0174-21, 0197-21, 0168-21. Correction, that is 0179 instead of 0174. Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, colleagues. Let's go to the board and vote on our agenda.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green. I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Chairman Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown
Honorable
votes green.
Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaz-Socrati, how do you vote?
David, this
Honorable
is Delegate
Amber.
Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaz-Socrati votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon is not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona.
Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Haluna votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie
votes
Henio.
green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green via text. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Back up once more. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 21 delegates that have voted green, 0 that have opposed, and 3, including yourself, that are not voting. Thank you.
Thank you very much with that. 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. On the main motion, we do have an agenda before us, colleagues. Let's go ahead and continue on down. At this time, item number 4, review and adopt the journals. None at this time. Item number 5, receiving reports. There are none at this time. Item number 6, old business, none. Item number 7, consent agenda items under IE, and that's legislations 0173-21, 0175-21, 0179-21, 0197-21, and 0168-21. With that, Mr. Rico, could you read those into the record?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'iyati Committee, tracking number 0173-21 in action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'iyati Committees approving and authorizing a contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 25 U.S.C. Section 5301 et Sec. PL 9363 as amended for a 5-year term for the period beginning January 1st, 2022 and ending December 31st, 2026. For the Navajo Nation Higher Education Program, approving and authorizing the Navajo Nation Higher Education Program fiscal year 2022 annual funding agreement and scope of work. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So, co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Tracking number 0175-21, an action relating to resource and development, budget and finance, and Naabik'iyati committees. Approving and authorizing contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 25 USC Section 5301 at Sec PL 9363 as amended for a 5-year term for the Division of Natural Resources Environmental Archaeological Service Non-Roads Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and scope of work for the period of the contract term. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland. For Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Tracking number 0179-21, an action relating to health, education, and human services, budget and finance, and Naabik'iyati, approving and authorizing a contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 25 USC Section 5301 at Sec PL 9363 as amended for a 3-year term for the Division of Human Resources Vital Records Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and scope of work for the period of the contract term. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Tracking number 0197-21, in action relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'iyati committees, approving and authorizing a contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 25 USC Section 5301 at Sec PL 9363 as amended for a 3-year term beginning January 1st, 2022 and ending on December 31st, 2024 for the Safety Dams Program, approving and authorizing a fiscal year annual funding agreement and scope of work for the period of the contract term. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Otto So. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order or Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Tracking number 0168-21, in action relating to law and order, Health, Education, Human Services, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'iyati committees, approving and authorizing the Navajo Department of Health, Division of Public Safety, and Division of Social Services to pursue entry into the Indian Health Service Self-Governance Program per Title V of the Indian Self-Determination Education Assistance Act, 25 USC Section 5301 to 5423 PL 93-638 as amended by conducting the required planning process and applying for funding resources available from the Indian Health Services. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Paul Begay, co-sponsored by Honorable Daniel E. So, co-sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Wanika. All these legislations are final authority at Naabik'iyati and per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9, these legislations have been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, the motion by Honorable Otto So, is there a second? Second by Honorable Edison Wanika. Colleagues, let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. How do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman, Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaz-Bacrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canaz-Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canaz-Bacrati did not vote. Presiding Chair, Speaker Damon is not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green, thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
One votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanita, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanita votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up once more. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canasta-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasta-Crotty votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 21. Excuse me. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair has voted green.
Eugene So, green.
Oh, Eugene So, excuse me. Honorable Eugene So has voted green. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 22 delegates that have voted green, 0 opposed, 2 including yourself that are not voting. Thank you.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Speaker.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair has voted green. That now makes 23 delegates that have voted green, 0 opposed, and yourself not voting.
Thank you. With that,
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'iyati Committee. Tracking number 0123-21 in action relating to the Naabik'iyati Committee and Navajo Nation Council confirming the appointment of Mr. Anselm Morgan to the Commission on Navajo Government Development for a term of 4 years as the Eastern Navajo Agency Council Representative legislation is sponsored by Honorable Mark Freeland. There are no committee reports as Naabik'iyati is the first committee. There are two committee report or two comment reports with one comment supporting this legislation. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, let's go ahead and get a motion on legislation 0123-21. Colleagues, again, this legislation is final for, no, it moves on to council. Is there a motion? Going twice.
Motion,
Motion
Delegate
by
Stewart.
Honorable Otto So. Is there a second?
Stewart.
Okay. Second by Honorable Wilson Stewart. That, colleagues, any comments, questions?
This is Delegate Charles Newman. I do have a question, Speaker.
Okay, with that, Honorable Freeland, floor is yours. You have 20 minutes on the board.
Thank you, Speaker, Chairman Otto Shanantai, committee members of the Naabik'iyati Committee. Today we present you legislation 0123-21. This is an appointment of Mr. Ansel Morgan, who is a member of Smith Lake Chapter, to the Commission of Navajo Government Development. He would be serving as the Eastern Agency Council representative. Mr. Morgan is on the line, I believe, along with Mr. Dwayne Crank from the Navajo Government Development. I'll go ahead and give the time over to Mr. Morgan to introduce himself and maybe have Mr. Crank add in some words as well. Just to let you know, the Eastern Agency Council also passed a supporting resolution for this appointment as well. So the 31 chapters did pass that supporting resolution. So just to let you know as well, Mr. Morgan, are you on the line, sir? If you want to introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, this is Mr. Morgan. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Okay. Got a shnat no sini corner. Na din be what you base behind the an no sini to the hot sando. Got a ben shall chin she no sido shanalik head as to talk care she no se. A crochet in she and Sam Morgan, it is a co Commission on Navajo Government Development. Aja yahi na sosla. Ja nanat Aja Yahanan what was no commission. For even yen he thought on Niyadik a tradi elle, not sosigi or naskin the hauko. This J. Yahi Kodo Yahi, Bana inch Kashi. She says, Nigo, the Shneko, Snot Ahnohini, Chalchinin or Sini. Toko, she Yahi, Tana Jenin Slon had soy was his chin. Ado in the Yahi Kobas, the other Shadow, Kia Ani Dashanal, had I the Lensla. Ado Yahi Kone as Tui Selino, had I Yahi. Aji Tatasetta. Ado in the day at Hashi, Donna Arashi. Edo, Aji do Tashi in Slon to Tatasetta. Ado is de Benahara had Ninigi to Aji to Tato Yahibe, sit all Zino. Hot I not Ahan Snigo, Aji Tatansta. A coin da Kagi do and Asni in da Kagi, but I be Tatansta. Because she share Yahida. Ella stayed as the oldest of the commission, senior member of the commission. Hadai Banao Kagishi Ede Yahida. A question sin Hohni Stoli, not I know seen based on anan noslini. So what na inch kati the confirmation hat nigo e hota I haikodo. Ni tato sezon the snake. I don't thank you, Delegate Freeland, for being the sponsor to this legislation, and then also Honorable Speaker, and then all the 24 Nomination Council. Appreciate everything. Good morning.
Yeah, Mr. Morgan. If we can get some time to Mr. Crank, Speaker.
Is it Crank? Are you on the line?
Yes, I am. I'm just waiting to be
Okay,
recognized.
floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much, Speaker Damon, and thank you so much for this legislation to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'iyati Committee, and also for giving me the time to talk on behalf of Commissioner Asa Morgan. I just want to speak a little on his term with the Office of Navajo Government Development and on the Commission on Navajo Government Development. I wanted to speak to his character and his ability to be as a commissioner. And I want to praise his leadership role as a commissioner to the Office of Navajo Government Development. He has brought much knowledge and a lot of opinions in regards to of government reform, and which is our main topic always into that. So it's always has been a good talk and conversation with him amongst the commissioners in regards to government reform and what they've been doing. So I just wanted to say thank you for giving me the time, and I do hope that this legislation will move on to Navajo Nation Council. Thank you. I move it back to Mark Freeland.
Thank you, Mr. Crank. With that does conclude our introduction and presentation. Chairman and colleagues, do ask for your favorable consideration and support of this legislation and confirming Mr. Morgan as the Eastern representative for the Navajo government, the Commission on Navajo Government Development, excuse me. We'll be glad to stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much with that, Honorable Freeland, and to Mr. Crank, good morning and welcome to the Naabik'iyati Committee. And Mr. Morgan, thank you for your consideration. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and move on down to the floor here. I do have Madam Chair Charles Newman in the queue. Madam Chair, floor is yours right now.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Freeland, for this legislation. Mr. Morgan, thank you for your interest in this position. I've learned as a delegate that oftentimes we come into, I guess maybe we sometimes come into questions about the responsibility of the board, or what, in some cases we question the actions of our board members. And sometimes our board members, are willing to assist and cooperate. Sometimes our board members, with various boards across the Navajo Nation, don't cooperate, and there seems to be an issue that is created. What I've, in my short time as a delegate, I've seen that a lot of boards have a lot more power over the office or over an enterprise, and they tend to get involved in the day-to-day operations of the office functioning or the enterprise functioning. And so I've always, felt like I don't know if boards really understand what their responsibility is. And we do have a legislation that is before us regarding a board member. And I know that in the past, I've been guilty of this. You know, I usually just vote in favor, don't really ask any questions. But, you know, based on recent events with other boards, you know, we do kind of have these, I guess, contentious issues that come about and they never really get resolved. And so I think yesterday was kind of a good example when we talked about the board and then we talked about, you know, basically we need to send the board questions about housing. And so my question to you, Mr. Morgan, is I see your legislation. I also see attached to it your the resolution from Eastern Agency, your letter of interest, as well as your resume. But I think there's a little bit more to approving a board member than just the letter of interest and the resume. So I'd like to ask you what your thoughts are on your responsibility as a board member, number one, serving on a board for government development. How do you see your responsibility? How do you see your role in government development? Number two is, you know, what action items do you want to initiate or move forward with that will help change the way that our government is functioning? And I ask this question because, in my opinion, our government is not functioning properly. There's so many issues, and I think when it comes to addressing the big elephants in the room, nobody wants to. Nobody wants to be the bad guy and say, look, this is what we need to talk about. Speaker, who was that just made that inappropriate sigh?
Madam Chair, I didn't hear sigh, but we will look at that. Rewind the footage tape.
I just now got a text message from a newspaper reporter that said that they heard it and that was very rude.
So Speaker, this is Delegate Henio. I did hear the same thing too also.
I didn't hear. Well, we can replay the footage and
That statement, you must have been asleep.
Speaker? That's Speaker.
Madam Chair, we will look into that. Continue on.
Thank you, Speaker. You know, it just really is uncalled for if it's another delegate that's making that sigh. And if it is, I will personally, I think that it's also recorded on Facebook as well. So I will call you out on that because that really is inappropriate. But going back to what I was saying is that as at council, we approve board members without asking any questions. We don't really, you know, we look at the resume, we take the word that this person is a good person, and then we run into issues later on. And again, a lot of these issues are issues that our constituents bring to us. And one delegate sharing information about issues that they might be encountering, you know, we tend to not want to assist, but when it's a few more delegates, then it seems like at that point we want to kind of step in to ask, you know, what's going on. With government development, I think from my understanding, there's been several delegates that have asked the questions over and over again, like, what are you supposed to be doing? And what have you achieved in the time that you have, you know, been created in terms of your office? You know, what are we seeing coming out of your office? And a lot of it falls back on the board and the board's involvement again in the day-to-day operations. So I just want to know, Mr. Morgan, how do you see your role as a board member? What would you like to achieve during your 4 years if you're confirmed today? What kind of experience, I see your resume and you do list all of your past work, history, but you don't really talk about, how that history of your work experience is going to help assist in your responsibilities as a board member. So those are the questions that I have at this time, and I may have follow-up on that, on the answers that are provided, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much with that. Who is saying speaker?
That's Edward Yavi, sir.
Oh, good afternoon, Chairman. I can put you in the queue, Chairman. Okay, with that, Honorable Daniels. And then I got Honorable Daniels and Chairman Edwin Yazzie in the queue. Honorable Daniels, floor is yours. And then I will come back to you, Honorable Freeland, after Chairman Yazzie. Honorable Daniels, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't know I don't know legislation in I don't know this is our legislation now. So they got a Naabik'iyati Council. I don't know education what are the share and here ben Hanselaho. Eight of it to be a wind either. Coco, Codo, Annie, Codoba, or 3 Codoni. A year go a. It is unlike that. Where was this? This has been do what a cocodo. The way that I need so that is less. Sustainability. Yo, baby, yo. The word sustainability always comes to my mind when I think about Navajo government development later. That initial hard state that went away. Where was this? I yelled now that I think that in Nisiki, Koyasland, Agita in Niskat. I don't know, Kodo, Shina. They should not ask you what I think. Shina, Jinata, it is a what did. There's a son. It's a chain, it is a but an inch now. What echo to confirm it is Nike for the Arunan Kodo, Dana, from Nekodo. I think so. Arole, baby, is in the Kikodo, the Nevenhala. Aronana, when get out as because now Katonana as in Hagita. Edo, Kodo, Hatsina, Kodo, Coco, Chancy, Zini, Kodo, the Yego, the Nils and Ho. That the Nils and Aruha sin so that the Nil, yes, as in that one send. Other than yeah, that or that the Nil Yeko. So what Ecuador, Arunana Kodo, Baba Snake, Ecuador, or ya, is now that it is no Kodo. Baha 3, Annie, what Ekat, where was this? Alahot, Elan for you, the great Navajo government development. As that in the city, the great office contact in the city. Kodoni Hill, Kodo, the Hilla, asked us only to have 3 Kodo, Mr. Crank. This is Delegate Herman Daniels. Said that Joe Lunch has snap. Said that Joe Lun and Naseho. The great Promise Rock. I just know the Snadida. A Kokodo. Ah, yeah, go Ecuador, Bahna iti kick away hold just there. Bahna iti skid so. Alita da in this office kita in this administration. Adonana na re commission. Dana has tanigito. Ela khala hot elan so. Akon lede iya director hello e hol zizo. I don't know if we have a director. That was ananasta. Acting that was ananasta. So that elder bahna ite kito. Ako aye go in lede. Ben ye yahi zena hodida executive session. A coco a queer hold just a quado. Oyashan, aye, quado. Aj oye na mahon akat aj nagayta. Navajo government development. Da in the sige. Yeah, on hunt. Quado a quene. Up confirm na need now. Oyashan. A college hotelia during the pandemic. Consent agenda, I'm not over at the agenda. Be hot in. Out of a night deal kid, out of a night deal kid. Over indeed, consent agenda, and a very confirmation that the dates, right? Over last week, clean there. Oh, how need chat. A quick yes, Shashan, I do. I yes, I got it. A cocoa. Moving forward, Quado net measure. Alit a in next or land soy ban just kiss. Adonana Quado. Halit a nahat land soy, Dana Quado. So when I nan is in the Adonana Quado a nana dole. So I say Equado a Patsitan case ho. Quado net measure Halit and nahat nana. A consequency, Delegate 24th Council. Na hedo a downilzi. Kokwegi his nadil mesiki. Halita in nata. A quaki oya bana this kidol, but again, Kodona later going back, a Kodo confirms Anani Legi, Oya Santa. The not the sninicky. The former director, Ajadata, not so means so that I don't know. It'll start in that. So we probably need to look into that. Aji gisto halahot ela not so a so federal. So that one this case is so good. So what is a great grievance. So it is I see kodo city oh yeah I don't know kodo Navajo Nation in peso. Yego Yahon Edita Yahon 714 million in the rate of what Eden Hate Nakade 1.8 billion, 3 billion actually boy now the Laudation. A digging hand deco never peso. A classic now is that, but on hill peso Yego Yanol. Oh, that Elban case. Government reform. Oh, that Elban case. Halit a deal, Nisa Pesogi, Anan, not all lesser. Gold lesson from Banzas case, what did a conagate 110 chapters. So, I had a now, the Renata Hatlo, Evident, land board, or as the Nah, Clubsy, now the Hatlo. We have certified chapters, over 40 certified chapters. Ako that, what that? A quail just so no this is our plan. Dit abenahit to yego meta ado Navajo government development. A conlated initial sustainability, even the call it meetings, Hogan projects that Eba Yaki Nasi Gas Nasi Gaso. There are Yameto. There's nothing going on with Navajo government development. So quite get so a quite get but Kodona great they not the ship at night this kid all this Kodo. Mr. Chair, one swipe at this. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels, those comments. Let me go ahead and continue on down to Chairman Edmund Yazzie.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, sir. Members of the council and everyone that's listening. Mr. Freeland, the sponsor of the legislation, and Mr. Morgan, just want to let my colleagues know that we support the legislation. Yesterday during work session, we talked about board members from NHA, and I know RDC is trying, and I know it's in their goal to get that all occupied and filled. And so, but in this case, from the work experience that I've seen, the dedication, the interest of doing best for the community, which I have observed for many years on Mr. Morgan. So just want to get to the point and just ask my colleagues. And I know there's an issues going on, concerns with the department that no Mr. Daniels was talking about. But I believe that once we fill the capacity of the board, and I know for a fact that could all be resolved. But the first step is within, our votes here. So having said that, Speaker, sir, would just encourage my colleagues, we could vote in favor of this. Speaker, I have no more to say, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Yazzie. Let me go back to sponsor Honorable Freeland. The floor is yours.
Thank you, colleagues, Honorable Chairwoman Charles Newton. Thank you for your comments and your questions. Honorable Herman Daniels, Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Thank you as well. I'm going to go ahead and give those comments and questions some time to Mr. Morgan to respond. Mr. Morgan.
Thank you again. Delegate Charles Newton, Ako duties no, Mr. Naabik'iyati. Ako not so sudante le hadadil Washington sa lagi. Eda ahis nisa Washington this is Washington this anjuko nisa. Ako ARPA alternative forms of chapter government. Yego ko bigyo patiniti ado ABO and the seekers. I don't know chapter empowerment. I thought Tottenham's a bit zeal dolly. I thought the Naka and the dolly. AEC Tottenham. How can we have the chapters to really serve the people out there? So Bantakis. You get that because Nana they short and long range comprehensive planning, evaluation and development Naabik'iyati that as commissioned on Niglini. I could Hayugo in on this lagot. I don't know they are not the kid in need Edo Asabol Tanhano assist on the kid. Ado at the Najabanat Asila a unscripted type of leadership. They didn't have 2 years ever since they left the Fort Sumner in 1868. They have came back to their reservation, and then based on the unscripted type of planning, not asala, tadazantala, sinazla, etabe hadi kanini, esazabolta, AIST, adobe has only the done and they AI consulagi halit AI hast adoni in Jonago a hardoni hatnigo a commission but that on that. There's 12 commission members, 12 mitle. Agency representative, Eastern, Western, Northern, nil, Katnas nil, and then his nil. Yahi Ashan Washington, Spare Housing Session, how one the hot agri Spare Housing Session. Ado Eyahi, we have a representative from judicial branch, a representative from executive branch, representative from legislative branch, and the office of the woman, and then the college, Aisa, and that is Tragi, a Ajitosa Tratantanpi. A Kokota Eyahi, what any vision, yes, Ado in the Eyahi, the intellect, they and us, Tragi, us, Ashita. As Ido as Eyahi, the case of that case, Ahadilia, a commission, Eyahi, not Sabin Nadish, Legacy in Danish. As far as administrative duties, they not necessarily Lagi, even I up his buses, the director was, yeah, a Banarnish, Stoikian Danish. Has commission is Lingay, we call it, we get called in once a month, and then we have like special meetings if we have to. But for a while there, we had a lot of traditional emphasis. The never not asala. The Nigo Eyahi Adi Nave Navajo Medicine Man Association. Adi Kosan Kitana Taha Eyahi. Ahot Eyahin Jonon Ha. Anagil in Ahot Anika. Ado Eyahin Jonon, Jonoika. So Hadada Bata has Ille. Anine Ado to Herman Daniels and Jono Danish. Lady to Genova Yajaski. But it Atibane public outreach and now government reform, those sustainability, what I hate the but that on not us Nivo Edo at the Iliande to the Delta variant is not Hanaho Ziggy and that's the reason why it was kind of attruded that to the city down the northern area a Farmington the Van State. Agent needs out of such a height or what had a Nana in 2018 the Hostan Hall Jisigi sustainability policies and practice a Ajahabiliado a Ado a the Nebebes in the Hasne Ado a Yahi Nasnado Tashano. And then included in there was resiliency a Dolesano and Kipe Hadinit and Kinsi Hagandigi which Hansa case and Hik 8 Ilye and Hid the Penanil a Yahi data. That Hagi Ashne, and Nini Nikaya Paka Eyahi, Tunda the Nahota Ebicha, which answered it, and Igi that what Asna had any Ebich Hansakis, Asian Ashnila. Ado Eyahi, non Nishpina addicted referendum, the Krishi bin Yayego and the Shilish. The exercise line item veto, the office of the president. Be the dot in Khalid IEC Basalad Adati in the veto line item had no fire tea to Edo Delia. Of course, the never dot on dot Asnagay November of 2020 general election referendum vote the door. The Negi get it all named the adult Zad. Navajo Nation government reform, Edo Sa, Nakigo, as Aunt Ehadelia. I call Edo the never that on dot Aslan get it all as named the adult Zad. Ado Eyahi, the Ayo at the sentence and as far as government reform goes, and they taught us never has on the Ado Ed the net and Ado Ed the net. Not on ya na fishing partners in the letter. Edo that land board. Ado a base behind the an in the partners in the Adi a had about had I representative done there. AD Ayado to Yada Etasa. A cook hag a hate at the village and Danish. No tato has old fan, no tato yaga couldn't see kitten his horn to done. He they there's a problem of communication, so we're trying to establish that understanding. Halita or Lisa Hanoya. Nana a yahi, Beshbahas, Anik at nothing ding is. I don't know, this dino answer be in Dolly. You don't be careful, Yado, Peter D. Ting, Koyahi, Abuhanet Zagit, no, the election officer, a business and it, Ado a yahi, the other referendum that was discussed, it was the three-branch government. Did 1989 over card. Ade o Tipperary go Hadelia. Did the three-branch government no obey aided the ni Sahaya. Ado Navedo Navedo ni ku is a hot and Jono had it or Nick Nene Ek at Hadinache. O the ne, it is not hot, not Aholi, to the hot under, she is not yours. At all Sahanata, the never that on dot, is Joshi. Other things than it or died, the Sah not netted on this. But Ninde is the other Zara. A co did are not snipping not, because to the Ayo against Ado deadline, not association tagging lay to get a referendum going. A co not answer when she can't days that that's a bastard. The AIA, you had to meet that deadline because the high Ado ye or dead Zara. Ado big at us the Ado subcommittee title 2 well you need the Ado seat it also not so much change but kind of make some amendments cut off out the Ado Navajo traditional Hogan project it atida nadida atide ako atida na hat do Sudan is do east you know the commission are still there and they're still meeting. The office is still there and they still have their plans and priorities. Right now we're in the budget season, so that kind of holds everything down at every program. We're just not in the budget year and now we're starting a new one, but you have to get your budget approved before you even begin to have a disbursement based on that. So yeah, Nana he lay school board and lineage. We were monitoring the civil litigation with the local elected school board. So, not so like hadis on the way to go. Did you? So had it on this note or AAO, a need on at all kitchen. Then hockey the share when you had the cut or sator, Hakadi Chatterton. That the no a hot urbanized filter. Ado on need to go the yin no car the yin repair has ani assisted lation never not ahwali edo as we did Nisabani cray. As it the then Latin agagi the net at in Skadigi Nihamadon Hijadon Hichedan Zini Adon than Hitchin Nina Licani Zoka. Kate it aid or the Hindi nast. The north to Ajit up by Ban Days in the short echo. Other Benny in a hot Yigi legal counsel. I got it. I who was Zile. So I never napa Binya East and Jacato, Godovich the had a door touch a hole sugar a short. Kaisa needed dog kill hated on Nifide. His on the Lachit on the Yisna. Bohanet Zash, Bohanet Zad. So a lot of these issues that would come before us, you know, a lot of it has challenges instilled in them. So we would like to have a legal counsel in Naabik'iyati. I ought to be not just a Craig Ayo Nahoti. I don't nomination of commission. But that's be that's in the nature. Such over and has takes a long time to fill in a seat. 1 year, how much in the Ile? 2 years in the Ile. An example is September 25th of 2020, office of the president. I need just can't need a can't. That's only that representing the executive branch. So 1 year is little. I need to go in the Daisa. Ndezereda dashni sa ai khada ai ni ta don ni ai khada be bikin da so ako khot ashan tai digi ai be khatot aro na gejet na nishe ayo da ai na dikit khalit ai na lesit anal no ayo inan city commission ashin khada be has ani khadliya commission ebana an nisto no so khada shi be la azli besh ba has an shi la da asli akwagen khas lahagi yahi bik ha nishil nish ako khutla don das kha ban das te aje even as enal sos ni dit anat ha yahi diben na khas la commissioner na sini ni sin hohod ni la hat ni go shi khota ni hit aton ni ta akashi khota bik hazin si go bahas go na nis aje do bahadon higi do sek etta I confidentiality on personal matters aje ni she commissioner don da sil cut ado she as a lone commission member from Eastern Navajo I didn't stop do she yahi saton sal cut do sato yahi ben sayada ta but the hodnigi na zila we're under the office of the speaker no what I know so is the issue at kida badiliagi na so si hada giznel ni she commissioner ni klinigi ni he do tin fit aliara ni he yahido so what anal so si hada sit ata to you have the authority to vote on this particular investigation. That's how it happened. So what ko edi bahadiste I don't know ada di tunha na habik hoshla dide confirmation had any like I said they been ado just etnanle but as kanil enetli ako call me but honestly ako oda hadal so to sek ata do not actually machine ask about to the kiss so hido obeni na just kida to kodoba hashne ni terkel na kana nisinde nzuno na nisne ani ako khata yahi shi atahtan da huit ila zubna chi khata yahi zawd ilta so wata hilza to not as live da hilza but do not there's an ani khatogi yahi advertise the position personnel but I not actually achieve it or make it a sensitive position. I had a background that's I had a deal go down in a tiny sound and not all chief director you got a classic kitchen and I not seen it even kitchen Nana I hope I responded to you satisfactorily to these questions. I had this but not in Kashe, I don't think hardly. I did not honor him in hardly. Delegate Freeland, thank you, my sponsor, and then Speaker of Navajo Nation Council. This concludes my response.
Okay, Allah, Mr. Morgan. Colleagues in Klinigi. Chairman, well, that does conclude the response. Thank you, Chairman, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. With that, let me go back to the board. I do have Honorable Keon McGay in the queue. Jay, the floor is yours at this time. Oh, yes. Honorable Keon McGay.
Muted. Chairman, somebody keeps muting me. Mr. Morgan, Ado.
Oh,
Adan chihuin anigito ado kodon ke hotini Kodo confirmation benishinji kodo hitahniya. Akoko shibnai dish kito lehiki jo I'm trying to find the correct term or a statement or pose my questions. Halit bahna itidish kiliki kodo sabi hatis hiki bansas keso. Addition, I did ask the staff to see if they could be able to give me a copy of the CO 4512. That particular document establishes the purpose of the Navajo Nation Government Development Office. In the legislation, it talks about the People's Project. Instituting reforms, Navajo Nation government. So, good. Halit ala in bansin case. Juk at late chapter, but hatati da. Ado akon da march da anda al I. Ado the nesa yen hiche hanats. We the people, we the nay people, nhiye nahuit alange nhiye ad ben neta to be ye ikin hapenach nish. John Hilne chapter de out ayen hiche yatla. Ado the netabata jagago out aye yatki. And I believe truly that the people already spoke on the composition of the council. I mean, I believe that Navajo government development shouldn't even waste their time on that particular issue. And I believe that how it's structured is just a matter of now, going down to the chapter level, the Bebnal Sosiki, that is inki ad hollo. We got a report regarding chapter boundary. Bansit in the sto, banast in. I'm not sure if you listened to it. Anza goban yazti. I think those should be the focus of what the people want at each of the community. Aila yinizin adon niti gilananzin. What's the alternative? Ik at the nen liniki chapter at odadat eskal John Hilne. Plato bihatit zeh. The Atlanta athlete. Yes, there's technology available, but in some areas they don't have these type of technology, the infrastructure. Ado the netodo yeda hosenda to get on the computer, especially our grandma's grandpa. Ako elachit panahit to assure them that shohei Jashid adet o isin to o adet dit ego heinzi goko pohdeshni do pedeshni goko na nzaden dilya goko la kote behuit al jokote to ni hlikishin the net ic la na danzen a kochit ala etik apenina to naskit na to hot haki la echit out plato recommend eto hilton hi aden to ishin ben yadat bedna go koto the nen linigi behlexilnas nishkoko. And that's what I always say. It has to be from the grassroots that these recommendations are being made. Like for me, yes, we are in the position as a policymaker. We are in the position as an appropriator of funds. That's the realm of our majority of our duties on a daily basis. But a lot of time, legislation developed it's always that we got to get a supporting resolution from these commissioners or chapter resolutions that are dahani. So all of it goes back to the chapter, to the community. And if you think the administration activity needs to be resolved, I mean, that could be done quickly. At the administrative level or at WINRA level, meeting done that. And he denied the house time, they're probably looking at us as though that they're watching a TV. Let's make this our objective. One of our objectives is that let's get these chapters get out of sanction. But again, if you look at it, a lot of these purpose of them getting sanctioned is, to me, just some clerical or administrative issue, simple issue that could be resolved, but yet they're penalized getting sanctioned, and then it limits some of the service to our Navajo people. A local chapter, the local empowerment, no, the Title 26 of what I late all to Yego Bezilo, but is not the Lakodo chapter in Liniki. A co add the wet a co based on Liniki, what why can't they keep or retain some of these fundings back at the chapter? For example, cell tower, that other sales tax, that added the Nan Liniki and the Dado Lishnike, Kote, Obits Nahi Zido, Kote, they need nation here. A cohit Ale Ajia, Lingia Addison, the Dogo, added Yake and the Kredo Yake and the wet Ato, this add, Elashin and Lisha add, chapter has add. And then you got certified chapter and non-certified chapter. In some areas, each of our region, each chapter that we represent are all different demographic. As you know, Low Mountain, Touchy Blue Gap, Salina Cotton with Noslini, Ado Mini Farms. Kodo, Dika, the Nebibin has only with Hainj Lato. Edik at the Bebenal sauce, Arjil to Yego, the Na. Ya yastje. Dikat nes naba ka kotoko. Kodobich wenda do lisa no the bayada tje. Adon honele ya honele no the bayada tje. Akot the net that edebich yana yosen halet ela. Akon le story hajaga bashes the hajaga to eat the net washi. Adit yats kotot asound the as. Ado dia pa asag on the di askan asni don the deal sostoshinda but the nida. Ako egit and halon kodon hit the nebe beka shido but the beto belin hodoniki hot abe bich yel tie. Elachit ababan sing kisla aj. Is it really necessary to say that they need to have this amount of sheep units? Jobek and the dado kodo sato ebe init etotishna. It's other that the sheet and like that kodo the bebaga the kodo ego appetite the gate kodo ye in natish. Ado sacho da shinge in natsaku kuta at kon. Ishi banda al te get da no da nepe the benzine had in trasle. Ako edikito yego kan pansi case dan lede. Chapter has the deed all at the nen lindigi, but the ben lindigi hot yotn, but hilla kodoti and then natoti in lepiti no baby yale. So that's one area I really need a good, a well defined vision how we can work on that particular issue in working with the local grazing official. And then the one thing I always bring this up. He's got three local chapter official, and then you got grazing official. But yet, when it comes to the government level, appointed positions are their supervisors. According to the Bishpans, speaker of the Navajo Nation among us, accord chapter government. I mean, I have nothing against the division director. They're there as an administrator of the program, but they shouldn't be there to direct and tell local chapter officials what to do, because these locally, just like the United States Senate, the president of the Senate is the vice president of the United States. I mean, why can't the vice president of the Navajo Nation be the overseer of the local chapter officials? I mean, these are some ideas I want to impound to the upcoming government development positions. Other certified chapters that are certified, but but yet they still have to go through the normal process of getting funding from the central government. Everything has to go through the process. The prime example is broadband, cell tower. But I believe that these are some areas that the local government is able to assume. True sovereignty, home site lease is a prime example. Later, the then nahas credo conk at nahas so quack it be killed, but Kakian or at Kodoha hole G's do no shit and then later not the has whale the dan. Kadate now one a slave nig go at the home site lease in Lago and the Ecuador. Basic chi do auto todan dan chodo link petit na halet ela quack. So how are we mistreating our own Navajo people? Nana stoha one edo lesanke. Do yo be east no kodo a ladit out in the kodo in not daily petit next nana. A kohalet ale in hi ajaben ho ado left open hat ado left quack. Oh, and Hisaton Hansela as RDC. But these are policies that we need recommendation from the Navajo Nation government development. Other veterans, it's the last son that are Kunanat does, but neither are indeed out that they need and need. But yet, if you look at the housing policy that's in place, there's too much restriction. There's a lot of things that we're telling our veterans that the in the lagon they did on kite or what be the nigo got that agwashin koto because only beta hit in the bani kristo other to job is not with now that could be his honest hot out on ni other kodo state that is not in this county but in the counties Ada dit how the could be hina adin he kaya lindiki. A down hot up yet he boundary hat nindiki. Dick at the Naui Garden Day oak up a base for long go 8 a dicon a hat a shin niya go at the baka a ye dos bohonet, Sancho Hatne. A consistent zing is the name Lindiki dog at Landon Lake at Shohe. Dick Asap is a good Archaean and cars other inmates could do Utah. Then Chicago skate your tour there Washington or Lindiki Hala. The other Satoshi Shikaya and Lindiki are behind the Abena Satoshi Khan ye. Joko the dog Niliki, quiet, but that there's card. So what that age been that other been hat hollow. Other corn that it needs to undie, listen to what the now you do job that aid to job in that in Hiba baby, better was no but machine hat oh you don't that eat nesta. You know, I could go all day to Morgan, but again, I respect you, and I don't mean to talk over you just because I'm a delegate. But I'm just obviously Shalan Shinan. I apologize. Yes, Hiki no baby. Kodo Ashi, and then Laki, Ashon the Shandan. I would aim the by Yash Hiki deep in the husband in last chapter there. And hit the Nan Linigi baby chain, not it. Hit the Nan Linigi, Yash hit the Nan Linigi la Nanizan. A Latin hatch or say at a say. To a Ninigit oh, how you would not. A con had a hot slip go in a con, and not that he Nifiki Kasha Hajoba at the Nil, and he are dank at Navajo government development, and he dank go Hajo, be the Nebbe Besnas, so Shohedin last a bit Hati, Kredoba Hati Kre. Kade Kodo Hajo baby can no up his aunt in being hotly laughed at the Nan Niki, baby Hajo at the dog, Nifiki Giego, Lana Queen Zuno hot Ashid, not Shaniki and a Copenhagen Gukado at those that are outgoing the Kito here, Satoshi or what Satoshi on his this what ego, Kodo the quick shin Kate, and Nago got the English. Or do I eat a beyond the dog, she don't laugh the hot air, she has laid or eat the dish, but not at the schnee that the nayish yet how can I address and assure the people that speaks to me, the people that voice their concerns to me to assure them that their issues and their concerns are being addressed at the Windrut level. Halet Ela ko kwaki git ashon the on the snow banani success candle lift being ken niya or liti legislation niki open nashiko ekodo skaten needs and do skaho hints and jodik at sodas and that aid nen liniki that they ka in the kwaki gishin be jadol nido hit ashin koton nasnet nija shohe dot asaje hotne ago kwaki be has ani ben to tasiki to abana haske Halad nen lean bit so the zen lean ye sezine ye so the zen to be bahotil asliki stop a kon need zen a ko that age shin kwagin ben hinna hat at hollo satle the nashidin ni the shna so hey kote it had a din at astin to ni jondish ni latte. That's a simple statement that was given to me. Now how do I pick that up and start working on Halet ila ahisna hit ala ahisna to in sita is case of that so ADG paper not your that ashit so there's in the door his linigi ship it hegi that out hegit atida a copy not a kodo asan linigi be hasido bahasido lito yat hit a kodo be the tanit ashishan then lado list Mr. Morgan. Speaker, that concludes my comment and statement.
Thank you very much, Honorable Keelan. With that, let me go ahead and continue on down. I do have Chairman Rickness in the queue. Chairman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Chairman Damon.
as well as my honorable colleagues, based on Honorable Freeland, appreciate your legislation on having Mr. Morgan to be appointed onto the Navajo Government Development Commissioner. Mr. Morgan, I do have some concerns and would like to address that with the whole commissioners. And I'm sure they're all listening in as well. In 1927, Agency Superintendent John Hunter established the first chapter at Loop Agency. On July 20, Adanshi Behaholji's data chapter system of government. And I believe the Office of Navajo Government Development was tasked to research how we could have a government reform across the Navajo Nation. Reform meaning to put or change into an improved form or condition. Improve. But no, that's it. The Olia. A kotik at Kunzata Hall just 2021. We're almost hitting 100 years here. In about the next 6 years, we will hit 100 years of having the first chapter government system in place at Loop, Arizona. Superintendent John Hunter. I believe it is time, Baholjis, if the Navajo Nation is able to downsize the Navajo Nation Council from 88 to 24, I believe Office of Government Development, your job should be to look at these chapter houses. Regionalization I can understand a person wanting to get re-elected. So I said chapter by Yashtikovako. Not your seat a haben yes, that's a door less. Change and go eban go. Either what it has if we stay at the rate that we are going with 110 chapters, 110 times 3 chapter officials, a co-op, but aside from that, Mr. Morgan, I'd like for you to answer one question. Are you chapter official? And also, how many of the commissioners are chapter officials on Office of Navajo Government Development Commission? So corrosion is not up. I had it. A cote koroba has the Lenige. The never has of a cargo na an area budget by la is lane chapters Sunday at the don't know. At the local level, the Nisa Conya the net services but provided. I say, choose the Asian, the hot, Iki, Indiana, Chine scholarship. Other PEP workers, the Halonad, Mishina, what no. I said, nah, they saw it. I used to be a chapter official. That's why I'm really well aware of what happens out there. Government reform, how do we improve this? We have 110 chapters. Some of them only have 200 registered members. And the CARES Act, 110 chapters is like having 110 counties based on service area. because I would rather use the word service area rather than boundary because there's no such thing as boundary. The 3 states put together, New Mexico has 33 counties. Arizona has 15 counties. Utah has 29 counties. A grand total of 77 counties. How does these local counties operate? Title 26 by it talks to establishing a peacemaking system. Because do you all encourage chapters to look into that so they don't just clog up the court systems? Does chapters issue business site leases as it says in Title 26? In Title 26, it also says acquire, sell, and lease property of the chapter. Does that mean that chapters are allowed to go off the Navajo Nation and buy property so they could generate revenue? How many of these chapters have adopted the local tax ordinance? And how many of them LGA certified chapters are operating under the alternative form of government? Lanako, there's many areas. What are we doing to help improve the local chapters Title 26 Michigan? Lago Nahoti Abahazania. There's conflicts in place. Asian at local level, the a peacemaking system. A lot of these conflicts are between chapter officials and community members, as well as chapter officials and chapter staff, as well as chapter officials between themselves as elected officials. Other chapter officials and council delegates as well. I don't that the chapter officials and Club C, and then chapter staff against the community members. These are evidence of local conflicts. Through emails and through social media, where it's illegal to be involved in cyberbullying. But the Ebony restraining order can they how would you, Mr. Morgan, would you stand in the gap and say it is time to reform the local chapter houses? What plan do you have in place for it? I don't know. They had legislation chapters Mr. Morgan. Allah go on sus case when this ain't that bahol G's I said nest antida I said nest go is ain't that other question even nadishna ako after all the ARPA money is gone in 3 years, where are we going to get these monies? Barish a pesos in the to operate a lot of the government departments, divisions, and how are we going to allocate all this? Are we going to reach into whoever is the council at that time? Are they going to start reaching into their permanent trust fund? And if we start doing that, at the rate we're going, we're going to bankrupt the whole Navajo Nation somewhere. I have a lot of work on my hands. If you want me to introduce a legislation, I'll be more than willing to step forward and say, okay, let's do it. Let's give it a shot. The never thought and all government reform. Join the commissioners and let in Haradeshni. Photo beso zingo go on hit hot ego. Where are we going to get the money? NGS is closed. Kayenta mine is closed. We lack $50 million. Nasco. Aquagib Ada Nastan Chakesh Gihit Olaib then Adole. Mr. Morgan, as well as your commissioners. Thank you very much for listening. The Sonora.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for those comments and questions. So,
This is Delegate Haney. Put me in the queue.
all right, thank you, Honorable Chairman Heaney. I'll put you in the queue with that. We'll go to Honorable Elmer Begay, then I'll come back to the sponsor for response. With that, Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker.
Yes.
Sorry, I was on mute. I was talking. Speaker. I don't the members of the Naabik'iyati Committee, the Navajo Nation Council. I also tell Delegate Freeland. I don't the agent Lenido by Mr. Morgan do Yate. Mr. Morgan she Shinle. To Shinado Shaway Shinle. To the chasing on Slito. In a state of Hanslow and Torichin Passage. Sit not in the shade, last cheat as another. You would tell. I don't hear though. I don't quite get this don't need to know what other EA, non Sintligi, other EA, but it's nothing yet to leave or here. So I don't because Andido, I don't know what egg though, I'll so yeah, bank between us and level. Okay, though, I don't do that. I don't do a half in Shido, I don't do in Navajo. I just add that other EA. Then no, Lala so yeah, though, yet issue. I don't think London at Chinchillo. Narando, I don't think I'm confident because I actually has been yet. People and the devil and the Hadlon, I don't get a Tisina Kagi that has been the I don't a had chased the Hadlon as they could air. I don't either. That I have known that the best thing Hadlon. Bad husband is in loss in the isn't are they bad enough? Not us, Lado Bazan, other by a just kito, what Hagi, 8 and Lisa, the Neda Paina. And the compass of hot Agda, and South is not up. Certain to not about Winston or Yagi, exactly the Catholic, which was under Kahman to the case it out. Oh, yeah, though. I don't know the Hotode by Yataki, my fellow delegates and Lenido, she based on the unintended Yaskido. Edo, Anni, Yat, Edo, Kado. Because my question, Lenido, this year, I think, I job on 60 cases ago, the whole Navajo nation, the Achiniaja, 또 치도 아론다 스위도 산이 근데 그제 사이엔도 다지 이제 에야에 하신 저것 알레 니신의 다다 소리야. We went through this tremendous of a great impact that the Navajo Nation experienced, which affected everybody. Even today, if you look back, I guess we could say that on the Anaho is on the Kayas Anigi. No sans Anigi Abigis on the Kohotras Lego. Oh, you they got affected by this virus. So nobody knew. But the Lagana to go Edo, I don't know the Nea Hasin to the Ea Band or Zito, other Azed or Nipe. Ea, it not close to other the Ebe. His saddle does get at a last Lego. Others are Akhido and Hijido, the Najido Hodas Lego. Kaya that what for the Zindo, I don't have I don't have issues it to the Zindan long, Nagadan long, I don't know if I don't say that I'm long. As to a bit. Bahada Dias, lead on this, Oyo de Kana beat at all, I don't date the iPhone Nada Christinego. We had to react to that. If you look back, if you look at it, what was more with this government? Others at Ada Hanise, Kino other had the Dutch, Kino other Lahadil Secret other at Edo, Nisa Bebenet or Tafiki. Bevan Nashit Adle in Stiller, but the dot Arthur Nash in it Ed or Lissigi. Joe would Hagi oi unhead Tendla. Dot Abansi case Kati Jade. Banta case hit his study task. Hit Aya 80. Take a jot Hagi oi unhead Tendla to bar on the at none of us at indeed did on his coat in dot on his whole Jishigi has we sound at the Abslan all at the Neta, a Sanda, a Majed and Long, Che Masan and Long at Asadeka. Ehit indeed dot dot and is nil. Ishbed or this. The Epa Wind down at the Jade. You have Fishmans on the Conadana, these knees, although Entakan Hadlan, could the end of the skin hogi. He could any government could take a place of constant law. At over a bagel, kit out a hold this dish, the in not a hold this. So I think now I don't know. It had high field. Could the next because of what we are teaching direct services, you have the chapter the plans are there. Hit be not the dog cut if be hardy cut up a nani cut or ban hit indeed place. Bede a Joe or Joe yard in nutty cut out and nani cut or the figgy. Don't I a DG with the one year has not unlimited in case Lindsay. Ado in now what are none those just don't have a bandy, Kagi every to yet and has them. But I feel, bear $200 per Bahoni, $10 per other shop with $10 if you eat those list. So what I get honey, what I had need in had an hour with Jibbacat for the Zun. So what I get a Halit in some case not of Yankee. The dog could a bonet not be nahadit also be nani be hardy kato be naso hosong di da epe in nani kato this. Ben leje nidi a constitutionaya yeti. Delegate nas. Lego is called that danes is qua danes is got. Ashe in the is because nani indo little كيا أنا بيجي كوبي خدلون يجي أتيلا خدلون إيش كده أبانا هنتي إيش كده يا إيه حالت إيش يا بيك أدلش لاتين نازتين دون بزنا الصوت ليشيجي بنانة تاسو ليشيجي أخد أبا يجي أخد أهجي شو أبا تهيئ هذا أهوي تجدو كش إساد عشان دي أدونا هات أدي أخد أدي دي أهجي بكا أخذت إن هذا أخذ أهجي يا شو سزن يا دي جن إلا هيد يا بانسو كيسلا إلا بنانا توديسلا كا أكو يا كذا أشنو إنك يا كها يا إن أطلع تلاقو بتريلو هذا يبقى بوينس آجي دوت أهجي إيش البهونة ده شليات أخذ أهجي دوت اللي خانة بدي كذا بعض آدو ديسا جاي ساتونا ديسا أبهزين يه ساتو إذا يا ببكادا يسودو هذا يكون يناهي دي خنا هذا تدزن ورجعهكي تو أطلع ورجعهكي اللي خد كأجي ب هجو بندي تيجي هجو تنا بالإشان تيجي تنا هجو أب يدا تندو خص هذا بتصير كذا يا تنا أتلن جيت أصلا أتلن جيت تو كذا يا ب أخو جت يهكي أخو جت هذا بتصير إيش دور لذي هت أندي نسيجي هذا وشان زنهت أشي خد يا أندي نسيجو جو هت يا نيتزن هذا أهوجين خاشين هذا بيجي يلتي أنا أنت أديا هذا بيجا بتجنن هذا أخذنا أديه نيتا جوهت أهجي نانتين جوهت أهجي ساعة نزنجي تك أدي جين إيش أنت أبغى هذا تقول أكو يا أو يا الكنات أكها يعني نحن هذا تيجي نحن توش ناس أبغى يدرسوا خشين خشي لا دو خشين هت خنانة دي ننهضن دو هت هاجي كذا يا هستوي سانة بنانتين يا إسحاق أنا نانتين دين ليدا إسحاق هذا يا هذا يستين ده عشان تقول تزلاه الجاو ده أظن ده يا أهشكك أهو هذا إن تندكو إدي جيليا بيه كان هذا أكو إلا هيد ده بانسا كيسن لكو تقول يا إنسان زي أهون شيء يا بنا أجدش كيسن أكو كأكيد لقيت إدي بانسا كيس كأكيد عاش بهنا زندي كأكيد نحن أنتين إيش خان أبيغا إيش خان خات أو خا إبدأ تديلنش هاست آدي هاد يا كذا يا إنك نهاد أبي ناديا شيء هادت جهد آد بانسها كيسن زهو إذا يا كذا يا دو خايفني أنا هذا نكو شيء دو أدو شيء دو أدو شيء هذا يا عند ديشين لكو كنت تقول ليش لكو Speaker Damon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MLBA. With that, let me go back to you, Honorable Freeland, for any kind of response.
Chairman, Speaker Damon, Adoptionat, Naabik'iyati Committee, Nafenigi. Chairman, Shina, Honorable Kian Brigade, Honorable Chairman Nez, Shina, Almer Brigade, Thank you very much for your comments and questions and concerns. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Morgan for continued response. Mr. Morgan.
Mr. Morgan, Commissioner Morgan, another Odaka Jogi, it's a Navajo. Akoko. But I did the Kushi, I take an Abaha the Ashi Kate is any not on hold the story. Elmer Begay, based on not on Leni Kodo a Hina district. Ado Kagi, Yato a yes, a hard the Ado a not district, a high deco. It's East Haton Hind, that's this I need corn, not me. But what eat it, Nahahin Tigo, a hiko. The neto unite the net. Hate Abbey, hate I be Shannon deeply. Hate I baby Kidian deeply. Had I Ado the net, the never Nahala. Ela hate I Kato a Picket or Kato and the Betty Hanil. Nani Tato, this machine. Hadina, Dan lady, it tate. Nikia outla size land had the never Nahala. They are a day I the Jago yet long, penny. They called they did not credo a beha all day, never Nahala, but citizen. Other ones at the whole this see the end here outlet or use at the Ado a Yahiko as they Pelagana as they ate and took a tree is it clean and him as they narrate the sort of Holone in the Tanareda, Kaya Paka, the Holone. They are still here. So she'll eat. The A hidden a stark. Latte the hunt Zota out a corner. Up a answer that case of a is check. It's a small pups on Dashni Nido. The question sagging Dashni. Ado the Christian or use art egg of a in hand sort of tautologies. Akodishi the Office of Government Development, Adeko Ayahi surveys that the kid as commissioned by Nitlini. Later Nazin was the Han hour a questionnaire betradol. The Krakodolnis. Nadik kid. Not Kasana, not Dean Biga, Nadik. Halit Aya at the Osla. Haile Ebatasla. A base of Lahit Anna. The never car or would you like it on so split up a car? Haila baby car that is what Joe is survey. A hot eye but how Alia, I could end the don't lie, a not outside and a use netter. I don't cut now never to Han Argo echo, base which at the home there. I didn't that machine and double kit that turn out cut now than Lenny Quaggin that kite in on Toscadilla. Ako Hanani de Atkisan Sago communication. Nagayin ang soskidente ado nita is kanne. Digit out na that of least digit out has ani nabaka to a day big ban secret. Has ani ado peso to those in that partners in the odd. Over the target emergency finance So when we exhaust our emergency funds, there's question like, where's the procurement process? How did it happen? How was this money used? Who was assisted with these monies? So that I done that. They could have a KO. Ako, this cheated at all. Yeah, but he thought that we must have ago. That the net. At the telephone, yes, not le. A auto storage facility, auto a warehouse. Dig it at the Batasla state. Auto a ze Hagila a hindo dot auto Halit Yan Hagila a Behogan dollar. No, at Hotnas Layat often but meeting room a storage facility. That is on has unlego so Lego to never try that either. They're still in that mode that was offered by the Health Operation Command Centers. So it's to go in the lot there. Now later on, fortunately, Okanadi Nistigi Nadi Nistan that no could I eat off Panas de Condela. The asset had up to the nation head out on the kiss. Additionally, yat echo down the case of shade on a kin law to the Zunga Yoski in the Ayahi, should be done to dollar. Other Ayahi is low till the class 8 on the net class 8, did at 8 on that gate or the Aya, Chana $3. Out of the yin. The yin bazaar, you actually said, I would ask. The tourism is not to up beyond the case it are and the had actually a he could they had this the conde hate he never be. And had gotten Zinigi every hate Albert had a door niche to what Abahane, but not the kid. So I dance a lot. I don't but sister later. I don't lady in has 2 years. And I use luck. Today night, not a question. Could I have a deal? Could I distribute at the bit? Can it after be none it? I don't other he send and does not being for Diego. Ede, I don't the honey, yeah. At the baby cut at all. Had order. If how under Nisha Neo, Ita has 2 and linen, he does it and linen. Is she youth on to that case? I can hunt days like a district, the Sahundi, near Yon Hanan. All Sunday in the house, yet also the Sunday in the house, yet. So by Evan is in the data, or Illy. At I other corrosion and lineage not on lineage. Rick Nares has the Nusbasa ad. As a not later add a not on in Sri Lanka, Hansta, none spinant either or yende, a large hasta, up the president. And call add a Rick Nares, Nahania Eda. A certain Hayish Halon Hahot Hal. Co this year at the ebedin order. Run I this kid, yeah. Did chapter. Partners because unlike a bandat. The township concept is not a neither Hanana with the Yenta to be Abantakis. Ado a Sabiga Nanas. A yahi government regional district is not using it. That is a harder yago. Or regionalization is known there. How the other government reform is known. Are you seeing it? A commission there, you're not about the but it's still the same concept. It can't know the I should be sort of what I asked you not that or they know about how the eight at Hege a bus. Ado a public hearing that yan lego, but had ilti a code had not never to on go. The Jabena or that again, and so she had Sunday after she could have seen away that the government reform question was to be brought before the people on a referendum vote, whether they would like a reform or whether they do not like a reform. And deadline out of meet the daily out of about at the November of 2020. At the same token, pandemic was pretty much at a high degree across the country. At Obanda state or das ist the betathlon il so she in Nick as she husband on there. The Hiat Eho the net now I even the Washington of Hiat Echo. Akoshe ne not be sa undo this no honetza Kodona asa hata hasti the net hain the nella hait ayan takis lady na haki na atina kharid ati e one was a yon abi khagila hait aba Washington yan takis obets asa ha ador ni so beyond dot asa ni go e ai ai to yitani linda ko aro khatnas ni to ha yu e ya hik ati ni de gon pesos asinados e as na nada is no da nada hasta okay anis o hutaban takis nendere na hagi no e se peso be kada de se peso se horni jon rodi no e ne pesos ti ado e ya agenda dol o je khodesh atila ade khodesh ako partners in the iketen olta to khot ai ikna atta halit ai hata nene to lis ne de bagani asa halit ai erik ati atayol tha zaden lini te salion ai dilta edit ati peteti hata Am still on? Yes, sir, we can still hear you. Okay, thank you. All right. Ako hota ayahi kabaha the ani ayahi na ni tun legislation nasties now she hota ayahi bohanet sound. Khaisha bit nitra. Don la fish ba so ana but that on none now she sahashina don't need for that out. So bahozunda. Aro in the negotiation in national the she's only. So it could Mr. Delegate Nance a hot again at this today hot asapanan ado could he bigay based on never not they no mountain they the done handegi I don't think you had Tito you in ESP Zan you go on don't I can lead Commissioner on government development. All these comments that were made, all these questions that were raised, those are the responsibilities of our office to a degree. No, I am Hanan Commissioner. So could on his whole G. Seek at a handed and has Igisha. They cut not Lubagan and has Igisha. They say it other beneath either. For example, Local Governance Act 1998 Ada Hadalia. This was untaught 3 times an amendment to LGA was presented to the Navajo Nation Council. Other nasties not. Digo ne she at least only. Not now. He taught us never has other authorities. Many the never not agi taught us nationally to Bahani Tatan. Chapter administration, a community service coordinator, either chapter manager. Aja a yahi te bido is big hard as a Bahani to Schnitler. Based at a Haliado art. Not data. Edo diet the son of Bansata Ebe Bahani. Partners learning in Hedo or KO. The not all kids. Law. Is that a good law? Does that make the chapter government efficient? He Bantakis. It is not all this in the deal Nishi or this commission. Aisha Yana or Atlone. Did the Nenat Aniba na to Bohornita. The 8 based on that so I don't date it to done shit. But in a pandemic, as let I on the administration be quite was happening. I want the states. I call now to Diego. Auto government certified chapters or non-certified chapters by Yatki. A lit us at those at Ada. Ajo, but at Isahout. The tribe baby gas, Chinit Isahout. Hist up is upon it. Ado it hist I that ordinary. Tagahot Tanago, Besano. A co authority not a lot or list or need certified chapters. Yot Nalaba Niki. Taxation ask for taxation lay ni Kaya Pakada. Partners and that's on the let monument that Hagi Edo Day in that Hagi Honda Nadi to the Beto as Lunida. A taxi Sato in Hashin date of it on. A Kotuba City G. What that? Oh, how you a? Oh, how you the face of the Leo? A Koi Hay, San Hanan is it on date, it ain't shin date, it could have saga hot done. Had no basa has lean. A co ACI sustainability chapter up out a he the in go at the base of the in the chi the is at it as you need ye not has actually been talked yesterday. According to the that in the other in the he and PI8 at the Ayaba in it Linahal, other PI8 at the non chillo. Kaya Pakan and Karian, it's a to hold me. A call Aji Hut Ahas, Uncle Jit Odin Kisao Zogi, to Adiko issue representative, Eastern Navajo, 31 chapters representative. Boko checkerboard area, Kaya, oh, how you a cheese, Kaki Honit. A reservation, J. Ashwa, a tribal land. A day I a car on Hali. And that about the his lead over the his lead. Could you tell me how Zogi? Are you bosses and they cut even BIA at the non-kilo? I don't they care about Honda story that Osha Shino. For Hidate, call a hat nego. Ahas angot. I don't broadband in the A by the which is any called Elan Hashin, the Austrata, which and the Hisna. Broadband, but then one of the Australian. I didn't the Navajo that is in Tahoe. A Koyata house, a Hiko, Yakin that Lai has a call. I had a Hiko about this student, Mr. Naabik'iyati Langoya, the last soy the AIS. A Kodibe has on it is instable. There are how done the initiative division that has Kadi. She hit out a Balanda is lean. A copy has on a yo at the Ilia, Basas Laneka. The Dick at the ARPA funds, no, and I need the Trana Hudis for those no. A Conleha one that had Bango, homeside, this is at the head of Basas and Alta, land clears of Basas and Inhibe has on it, and Shihadilia, Navajo Nation, and Hibe is a Neba, Basas Laneka. Specific aid or list as she added. The Gaho Sunday at Ahadaba, the Naabik'iyati, the Nepahas aid or Aban taxis. Ado he Russian and I had seen to Edinazi, aid that it or she had the a call. And I did clear in how I could I will not need and honesty. But the never Washington, the law, other like it, I citizen, John Ecuador, Mr. TLMBK, Delegate TLMBK, I for Yat Elbazadi or Hatzi, the net Bastini, the never not Abastini, the Jade or the Sovereign or the Hia, Papa Hawington. Hala adeko yitas adit en ha ado eni ha zi kodisti de ebe tanit benanit ya not answer not is Council Delegate Freeland. That'll conclude my response, and also Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, Speaker Damon.
Akiala, Shlanta, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Speaker, that does conclude the response as noted by Mr. Morgan. Akiala, Shlanta.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. That, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have Chairman Hino and then Honorable Otto in the queue. Chairman Hino, the floor is yours at this time.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Chairman, Naabik'iyati, Fourth Nation Council, the legislation on the Delegate confirmation for a commission on Navajo government development. What is the definition of government reform? With that definition of how would that apply to Navajo Nation? Where is the government need to be reformed at? At what part? Since 1989, understand the commission has been in existence. So to this point, I've heard past delegates being concerned about nothing happening for Canada. So with that, when our changes are come forth, recommendations from the commission. The other part is sustainability, the earlier. And what is your definition of sustainability? How would that apply to the Navajo Nation? And how would that apply to government reform? Those are the questions I have. Out of the other part is that I believe this is the third time around to be on the commission. And the way I see it, there needs to be a fresh perspective on the commission. That's the way I'm looking at it. I wish the Eastern Agency Council would have looked at a fresh person with different perspectives on how government reform is. I think that we should, actually my colleagues, kind of look at that. And when we do the recommendations, that we refer this back to the Eastern Navajo Agency Council and have them kind of look at possibly opening the floor for nominations, and maybe there are other young officials maybe that might be interested. I'm not too sure, but confirming the those are the questions I have for now. I cannot to David.
Thank you very much, Chairman Hino. With that, let me go ahead and continue on down. Honorable Otto, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me first before
Yes.
I proceed?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. The Speaker for the time and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, thank you for being on the line. I did Angela Morgan and so I did Nale Yat so Kodo ya Kodo Kasin Sabo I did this one and I did the other day I did Kasin Sabo baby has Annie Kodo ye nan niya so Kasin Sabo Bikahol ya do Dashin Soshina Sosata ya do Hatin Shibika a Shota Hol Yago Papa Natch 80 Shijiga Niki Hodini do I went up with it that it in ya say ya Nan lini ade ashin sago ade in hana gago do lesni go. Yatsida la night ego best. And in this case, it sounds like it came from the Eastern Navajo Nation Council. And that speaks to a lot of how the chapter works with you. Oh, that really speaks great, because sounds like as you know, as you're found out that it's your second time, third time around. So, John, nah, ben kade hatze. Lash nan adol lehasni. Bekako hota. Adon da dashin salhanet. Ashin hota ya nas yan nas yan sides case. Not anin lini distingue the na ya kunzin iki to the go but the laid a hot egg consonant Shilaz yadastki yan yadastki laid how want a shash hot be gun one nas nilgun hay laid la inanas la ish behadet a mother a jada a shin a masando che has tweedo bazani ayet ego la ya ke ego ye nache edo ke edo asho be asho a jail was all that a ke eginat ani yego but the ye a day ya it's okay all day say the yes that's see not eat. And as you speak to government reform, it's the yego, yego. Yat ego la bekada hadawni. Koni tatnas niliban yankti. She tatnas nilibayashti. No mas besmas anni lini hoyesti. Akon the Department of Justice ehatzi. Chapter government is not part of the three-branch government. The Napa Washington Leni do that's just an opinion from the Department of Justice. That just tells you how the Navajo Nation values the chapter system. The Napa Washington Johansson Ajo the Hansi large Ato John the Beso Aji Yikat Chino. Say the Iggy Sidna has Anik Art the Ne Yika not one could the Huevic Ashtanet Ebanachi. What up and as your role in department is your role if you are confirmed by this body that I really hope that you really look at how we could try to instill additional powers at local level chapter. It's not kidi hanasa. It's a hot sun get in a sana tahin the sneako. Anas the naked that you can't do the shago though. The net of Yara, it's all son get division directors, but not a Kubachin of Yara, because they see that I say they see that all of the services and all of the monies are tied up in Wonder Rock, not at the local areas. For instance, how much direct services provided to White Rock chapter from the Navajo Nation government. based on Naabik'iyati that it ahiki hashnet la ad Twilight chapter the ad never base of a cut back on Naabik and nada it Alet ad the never cut ye Nazlended neket any how does these dollars that we appropriate to the executive branch funnels down to our citizens that live out there. Eba yashti. Akoho de ahadit ego da naha yego bahin tato adit hanin ada ya ade. Nepo hot niti ne. Bejmans ando board neta. Aro ane president Lenny do board neta. Na adin ha ade babnas e benakin in khade e ya hot ya nan hiya kyot at isina hat an ban ye kyo so hey le bit khana nilo na hat an leni ige hot even na be nash ado shpohnet zato e ya in cases ala e asho tshite ba hunzen the Western philosophy of government. I'm not saying anything about ceremonies and so forth. The way of life of Navajo people. Daily people that understand the daily things that our people go through. Yahunzen. Eya nash eya baba nash tenen leni ada hosanse. Robao jinzo ita nedo hosanda se. Ya hojinin da. Jasin se chan hoi tahasni. Se chan bi ga hajo in so bi ga hajo in go ito hosanda. Hajo kwa hadni do hajo kwa bat so do hajo kwa lo da bikajda aso hosaile na se chan hu yang go tash sneak and then use a dog as an analogy, looking deep into myself to try to look at things at the perspective of the local level, and I really see those qualities in you, Shananta. Even these reforms, such as the chapters, we have to move forward to try to get more local empowerment at the chapter level. World should turn at the chapter levels, not in Winter Rock. Oh, it's on eso so that she took a mail so Lenny added it that's a gingo added not only in the halsa. Added programs are not, they're not at the local level. I don't that the other thing too is part of government development. Really hope that you could reach out to the Navajo people to educate them on the current structure of government, how the three-branch government has separation of powers. Every time each of us delegates go back into our areas, programs in the phone keeps ringing. You come to this program. This program here is like this, like that. Late. Ako kuja baseline has anahadit ego da yinagado yan yanadis kiti leho. The executive branch and you are stepping over your powers, your authority as a council. A shishadet it net. Hadit ego da division director, manager da halit adit adadit niho. Oyo kwaagin naj nishon yandi taho. Aro khashi had neto adin hichet nahanne. They work for us. They don't work for you. And even now, as government development, to really get the concept of what is the roles of our current process, right, or our current government system, such as the executive branch. What is their authority? Based on the legislative branch. Article judicial. And in not the snake, based on the unneat lean, that's a knock in lean, it's a hit. But it's only is it or hardy. Based on it, so we appropriate funds. Nothing else. As the comprehensive budget is put in place, the executive branch is supposed to execute and get these direct services provided to our Navajo citizens. But our Navajo citizens think that we're the program. He's the carpenter, Winston. The delegate becomes the manager for whatever program they're having issues with, or we become social workers, or we become therapists. Oh, you're never and I always think we appropriate all these monies, the large part of the tribal budget to the executive branch, and why isn't this not addressed at the local level by the executive branch? And since a simple issue of a home site lease question, or simple issue of a health issue, health question that the program could answer, or social services. And I have voiced this concern to the speaker. We need to get out to the Navajo people what the correct role is for us as for each of the three branch government. Especially as delegates, I always say that. I said, give me that question. I'll ask in Window Rock. I got a question last week pertaining to economic development, and that's not my authority to oversee. But I picked that up, and I'm going to pose that question because it's a matter of a tribal program to address that issue to that business person. The economic development is supposed to take care of that matter. Those questions that the business community has, not to the legislature. What's up? There's misinformation out there, or there's not enough information given out to our Navajo community out there. I have no doubts that you'll do a good job. I don't know about again, so
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So with that, colleagues, is there any further comments or questions on legislation?
Paul Begay.
Honorable Paul Begay, I'm going to go to you, and then I'll go back to the sponsor. Honorable Paul Begay, floor is yours.
You can add me.
Okay. Chair Damon, thank you for allowing me to speak, share my thoughts. Colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Honorable Delegate Mark Freeland for introducing this legislation. Morgan. Ani na shago atni azun slingo. Jen lingo hat khasin linde, shinaldo hat khasin linde. Nala haskin fishna hat khasin lingo. Akotada yego eya tne beisol ligo anda ka. O ka to the kuishi ha o even nach eya ansas kiste. Atchasin lingo. Yego eid nebis sansa. Akho ani be kha otsi hashine la sant ego. Arod an to be hin si che. O tna to kuishi ada ego eya. Ni ge hazlinko. Under saya kita nahagahagi akot ego eya ben hiyada ho. Akho at ishi o tna hatan lini. Lini العادات قرأت إيجي أو تلقى يولسكي خنيك ستاقو إيه هنا تزاشة نسنة بانتس كيسة أتخاسين لينكو وهنا تزادو ليش خط ستاقو Navajo government development والجيجو خط إيجو تسبيس إيدو ليش تنسون بانتس كيسة أتخاسي خنيك ستاقو نشيات إيهون ساكيس بنش خدسة هلو نش ساديات إيه شو نش إيه نهتايات إيه شو خد إيه نبأوت لا هلونكو نالو هتاوكو بان ساكيس ندي نسنت بان ساكيسو.
The recording time is about to expire. Please finish your message within 8 seconds.
أكوديده هتخاسي تشوف إيه هتخاسي تشوف كان كده إيه يا بنيجة إيه بنيجة إيه يا خلونكو إيه تحتيغة ندت أو هيدا إيه يشنده تنبانية أو يتنس تشينزو على بزاد إيه يا يتسنو يان سكيس إيه هتخاسي به يه هتوت سيجي يه بفتوت نهيجي إيه تيجي يتسنو يان سكيس إيه بني ناشيتنا بانية نت بانسس كيس أوهت إيه لنهلن لو إيه سي نهغب نيجتا أو سادي هتوت سيجي تياب بنيجة أكو إيه بنش بانسس كيس هتخاسي هنين ستاجي هتخاسي تخدتين ده يوصصي خاسي قاعدة بس توجي ده يوليسي تسليج ده يوليسي قد إيجو إيا بالنشيات إيهو نتاكيس بالنشيات إيهو أدو لأ organization تتنزلنجي as Navajo government development هجو حدت إيدو لأ أنسلة أدو إسن ساعتي أخبها هو الجيجين دوشتين أشيد إيشيد النتسي ساعت أخوة خود نهود أخوة يأت إيه أخوة خود خويكو خود إيغو خود نشا شيء خود نيسن سان لاغو إن فيهزن لنسن آدو أخوة نشكي بانتا نشكي تون فيهزن لنسن خود إيغو إنان سسكيش شيء وكشتون نتزا أكوي جدي أوبا هتستي شخيات إيه بكيسز إشني أتخاسين لنكي هاي في إيه أهني ستاقو إيه خد إيقو إيه أكيه تولي بالنحش بيتش تهيو اللسكي بالنحش تسليج تهيو اللسكي بالنحش خدتين تهيو الصوصي بالنحش إيه أتيكو خد إيقو خد آقو تنن انتها آدو دي نسنقو بان سسكي ado to kasi ba su the case do hat kasi da ba just now what the yin what the eight da Allah just what the yin she has ado this what the yin e hot aso what the yin sad what the yin case di be hot aso this what's not yet what the yin go what's not di be hat ego hat kasi hanni satago yet ego hanan nishta atach leto this uns go ban sas kisha dida addition get adi machine not go now chapter level partners has ange don't let the son has ange she ade your torch what the lakana that has ani yana sta go na ta yana sta consider so when or na ja hat go what it not ani hat ninks and right chashin hat jiko ei that unzen from the nan saskis akko ko sa zido it's a zido letter it's the left honorable delegate Mark Freeland tin jono ko sadwe tan hoti ta kon nin so sagi shponet na hat khali ni sa ta ade bana ta do ben sa kis ei det so it sabo ben na hot na ben na sa ya e kollo ei do hot e dai e ko do ha si do le so share thank you Chairman Damon.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay. With that, let me go on down. Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Good afternoon. The floor is yours,
Hello,
Madam Chair.
Speaker. Add my name to the queue, please. Speaker, this is Delegate Yellow.
We all unmute her. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and also Mr. Morgan as well. Thank you for coming before this council. Perhaps I wasn't listening correctly. I did ask you some questions, and I'm not sure if you answered them in a roundabout way. So if I can just get some clarification again on what you're planning to do in terms of government development, because as I stated already before, we really haven't seen anything come out of that office. And I see that you've been a board member, and I guess I'm just a little bit worried because one of the things that we continue to hear over and over again is that things are not changing because we're putting the same people back in office, or we're putting the same people back in these positions. I see that, I did look at your resume. I see, you do have some experience with the government serving as a chapter official, and then also being a retired Navajo Nation employee as well. But at the same time, I didn't really hear very much about what you're planning to do in terms of, government development. And you didn't answer. I feel like you didn't answer my question when I asked you, what do you think your responsibilities are? Because again, this council has heard, and it seems like every time we confirm somebody to a board, it's not within a matter of time that we start, and I say we as in council, we start to experience a little bit of the pushback that's coming or that comes out of the board. And then, in some cases you have the board turning around blaming council. But what I have seen and what I've witnessed is that a lot of our boards don't understand the responsibility of being part of a board. Again, I've seen boards interfere in the daily operations of, I guess, what's happening in within the business or within the division or department, and I guess in this case, the commission. And to me, that's concerning because ethically, if the board doesn't understand their responsibility, then they should not be in that position. And I have been really questioning a lot of the board members across the Navajo Nation with the enterprises and also what's happening. I've heard board members, come back and again blame council. I've heard them blame the people about what's going on. We know that there's a lot of issues happening on the Navajo Nation. It's not about, blaming and saying, it's because of that person. It's about finding a solution. And I think there was a delegate who stated that, it's about time that we start educating the people about the government, because we don't have that right now. We still have people who believe that council continues to have discretionary funds. In fact, during COVID, I met with families, and I remember there was one group that said, "When did discretionary funds go away?" I don't remember, voting on that. After I explained to them that we don't have any discretionary funds, and as much as I wanted to help them with their issues, if I did help, it wasn't going to be very much because it would be coming out of my own pocket. So I know that there are a lot of our Navajo people who don't understand, and then the responsibilities of chapters, of council, of the president. And I think in a lot of times too, what I've also seen is the president doesn't even know what his responsibilities are, and he doesn't even know what his powers are. We continue to see him, grabbing for power. And I go back to read my fundamental law, and then also read the cases that have come out. And I, wait for the day that council is going to, step up and say enough is enough, but that hasn't happened yet. And I believe that Chair Naz also brought up, the issue that's happening with chapters, and Vice Chair Otto So said the same thing as well. It seems like the delegates are the places to turn. We are the people to turn to. When our Navajo people are not getting services, they come to the delegates. When they're having issues, even in their employment, they come to the delegates. When there are issues, happening that are illegal within the community, instead of calling the police, they come to the delegates. And I know that, as I always explain to people in my community, the powers of the delegates has diminished over the years. We're not as powerful as people think we are. As was already stated, when we try to get involved to help, we're always told, whoa, you're overstepping your boundaries. Or there's always ethics brought against delegates. I, for one, have ethics brought against me because of, this notion of, delegates are not supposed to share power or share information with their community. It's supposed to go from the delegate to the chapter officials to the people, which I disagree with. But again, it goes back to knowing and understanding the responsibilities, knowing and understanding the law, knowing and understanding, your expectations, and then knowing and understanding, or actually it would be knowing and communicating information to the people who are coming to you to explain these, or who are explaining the issues that they're currently running into. And I think a lot of times, as I stated already before, we do have, there's obviously a lot of issues happening. The three-branch government doesn't seem to be working. Chair Naz, gave us a history of, how we came into the chapters, how it came, how we kind of come into the government that we're in now. And every year, we're coming into election year right now. Every year we say that things are going to change, and then we don't. It doesn't. And so I feel like right now, my power, I'm just one delegate, but my vote right now is a vote for change. Do I want to vote to put the same person back in the same position who obviously, based on, again, I haven't been a delegate very long, but based on the years that I've been a delegate, I haven't seen anything come out of government development. I can be that delegate, to vote in favor to say, okay, let's give him another chance and let's see if he can, make some changes. Or I could be the delegate to vote red and say, you know what, now is the time for change. Now is the time that we bring in new ideas, we bring in, fresh ideas, fresh minds, and see what we can really do with government development. I think at one time, and I can't remember which delegate suggested this, is, doing like instead of doing government development, getting rid of that and having like a research, I guess a research committee or commission that could help in drafting legislation. And I was very interested in that idea, and I thought, that is a really great idea. And I think at the federal level, they do have that, they have that type of office, and and it was thought of. I believe it's called, there's the government publishing offices, that does all the publications, but it's called the Congressional Research Services, and they help to assist with researching for senators and representatives laws that they're interested in changing. And I think that that's one thing that I'm trying to still grapple with as a delegate, is that we pass laws in a matter of months. And at the federal level, they pass laws in a matter of years. And we know at the federal level it's not working. And then at the Navajo Nation level, I feel like we move too quickly. We don't really understand the repercussions of the laws or the policies that we're passing until it really does affect us. So again, I want to know, what can government development, like what is the plan for really, using the full potential of the staff there in making change. And then the other thing is, I would love to see, and I did bring this up when Mr. D was a director there. I asked, can you please go out to the chapters and educate on the way that the government works. And it didn't happen because COVID happened, and then and now I understand that the changes are being made there in the government development office. But how can we, all of us, say that we want to change the government when we're not really taking time to explain the way that the government works? I do a lot of social media postings. I do a lot of pictures, and people seem to be understanding that. When I go to meetings, I do the same thing as well, because to me, pictures are really concrete, and people understand it as opposed to just speaking where it's abstract. So I don't think you answered my question, which is why I'm going a little bit more in depth with my explanation as to what I'm seeing wrong, and then I'm asking you right now to convince me to vote green, because based on your resume, based on the years that you've been there at government development, based on what I've seen in the last 3 years, which is really nothing coming out of government development, I can't say that I'm trying to assist in making change for the people when I'm voting to put the same people back in the same positions again, the same people who are not really producing anything, and maybe you have produced something that I'm just not reading in your resume, but I've read your full resume. I've also read your letter of interest, which basically is not a letter of interest. It's just saying that you were nominated, that you accept the nomination to be on the Government Development Commission, and that was it. You don't really talk about the changes that you want to make or the changes that you see. The last thing I will leave you with is I know that I did propose, and I am proposing, and I have talked, and I am meeting with people to talk about developing a fourth branch of government. Mr. Morgan, as you know, fundamental law, it does recognize 4 branches of government, and we've been functioning on 3 branches. And so maybe it's time we start having that conversation about, if we're really wanting to make change. It starts with a discussion, it starts with meeting, it starts with developing ideas on how this would work. And so far, I've had a lot of constituents, and then also people from different agencies reaching out, asking and saying, finally, let's have this talk, let's talk about this, let's do this. And, I just recently got invited to come to a traditional, a gathering, the way that they used to do it back in the days, to see if we can talk about, this fourth branch of government, because people are taking it serious. A lot of our medicine people are taking it serious. I've even had people out in Western Agency, all the way out into the Delcon community, who want to meet with me to talk about this fourth branch of government. So to me, it sounds like people are interested. It's just a question of, are we delegates or are we elected officials ready to start having that conversation? And where is government development, in this process? Are they leading the charge, or are they standing behind just saying, oh, well, we missed a deadline, maybe next year? So I do want to see some changes coming out of government development, specifically some ideas. In addition to that, Dinesani for Justice, MMIW, we have been asking for a capital crimes unit. Perhaps government development can help us in developing that. It has been proposed, and it has been shot down by the president. So, perhaps you guys can take a lead and say, we want to look at what this capital crime unit is going to do. How is it going to help our people? How is it going to help our communities? How is it going to help people to heal and find closure and some sense of justice? So those are the big, the big issues that government development should be tackling, not just this philosophical idea of this is what what has happened. What I want to hear as a delegate is, those are some ideas. Yes, let's start working towards it. Here's an idea that you could consider, something of that manner. Because when I think of you sitting before council, you're asking for a job. And I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this question, but do commissioners get paid, and what do they get paid? And how do we measure their, how do we measure their work? How do we say that they're being effective? How do we say, this is proof that it's not working? Maybe we should revamp this office. So if you can explain that to me, Mr. Morgan, I didn't hear it the first time around. I did hear a lot of, teaching, philosophically, and, what your beliefs are. But, this position is action, and it's not just speaking. So if I can get a little bit more information, I think that would help me in terms of the way that I vote. But right now, I'm really, I'd like to see somebody who is young and somebody who has some really good ideas, and somebody who can help me in leading the conversation with this fourth branch of government and this capital crime unit. We're funding, where we can pull funding, how do we structure this so that it does fit into the government? So that's what I want to hear. That's what I haven't heard yet. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's supposed to be the role of government development. So if you can help me with those, I'd really appreciate it.
Thank you very much with that, Madam Chair Charles Newton, for your comments and questions. Let me go back to sponsor Honorable Freeland for a response, if any. Floor is yours, Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, Naabik'iyati committee members on Senigi. Thank you for the comments and questions. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Henyo Shna, Honorable Pabige Shna Stoya, Shadeja, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Thank you for the comments and questions as well. I'm going to go ahead and give the opportunity for Mr. Morgan to go ahead and respond. Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, Mr. Morgan, then. The last question that was asked by Delegate Charles Newton about how much the commission gets paid. We got the budget approved for 2020 for $100 a meeting, and needed for the summer of 2020 it changed to $250 a meeting. It's a stipend for once a month, and that's how we are paid. Just a meeting. Nana. Today I heard twice about young leaders, young people over seniors, and the Delegate Charles Newton said that, Delegate Henyo said that. Not Ani Jalon, the never none I Jalon. So he asin kilahen in the region and nadolis. Nana satolis. No, ishindo doyat egit asad. I couldn't lot the commission as a member of the commission myself. I'm only one person. I'm only one vote. There's 12 members to a commission. You have to sell your ideas to the other commission to begin on those discussions. And I'm only one vote. Any issue that comes on the table is my vote. And if it impacts Eastern Navajo, I will vote how I think it's best for my Eastern Navajo agency. So the day they appointed me to Window Rock to serve on the commission, and they sent me to Window Rock and they said, "This is your voice. You are our voice from Eastern Navajo. And you vote how we think the government should function." I think that's the instruction every delegate also received. Now, government reform. What's your idea? My biggest idea on government reform from Eastern Navajo as a representative of Eastern Navajo, 31 chapters. One day we're going to get away from the Navajo Nation. We're going to get away from Window Rock. We're going to become a state of New Mexico chapter government. We're going to establish our own Window Rock in Eastern Navajo, where we get money from the state of New Mexico, where we will have the option to seek money from the federal government, 638, and that's how we will function. We already have 3 chapters that function with 638 monies, which is Alamo chapter, Tohajile, and Rama. So one day our future grandkids, grandchildren, that way we don't function that we do with one motherboard out of 110 chapters. Maybe Shiprock can join with Eastern Navajo and become New Mexico Navajo chapters. And those are the big dreams that I have as a commission. Try it. Let's go do an analysis. Based on the day, let's open the doors to the chapters and let them start taxing local entities, local stores and whatnot. Let's not restrict the chapters. Let's not take their money away on taxation. in business environment, I guess you kind of think along those lines, is to make money. How can the chapter make money? Well, is the chapter really allowed to make money? Chapter is the government. So if you're going to have the chapter to start making money, you're going to have to either change the name or change their reason for being there. And then they can go into a business mode and start making their own money, generating their own funds. I think that's one of the future that needs to happen. And that way, where do we begin? Let's go start certifying all the chapters, give them the authority. Aisha, there's under government certified chapters, under the alternative forms of government. Let them seek their venture, let them start doing the business with outside entities to regenerate some monies. Every year it's going to be like that. It's not going to change. Now the commission operates on a plan of operation approved by the Navajo Nation Council, and it also addresses executive director to kind of be highly educated to lead the commission. It doesn't say the commission has to have a master's degree. It just says the commission got to know more about the government. And we already have like 3 people, very young people from college programs that participate in the commission. A lot of them, receive good education on the commission discussion. That's what we're saying today. So the commission is responsible to the Navajo Nation Council. We're not another board or another commission away from the council. We are responsible to the council. We're under the legislative branch. Anything that needs to happen on the floor, you have the option to come to Government Development Office and talk to the staff and discuss that. And that way, the executive director, whoever he may be, puts it out for discussion on the commission table. So we welcome any recommendations from the council. Which it needs it. Government Development Office, and the authority that we have is what they call quasi-independent authority. Quasi-independent authority means that you don't really belong to this side or that side. You're kind of in between, and it's that kind of commission, quasi-independent. It was done away with, and there was a litigation that happened. The commission was under the executive branch before, under the president's office, and it was done away with. It was eliminated, but it was reactivated under the legislative office, under the speaker. They were under the legislative branch, and we get annual allocation to do that. Earlier, when I started, I talked about numerous projects that we've done. Some of them were referendums. Some of them were like the Falakusi report of the Navajo Nation Council that Office of Navajo Government Development has produced and shared with the Navajo Nation Council. So a lot has happened in the last 2, 3 years, 4 years. A lot has happened under the direction of the former director. So response back to Charles Newton that she had some questions. I went through I had a response earlier, and I went through the responsibilities of the commission, and I kind of highlighted a little bit of what they usually do is so those are some of the areas that I covered. It's really up to every delegate to to vote. What I'm trying to do is just justify my existence on the commission. I'm not really saying you have to vote for me. It's really up to you, how you understand me, how you respect your people. I'm just a normal person. I'm not another person from another ethnic identity, another Navajo. That's who I am. I don't know the gay. I want to thank you for those words that you have said. So I believe that what you have said was very well taken on my part. Local empowerment, the 3-branch government, and then Charles Newton over here also talked about the 4th branch, and that discussion also came to the table of the commission to create a 4th branch for the chapters. But there was another way of looking at the 4th branch, and that wasn't really the chapter and another. I forget the topic of that one. We're in kind of like in competition to sustain that 4th branch. Of course, we ran into problems about money allocation, and that's always been a discussion on government reform. How do we number one is money. Ako AD ani hotela ado ayahi pero delegate so yes based on the legislation. They local governments at the grassroots level. That is their government and it's their money. That's the reason why they elect their leaders, to speak on their behalf, to have a voice anywhere. And the chapter government is the only voice of our people today. If we do away with the chapters, there'll be none. There'll be none for the next generation on up. So earlier I spoke about becoming a New Mexico chapter on its own. It goes to Window Rock, the pot in Window Rock, and then it's distributed to all the other areas, like in Arizona, other chapters, other communities. But if we do our side on the Eastern Navajo, and then we get the money, and then we kind of serve our own chapters in Eastern. And delegate government reform government reform as a commission of government development. We spent a lot of time and energy on government reform under the executive director's direction. The chapter started questioning government reform. They said, let's see the plan. I did plan. The area that I represent from Eastern Navajo Agency Council says, we have a plan for Eastern Navajo Agency Council. As the Eastern Navajo Agency Executive Council, we have a plan here on government reform. And we want to introduce this to the commission. And that hasn't happened yet because the deadline came and went. So far, as far as I know, there's only 2 models, which is the Kansas Township concept, and the other one was basically the chapter reform itself, but it's got a fancier name, like in line of sustainability. Chapters done. I think this is true for all chapters. They asked for the diagram, they asked for the illustration. They said, you guys are talking about the chapter reform from the top down. We want to know what the changes are going to be. We want to know how it's going to impact us. How come we didn't have a voice in government reform? How come nobody never really told us about the changes that's going to happen? That's how I understand it. It's just a spare husband. It has not government reform talks about as part of it talk about sustainability and resiliency. How do we get away from that? Of course, money is the problem. Money, and that's one of the reasons why I think Eastern Navajo Chapter's Executive Council has talked about, let's go ahead and let's get the sustainability going and start thinking for ourselves as New Mexico chapters instead of 110 chapters on the Navajo Nation. And then we can also elect our own president, our own vice president. And it goes back to the commission table to say, hey, are we done with the three-branch government? Do we go back to the chairmanship concept? I think what triggered that is the CARES Act money that came to the Navajo Nation government. And the CARES Act fund came to the Navajo Nation in millions. The money were not expended in time. And there was a lot of power struggle as a commissioner. And that kind of illustrated the leadership in the government itself. And that kind of precipitated to the discussion of, do we go back to the chairmanship? The other tribes are in the chairmanship mode. And this three-branch government was supposed to be temporary. But we're 30 years into using the three-branch government. And these are some of the discussions that arrive on our table. So it seems like it's pretty quiet in government development, but a lot of the issues that come before our table are very touchy issues, like the veto items of the president's office, very touchy issue. And some other areas like the Navajo Nation Council efficacy report, very sensitive discussion. So it only lasts a while and it never continues. It just anything the wishes of the council. Okay, you want to see something that the commission or either Office of Navajo Government Development needs to do. We have two policy analysts that works for the Office of Government Development, and they can assist you with that. And then it comes into a plan and becomes followed before the commission, and then the commission goes ahead and approves it. But it still goes to the council, the oversight, before it gets to the floor. Sustainability. Earlier, I thought as Navajo people were gifted with sustainability, and that's how we survive. That's how we survive from the days of our elders. When they had no electricity, when they had no running water, when they had dirt floors in their hogan. That's how they came about. To this day, we try to use the Western concept. Everything about government reform is using the Western concept. We forgot about our unscripted concept of life, the sustainability that really created the Navajo Nation. We kind of forgotten about that. We're kind of forgotten about our language that was so powerful, that was so strong, that won the war for us in World War II. Today, everything, even today as we speak, a lot of it is just in English. Sustainability. How do we convert that into English? And again, this sustainability and resiliency has been on the table, like I said, since 2018. It went out to the people. Because it came about from the top down. From our side of the table, we knew what sustainability and resiliency was. But from their side of the table, it was the first time they heard about such thing. But of course, I thought we lived it. It's in our lives every day. So it's out that we just need to teach them, like one of the leaders said, teach the people what government is all about. Yeah, this would be my third term. When I was a young man in 1998, I participated on the commission. And I was there when Local Governance Act was created. I was there when I seen 2 lawyers and a director create the Local Governance Act with the assistance of the commission. Today, if I look back in the 1998 establishment of the Local Governance Act, it was designed to say, let's go close this road from the chapter. Let's go close this road from the chapter. We don't want the chapters to do this. We don't want the chapters to sustain themselves in this way. We don't want loopholes for the chapters to go through. And that's how that law was created, to patch up the liberty of the chapter to move forward. And to this day, 30 years later, we still have that same law with only minor changes. And I also covered that to say that the law kind of dictates away from the elected officials' authority. Not chapter official the authority, then we don't have no authority. We only have 10% authority if you really look at that law. All we're responsible for chapter official is the meeting, running the meeting. That's it. And the people have 10%, which is the voting power. They vote on resolutions, they vote on issues, and the rest, 60% of it is chapter administration's responsibility. That's how it goes. So I thought design Ilya, and that's why the chapter is not functioning right all over. And we just blame the money about chapter not functioning. Why can't we change the law? It already came before the council 3 times, and nothing happened. Those amendments it just went. A lot of chapters put their work into it. Eastern Navajo Agency Council put a lot of work into it to make those changes on those Title 26 law, but it never went through. It just kind of died on the table. So because it was also during the election year, so now we got another election year coming up. So it'll be hard to do that again. I think I kind of covered all the question that was coming forward. So I appreciate the time with the Navajo Nation Council today and the Nabi, and then also in the presence of the Speaker Damon from Eastern Navajo. This is Mr. Ansel Morgan. I have 4 council delegates, which is Delegate Freeland, Delegate Yazi, Delegate Hinyu, and Delegate Seth Damon. And those are the 4 delegates. Also, Mr. Delegate Eastern Navajo. I have 5 delegates. And I thank everyone for asking me these questions. And I hope that I have instilled some understanding on it. So I appreciate the time. Delegate Freeland, that concludes my response.
That concludes our response, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland and Mr. Morgan, for the response there. Colleagues, I do have Honorable Yellowhair and then Honorable Vince James in the queue at this time. Colleagues, just as a reminder, the time now is 2:34. We started debating this at 2:31 or 11:31. This legislation has been debated for 3 hours, and we have 8 more legislations to go. Just keep in mind of that, colleagues. With that, colleagues, let me go on down to Honorable Yellowhair.
Hello, good afternoon. Speaker to 24 Navajo Nation Council, thank you very much to Mr. Emerson Morgan to be a commission to government development to be elected for 4 years. I'm a Eastern Navajo Agency Council here, Mr. Morgan. Arashin, honestly, here, General Dasosne, the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I yet it all should Mr. Rick Nance. Thank you. Talk about boundaries today in Genova. That done you by yet me chapter hospital boundary does it over or the court of beta hot so the not the hot eye by here. Rick Nance was a great one. The good news and was very respected in Genova has on it that I wanted to make it a point. Uncertified chapters, I thought me, she could edit chapter then like Mesa were uncertified. I said, to nasty cut. Quaggy. The way Sheena, nothing, he sent the flags that they added. I went before the government development over there that my concerns I'd like to Mr. Morgan is not snaggy. Yet hot other never in in dollar. His on-site case equal treatment. Groya Vantas case goya legislation this Sunday to you. Ayohanes Anhalas name. Naharasatagi government development now. Nahalt Evening. Akonde out in the Kodoshin it has done a lot to bring legislation that to discuss the uncertified chapter. What can we do? I see much but every time audit not don't hear that audit banana like Lati audit I said sure. I know it's not and you should be a coordinator then lean it over to this town. They just keep their job. Even in should be legislation this so I don't hear John Foxness should not yet Paul thank you. Each one of you should not name that get on so here that is for that share this uncertified chat, but I'm going to bring my legislation before you. Yes, government development, and you're going to need your help. Thank you. That'll be it for me, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Yellow Hair. That let me go on down to Honorable Vince James. Honorable James, floor is yours.
Thanks, another speaker, other members of the council. The hosting so other Kodota and Shina, Honorable Mark Freeland. Not for Leniki, names for Kodota. The Andrew Morgan. A Commission of Navajo Government Development. A Ajapako, Shizuzindo, a Kodo, Obe Kedi Kato, Adon Data, Koje, the National NATO, at least took out a Shizuzindo Bansis case. Beninan, the gate a lay chapters do a Adohat a ko. She not on the slave nego. What are not so many heights, it all taught not Melissa, but I need to what are they had on the head. Are they give last and late hard eat echo. Kodo are need now, Vahi get nego, oh, yo. I don't know how big the Hala the Nepal to the Nei Adiki, but the Hodney in Leco. What are a Benacha, what are Mr. Morgan, what are higher to Leco, Blake. Chapter door, a copa is meant over the net with Ashiban, the case the Archibald in the Ice, not in the sheep and I don't Ajita Eastern Agency, Ajita Quigo Shin Partners, Nella Chapters Nana Nello, not Ani, out about nada is Naligi. Esto, Ajita, K Nana Kaiko, but nada is Nelson, but not is Aho, Benache, what Eastern Agency, though. In our for Lini Bahana, the Lia, the Lico, a Copenhagen. Yat ehiki do kodonat an itleniki nanish itleniki shin hot out. Dolzen do ya konzeniki shin hot out but in the epic ba konzenipna eya hot out epic nada disney linko. Anesha an nando le hala the nebe or later eya tweedo sani hot out in antin liniki beta holon ko a konia shato. But about the gate, but the no goshing what out the history and culture. What are even not what are big needs a linko. Donald for the Liniki bill so the store. Sabe the no did I Donald for the KDG. What are any so dobe Ecuador not for me that one Nissan Jiki so. A conscience linko. Ako even not in this case, so Ecuador, Ada Abonet Zada, the Cordoba did that's it. Ado Ada they hold it to make a motion to see debate legislation. What are a hadith in Lenko? What are a hasty dollars? If you had Shinale, honorable speakers at Damon. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable James. At this time, unfortunately, we're at the Naabik'iyati committee, so we continue on with the open discussion. But you are actually the last one in the queue, so we might see you go to a vote now. Colleagues, is there any further comments or questions at this time?
Just go get Henio.
Chairman Henio and then Honorable Eugene So. Chairman Henio.
Speaker Damon. Just listening to the conversations and talking about commissions and boards. So just thinking, 24th Nomination Council. I think as far as we need to seriously look at the effectiveness of commissions that we have within the Navajo Nation government, and how are they effective, or are they a hindrance to programs? And so that's something that we need to ask for a study. Commission on Government Development. You have the Human Rights Commission. You have the Labor Commission. You have the Board Election Supervisors, and so forth. And these are all under the legislative branch. So the way I see is that the office and staff are the ones that are actually doing the work. And the commissioners, they come in just once a month, that's it. Once a month to hear a report, and then once a month to either say yes or no to resolutions that come before them, and that's it. And so we need to seriously take a look at all the commissions that are under the legislative branch and maybe look at their plan of operation and what their intended purposes were for. And have they fulfilled that intended purpose? Have they outlived their usefulness? And that's something that we, as Shinanta, need to look at and make a decision that maybe we need to start folding some of these commissions as far as outliving their intended purpose. That's the way I look at it. And at the same time, we also need to look at a different form of government structure. Meaning, I don't want to get off name, but elections, nomination elections, the office and the board of supervisors. I think it's time that we start looking at the alternative form of governmental structure when it comes to elections. And so that's something we could have a conversation about later. But back to government development. And as far as how the operations is moving, and right now, we talk about the chapter government fund data. And it seems that that's where all the focus is at. But what about central government? I have not heard anything from Shinanta that's being confirmed how he looks at the central government and what type of reform needs to happen. And therefore, these are the ideas that we need to hear recommendations from the commission to council, because that's how the plan of operation is written in Title II, that they recommend governmental reform and changes, but we haven't said. So I just wanted to make that comment to the Speaker David, and for something to think about is really looking at revamping the commission structure under the legislative branch. Okay, now to the Speaker David.
Thank you for those comments, Chairman Lee. We're going down to Honorable Eugene So.
Speaker Daniel So, put me in the queue. Sure. I was in the meeting. I just got out of it. We come on us in the auditions in regards to a lot of issues that are at hand and concerns. Oh, could no how unhalloyed. Of course, Kandase, not only that he clears no, and the hard is. As true as today, I had a hasty, had that is. When that's a go, I let Abasi show a codo in us, which it holds with us. All of that, I did you know, in a hat. I didn't taxis. But I gave a Saddam City. Okogo. We come in a hoit aggie. A caution, I need all the caution show. When Senaba Johodi case. But I come for the hold the shade show. A cogo. Other Chrissy had a see. Then it finished after the not on the city liagi. Hasn't go a. She thought it is chance to aid with the Government Development Committee. I let us think on that exchange. AD had a reformed, it as all very reformed. And she has eyed. This was anything nothing daily. A strike. A shade on that on it's no laid. I saw she's go ACAO, the Naba for it and Naba it to a chapter door data. Ah, who's on there, never care. The never did any page for lonely. See by a sit up on the regular is it. Isn't it out of by a con a father is the very bizarre. Boy, could I actually hold gas nas? I could be crashing it ACO. She could all engineer yell shit the net on the way to go. In the dark is a hot answer, non kiss. I see when it Could Aki Eba not on it ranger. We conk of a Nahuit idol conk is Nahaki to a Nasoti, you know, a Nasi Tas or egg shipping the ya. What are in taxes, but he calls the commission. I thought it up at the screen or hit up at the screen or say up at the not all Nasati ya. Oh, I'm going to the gas, it I'm not closer. I'll let it any deal go, I didn't see it. As Twiddle son is it, hot, not as all good Nazi, a big casino, what as it. I know that the whole of the Christopher Park is. That was all now, not only the Nazi. What is a kid on it? Because he has only called. This is just a not cut now. The she laid because all this. The way that she should need that, she say, he called in our sauce. The Bebenal sauce, or a Kayapanal sauce. The she because all this. Bands for a car, inch per car. Or should each cut the name there. Because the Joho Z Joko. Don't shut that at the doors. But the even the call Halet the Nishi has answered on Nishi Washington, Nishi government. The AC, which is shit all, then how it. Because we're at that crossroad to make our decision. That's how I see it. We go to the revised statute or we go to our own Title I. Or this is strong. Nasty, nani cut. And if we're going to go back with Title I, obviously, because Congress is a go. So what about this case? Could I go young she's don't share or isn't she or I'm not feeling I didn't see that has chin in that this kid all this. I let I don't have yard, I don't have that yard. Listen all this, I need all this. Yes, that all carried up on Hutton of the need all this. It ate or you to see all this. You shall not have all this. So AC, you see, then I have Aki, Hati, Nehon, he has on. You see, Washington. Because at the Kahit Ago. As Anna with others are the Hanet Yahago. It's Chicago, no, it was suspect. I need that as Saki, it's ego busy or you call it on Negi. Never eat. Quality because it's a heat article is the hot art and the house in each chapter. Fathers are a need indication. The RDC, the HAEHS, the LOC, the BNF. I don't the unshitty only as final authority. And the way Hakuhot has already been not all this up in the basis zombie has only told me so hello, that's the reason. What actually you cut as into it and Mexico, I what actually how go is not for this. About this case, National, I'm not on the Nazi cut on some. I'd make a yes kit on some. I'd actually need all listen. I shall not dozen all listen. I learned it, I shouldn't no. They have what you hold, I will not see cut on so in this case. Even now, what they should always on share. And that is an energy call. Hatashi, Ado, there has only, I'm not see yes, go a yacht. Oh, down this go. do get ya sit to ha na la gasta e pa ta what is the Nepal case across the Navajo Nation? But it's not all need I don't send that. No, not a carpet, it's the hardest thing late. This is doesn't be close. Here, so it's a class of NASA. But I would lead that with my Navajo people across the Navajo Nation. That's what kind of a law that I want for them. That's what kind of a government I want for them. Because I look at government development and I want to look at the commission where they can pursue that that style of a government, that concept to move forward, save who we are, not what we would have been. Or it was, they were. It's called, then I put it on, you see it on Sunday. So every now go say, what are you getting indeed after the talk? As you know, the commission, the Naabik'iyati army, I put on has RTA in some back. Out there's only a say the cases in dollars. Put on check case, the cases in dollars. Because it's what kind of a government I want. I don't want no government that looks like a gang related government, where people are separate and all the division are separate. I never trust in dates. That's not a government to me. And whomever thought about it, I don't know. So these are in the bunch of cases. I saw not. But all I try to see what I shall see what I shall. For those and those are the cases. What are cases also put the cases. It is what the shadow speakers say. See the very thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene. So moving on down, Honorable Daniels. Who's yours, Honorable Daniels?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. My brother, the legislation, I think I think so. A patient down field net over a band that kid Coco Halita that in niche Halita Banson case that no a call art and I know a so that's why I don't know those ego a papa hen doesn't talk about I don't know Shana Ash Mr. Morgan he had Nana Western Agency Marine Hen Honel at the top part at the Adonana Quato, the Shishik 8 and Lenigi, could the Kata hat Cocodona Reda, not on Ado or Jet, not towards a big kid, a banash, a papa says a cocoa dam. I see what a and has the has other. Or you go a bend has the based on them days that would obey the Jane how they could the base house and so he based on that date at ended. And he on Nansna, the question the way has seen Nansna. I call that I see what on here on Nansna with it. So that elder thing could a Diego a Bansa case dollars could all net measure. That is the Sonana could a cocoa or Diego a Shanant and Leniki could a young das necodo, the Babinant grazing officials, land board that I don't know how so that elder Aba there's a Bansa case dollars based on Degi, so could the Helia John Alcodo, the great Bessie Consa. That's a net Millicon, the great that is outside the great should see. I don't know the great Peabody. That in nation that's called a Danel, the Snake 24th Council Danel, the Snake. Not the end of Codojo, a the hot Edo Nana Crane, Nana. Kokodo Alita e Nanato Lesa Kodone is 110 chapters within the odd. So could Anaha Before Babak Henahili. A coco the Ray Fans Kazat Kodon Says case of that daddy. I wonder what it's going to be like Kodon a Ray Slatnachet. There's not Dinachet. Halit Edola, Jod Ivan Says case. A cocojet Michel has Ajuanit, Kojikni, Plagi Koja Western Agency, starting from Mexican Hat, Utah. Adonana Nagre, Page, Arizona, I don't know, Kensanagon Atinigi, Ilaganat, Anna Zahaki, Kododa, Toto Vilcana, Jana Rada, Astrahal, Chizastrahal, Zada, the Hondi Kanta, the Ka, Jana Zahaki, Ibete Teen, a cocoa, Beso Yan Degi, Azu Yan De, Sonagata, Tagahot Zanjua, Ada in a great chapters that medical is the pitch on that Isha Arunana casinos now the little Ahonana Edo. So that Egona Ibaban this case of that did I called I see Hodo Naha Ben Dash so I see Shilponet Zado is that Ego Ban Black case or Lisico. I don't need that crazy that has Taronana Quito as tweet later. Kudo I the hospital is tweet as a funny that I Ben did load and little. I don't know, you could jot as no, that you had the what age and what age she load at Ecuador, Ben did show a joy Ecuador. I don't know, Ecuador, Ecuador, the never in that all this. Not only could announce Nelly. As I don't let it pass out now. Especially Anna, I could zo could the second nebo. Magada chapters now, Nelco. Magay 110 chapters, but not Dado, Tatal Day of the sea, Davis Nahan Neo. Adonana Quado, Nahishi Hate Aban, Kisk, Quado, Jot Adashi Quado, Nabadik Kikoshi, Quado the Keo, Quado, a Quadoda, in the Nikki Keo, the neighbor nameless. But here, what a best one, and then high is Melodrate, Tarhot, Lande, in Daleness, Tarnas, Nildoa, and Nebai is Ness, the Tenant Ado, a cohodat, Ecuador, the neighbor eat. For a secretary, Alhaleta, Idol, lesson for Ibaban, this case, Ecuador, for the economic development, or that the Ibaban to the case. A cone, Nejuho, Ado Kaleo, and his own, Plagit, and his whole, just Aquatic, Aniki. Dinashne Hikiko, then the negate at the hot either at all. The Hans made out that he hold that Onana con get Hanan so kiss ADK ice than can scan Halanaho. So what ends here as a baby bitch a D Catonana, Yat el Nati Catona, Nezana dollars, Codo, Aronana Codo, Asab, Nenegate, a shame hot, or that they need next to Lesico. But there has to be a pro and a con to snake so in a way that should have been snake the other days I'll change the it's just a down the baby and the way whole argo the way I sag it or dasta going to change the rate should whatever change the house the shade is negative it's it's a positive it's a whole so I didn't Sajabasti, positive Dabasti, Hashin, the Shade with dog gosh, are they with it down with the notes, JD or yes. Negative one nasty, La Ahonado, Nishaj, she did dog gosh, which made down other notes. Are they all at them so Gasto les a quay. A call in our slashing with that date, because in the Ahotati or Dali didn't have under. Abe is Ecuador. So that Ecuador, some baby slash now, Ecuador. So Asian anticipate husband Ecuador, but end Ecuador, as tweet leader Ecuador, Arunana Ecuador, Nasa, Arunana Ecuador, Nebin has a Hashin so Ecuador, Adulet, and I'll guess that the says the Honda she. So if a hospital, Ecuador been Nash Ecuador and 8 and the Hondo, the Quinil Asian Otla, they need the Nikiho, Adonana Kodo, Eba Ahint, Eda Otla, there's another Iltegi, Otlana, Adonana Kodona is that an Raja, Ajab Otla, Yoseniki, a code not on it, is that Ibiki, Gado, Asqua, Biscoja Losh, so that Ecuador, Bahut and Ecuador. I see Kodo, Ben Hassan, Zito, Lesson for Ben Zeski, so that did the Shetland Ash. Shetland Ash is also the Jeshin was sort of what Ash in Keko. Kodo, Measure Kodo, Ye, Ben has taken it on and couldn't have other change the husband, and I can't yet that did. Ben as J. Or that, and that is Cardo, and he could just have other. Not if Ado or J taught under the bay became that day. Or Echo. Either been on Medjay that I don't say, that is Christian, and other. Fego is how none at a baby can at Dali history and a Yazut has not even the Chenaz Oscar. So that Ecuador, because of him, Glaggy, a cocoa, I see Quito, Sequador. Nothing Zido, Lescodo, the Jord Island, Sequador, even though you're going to be representing an Eastern agency, but Quidonat Anichil is a Hoibas, Zido by a Tito. So that Ecuador, and the Sequador, earlier, Eva has Sequador, a creation of Adole, but has seen Ecuador, Haley, Maine, because the Sargent, even Lao, had the necessary. That able to say Ecuador Shanti did after Nisa Hoda later. Sometimes as a granite, I apologize, but Nisi out that able to. So many clinical years Hanan, that I'm sorry that they in Hanan, I say about the Kodo, Miss Kodo, never syndicate on Nana Kodo than that. Ishing by at 8 or Lessiki. So Ecuador, Ecuador, Benez Nestor Lescodo, or Hisn that is Lescodo, Adonana Codo, Ashin Lady, and that is the stone Hasin for Ecuador, Nanas Italia, Adona, at the hot Ecuador, that's a Codo in it, Nana Dollars. So what happened? You had to see what else is there, out of Samas, on Codo Lescodo, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. That, let me go on down to Chairman Daniel So, and then I'll come back to the sponsor. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Okay, hello. It's Chairman Damon Stolzen and I, Naabik'iyati committee as a whole, Ado, Tui, Angela Morgan. So, it is I not Tanagi. Kuru Sato, but open Senigi, though, this book. How could they not on the fundamental law, the law is lean. The nutchin. Fourth branch, adult me. Without Navajo Nation Council. The law is lean. This cheat. Ato, I see be cheating nista. Halate, government reform, gito, hate out. Yidel nista. Onsoya in Hinsa, to Title 6 to Ayat here. That's within the purview of Resource and Development Committee. I don't captures Ajapin Islam Nishiki or Nipa Abithill Abitsilo. We thought Ligi to Abansala. Government reform. 3-branch government. the fundamental law says there's going to be a fourth branch. I see. Behis only this fourth branch. Orling Masaladoli. Quacky. Ni Washington Nasi Gartoli Ligi Quacky. Wanilia Condedo Rita. Idel Nista. I just also something. Quaggy Sato on this case. Pardon to the members of the Naabik'iyati here. I'm kind of like Ada. Those other government development commissioners that we appointed through consent. So Delegate Ehanshi, but either Quaggy Batal, the Dahandahi, Nilo E, with our Iban, Ansi Kre. A core at Yahanshi, equity the Office of Government Development Commission. You Addis has Leon, Neta A Quaggy has show the Quaggy. Mean what in a Corsato. Speaker, if I may, I'd like to issue a directive that those commissioners that were confirmed with no questions asked, that they come back and reappear before this body so that we know where their attention, what their strategies, individual thoughts are on government development. Just like we're doing to Mr. Angela Morgan. That would be fair. That way we know where the commission would be headed. Right now, I feel like the commission has gone off into other areas that basically what they were empowered with, what they were authorized to do, they strayed from that. In this case, what I would say, point them back to establishing, and because the council already established the fundamental law, now put some arms and legs to that legislation, pull some muscle onto that structure so that it can be a functioning branch of the Navajo Nation government. But a directive on this case, Behasito speaker, in that manner, that would be, and I would ask Legislative Council to draft that directive so we could vote on it later on in the agenda. With Ayla speaker, without my comments are short and to the point. And so, Otto, in my work with Mr. Angela Morgan back in the 80s, he was a chapter manager at Pinedale. I was a chapter manager at Ojo Encino. We have that long history of working together. And in all those years, he's shown a lot of foresight, a lot of integrity in his work as, and then he was also a supervisor for the chapter managers once his abilities were shown. So in that respect, I will vote green on sending his confirmation on to the Navajo Nation Council. Without a rastitole to Tilla, Chairman Damon, I send it back to you.
Thank you very much. With that, Office Legislative Council, I don't know if you heard that, but I will come back to you after this motion, after we take care of this motion that's currently held on the legislation itself for the relatively, the directive that Honorable Chairman Daniel So has requested.
Yes, Speaker, this is Ms. Bob Rock. I'm working on the directive. It should be ready in just a little tiny bit.
Okay, thank you. Let's continue on down. Back to the sponsor, Honorable Freeland. Floor is yours.
Chairman, though, Speaker, colleagues of the Naabik'iyati Kaminana, Yananate, Honorable Daniel So, Honorable Herman Daniels, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Vince James, thank you for your comments. Mr. Morgan, I'm going to go ahead and let you respond to all those comments that were made by my colleagues.
Okay. Thank you, Delegate Freeland. Yeah. Ado eya Haitian Ahnoshini. The Nanoshini, the Nebaso Zenigi. Mr. Daniel So, I appreciate your comments. And then talked about the fundamental law and then the fourth branch. And that has been on the table for the commission. Like I said earlier, we talked about it, that it was kind of time for the chapters to either appear on the fourth branch, but it was very prematurely discussed that we never really had continued that discussion into on a long term. So Ishi Commission will continue to talk about that. It's not Arsenal. Mr. Daniel, Delegate Daniels, Ada Hanana, Zikoda, so that's a lot of questions and a lot of comments made by all the delegates today had got me to understand and respect them. Also, it also instills some insights to how we can move forward as a commission. See, that was what was missing on the commission floor, was we really never heard from the council themselves what their wishes are. Whatever we read off and whatever it lays on the table and whatever appears before us is what we talk about. And that's what we discuss. But right now, I'm pretty sure Office of Navajo Government Development is listening, plus other people. And there's community people out there, voting people out there that are listening in and hearing us. Hoping that we learn from this discussion today. But Delegate Daniels, Delegate So, the comments the nibble bizarre those nihizat the noshin nihizalat khawatiyin hajo cheese in. Let's use it wisely. Let's use it to where we can sustain our future. Other yahibe be skidget nail nisha noshin hajo halebe not ahwalebe sitini benanit an so as leader what Eugene So kind of elaborated on or either clarified was that we have our sacred sacred language that we need to really be cautious of, and that we used to plan for our people to move forward with our people. And just like they did, just like they won the battle in World War II, they use our language, and that's how sacred it is. To change laws, to make laws, to change whoever the commissions are. It comes before you. And whatever the commission will write up will eventually come to the floor of the Navajo Nation Council for debate. I know Vince James, I had a short time of serving with Vince James on the commission before he became elected. The Delegate Vince James, it's a not any, but but all the not any no, but it's Chino. So he's Mr. Vince James is a true people's choice leader. Yellow hair. He certified non-certified chapters. So the commission also talked and did an assessment on certified chapters and non-certified chapters. What are the difference? What are the deviations? And then we also talked about the alternative forms of government. And we'll still continue to do that, and we will come forward with a position on how we think it will work. I think right now, right off the top, certified chapter should be getting more money versus a non-certified chapter. And at the same time, certified chapters have the power and the authority to generate their own monies versus the non-certified chapters. The non-certified, earlier I said that. Let's go certify all 110 chapters and see where it takes us. But before we even begin to do that, we have to do some groundwork and kind of research a lot on what the authorities are. In Local Governance Act, like Section 103, it talks about some good authorities only when you're certified. If you're not certified, then you can't practice that particular statute. But again, it will take changes to the law, which is Title 26, in order to make those decisions. I also heard earlier about peacemaking at the chapter. Mr. Herb Yazzie has come before us many times, and he had informed us that the chapter has that ability and the capabilities to do peacemaking at their chapter. How many are doing that? So again, money is the driving force behind all committees are at the chapter level. To volunteer that. And it's very true that authority lies with the chapter on the peacemaking endeavors and responsibility that they have with their people, because we have a lot of disputes on land, roads, even grazing. But right away go with the right away issues. I not answer non if I didn't really Delegate Freeland and Speaker of the Nomination Council too.
Hakushi. Mr. Morgan, other colleagues in Trinity, we appreciate the questions and comments and everything that was asked today. And Shea, I just as a sponsor, I appreciate the dialogue but I also have a lot of admiration and respect for Mr. Morgan as well. And working with him in the past and knowing why the 31 chapters did pass the resolution kind of gives us an understanding as to why they selected him as a nominee. So continue to work with us, and we'll see how we can proceed forward with this legislation. Speaker Damon, thank you very much for the time, and I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you very much. Again, Honorable Freeland, and then to your agent and nominee, Mr. Morgan. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Are we ready to vote, or is there any further comments or questions? Twice. Or 3 times. Let's go to board.
Good afternoon. Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay did not vote.
Delegate Kellen Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green via text. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canas-Socrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canas-Socrati votes green via text. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon is not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Helona, how do you vote?
Helona votes red.
Honorable Pernell Helona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes red. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanita, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanita. Honorable Edison Juanita did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green via text. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up again. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanita, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Edison Juanita votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 14 delegates that have voted green, 7 that have voted red, 3, including yourself, that are not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, the vote of 14 in favor, 7 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Legislation 0123-21 is destined for Navajo Nation Council. That, moving on down, item number C.
Speaker.
Wait. Let me go to say I was coming back to Chairman Daniel So's directive. Is that ready, Legislative Council? Oh, it's out? Okay, Mr. Rico, if you'll go read that directive into the record.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'iyati Committee. Directive to the Commission on Navajo Government Development. Each Commission on Navajo Government Development, CNGD, member shall appear before the Naabik'iyati Committee by the end of the second quarter of FY 2022 to share their vision of government reform and CNGD responsibilities and priorities. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That there's a motion by Chairman Daniel So. Is there a second?
Second, that would get Paul Begay.
Paul Begay. With that, colleagues, any comments, questions? Twice.
Speaker, what legislation is this for? I'm trying to pull up my agenda.
So this is for the directive to the Commission of Navajo Nation Government Development.
Thank you, Speaker.
Any comments, questions? Going twice? Going 3 times. Scoreboard.
Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
How about Grace?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay. How do you vote?
Kealan votes green. Kealan votes green. Somebody keeps muting me, Chairman.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bukrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Bukrati did not vote. Presiding Chair Speaker Damon is not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, God, close the door, share.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up once more. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Kanaz Bukrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kanaz Bukrati. Honorable Amber Kanaz Bukrati did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. So with that, Speaker Damon, you have 20 delegates that have voted green, 0 opposed, 4, including yourself, who are not voting.
With that, colleagues, 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries on the directive. With that, I'm gonna go back to the floor. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. And good afternoon, colleagues. I would like to motion to amend the agenda to add on legislation 210-21.
210-21. -21. That motion to amend the agenda by Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Mr. Rico, could you read that into the heading into the record?
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the Naabik'iyati Committee. Tracking number 0210-21 is an action relating to health, education, and human services and Naabik'iyati committees supporting Delegate College to apply for and receive funding from FY 2021 American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, Build Back Better Regional Challenge. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So, co-sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Wanika, and Honorable Cornell Halona. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, this motion, is there a second?
Yellow hair.
Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on the motion to amend the agenda, adding on legislation 0210-21? Went twice. Went 3 times. Let's go to board on an amendment to the agenda.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Elmer Begay.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman, Key Allen votes green, and somebody keeps muting me, Chairman.
Honorable Key Allen Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman did not vote. Honorable Amber Canas Bacrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canas Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canas Bacrati did not vote. Presiding Chair, Speaker Damon is not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Cornell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Purnell Halona. Honorable Purnell Halona did not vote. Honorable Purnell Helona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene Shaw, how do you vote?
Speaker, I apologize. Can I get clarification on what we're voting on?
Thank you, Honorable Shirley.
Can you hear me now? Honorable Charlene, so we are on a motion to amend the agenda and to add on legislation 210-21. Charlene, so did you get that?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Ed Minyazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Ed Minyazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up again. Honorable
Juanica votes green.
Excuse me, Honorable Juanica, Edison Juanica votes green. Going back up again, Honorable Eugenia Charles Lewin, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knapp Socrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knapp Socrati. Honorable Amber Knapp Socrati did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 19 delegates that have voted green, 0 opposed, 5 delegates, including yourself, who are not voting.
Thank you very much. That on the amendment.
Speaker.
Amend the agenda. 19 in favor, 0 opposed. You're not voting, motion carries. That. Back to the floor.
Speaker.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Sorry. Honorable Eugene So.
We just now voted on adding on, the last vote we voted, was that vote for the amendment to the commissioners? Or was it for the commissioner?
There was 3 votes taken probably in the last 30 minutes. First vote was for legislation 0123-21 for the actual legislation sponsored by Mark Freeland. That was a vote of 14 in favor, 7 opposed, and chair not voting. Then there was a directive by motion by Chairman Daniel So, second by Honorable Paul Begay. That was a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. And this last vote was a motion to amend the agenda, adding on legislation 0210-21. Motion by Honorable Slater, second by Honorable Yellow Hair, by a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Honorable Eugene So.
My phone went out for a while on the road, so thank you. No.
Thank you. On the last one? There's a clerk, what was it? Is it recorded? I mean, is it recorded on there? Okay, that changes the 20 minute. On the last vote, on the amending of the agenda, there was a vote by Chairman Henio that was texted in, and that changes it from 19 to 20. So 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting on the last vote, which was to amend the agenda, adding on 210-1. With that, go back to the floor. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. I would like to amend the agenda and do a new consent agenda. That would be item 7C. And that would include legislations 128-2, which this council has already passed, and it was vetoed because they're incorrect budget forms. So I think that's uncontroversial. Then legislation 201-21. That legislation's gone to every single committee and it's received unanimous support. I believe that is uncontroversial and appropriate for the consent agenda so they can move along to next week's nomination council session. And then mining, I request that go to the nomination council session next week. And then legislation 19, which has received unanimous support through its and the issues that are identified at the Budget and Finance Committee were rectified there, so that could be considered that nomination council session. And then finally, legislation the agenda. So that would be a new 7C, and then thereafter go to the remaining legislations, which I think we need to devote some serious time to. Okay, Speaker, I can repeat the numbers. Sounds like your ethics is unstable. So, 210-21. Can you hear me now, Speaker? Okay. Okay, so the legislations are 210-21 and then 128-21, 201-21, 211-21, and 190-21.
Colleagues, there's a motion by Honorable Slater for consent agenda items on legislation 0210-21, 0128-21, 0201-21, 0211-21, and 0190-21. Mr. Rico, could you read those headings into the record?
Second motion to Slater. This is Delegate Yeller.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'iyati Committee. 0210-21 is an action relating to health, education, and human services and Naabik'iyati committees, supporting the Net College to apply for and receive funding from the FY 2021 American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, Build Back Better Regional Challenge. That legislation is final authority at Naabik'iyati. Legislation 0128-21, an act relating to health, education, human services, budget and finance, and Naabik'iyati committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving $258,512 in supplemental funding out of the nation's unreserved, undesignated fund balance for the Tohatchee Area of Opportunity and Services Incorporated to provide transportation services for its clients. That legislation is sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona. And we'll move on to the Navajo Nation Council. Legislation 0201-21, an action relating to the health, education, and human services, resource and development, law and order, budget and finance, Naabik'iyati committees, and Navajo Nation Council, approving the transfer of the Navajo Transit System from the Navajo Division of General Services to the Navajo Division of Transportation, the Navajo Transit System Plan of Operation and Organizational Chart, and amending 2 NNC Sections 1252B89. That legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Paul Begay, co-sponsored by Honorable Otto So. That legislation will move on to the Navajo Nation Council. Legislation 0211-21 is an action relating to resource and development, Naabik'iyati committees and Navajo Nation Council requesting a United States congressional hearing to be conducted within the Navajo Nation regarding the United States approval of uranium mining within the Navajo Nation, long-term effects of uranium within the Navajo Nation, and the remediation and reclamation effects of the uranium mining within the Navajo Nation. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. That legislation will move on to the Navajo Nation Council. Legislation 0190-21, an act relating to the law and order, budget and finance, and Naabik'iyati committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $1,244,915 for the Navajo Judicial Branch and $600,000 to the Navajo Election Administration to address fiscal year 2022 unmet needs, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, F, and J. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon. That legislation will move on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion by Vice Chair Slater, a second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Colleagues, is there any comments, questions at this time?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. So, can you tell me which letters we are looking at specifically? I got C as in cat. I also got E. And then there is G. No, I'm sorry, not G. I and J. Is that correct?
Yes. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, that is correct. Also, the legislation that was just added onto the agenda, which is legislation 0210-21.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I believe that we set precedents before about putting an item that's not originally on the agenda for the public to see to be put on consent agenda. So if we just added a legislation, I don't believe that we should have it on a consent agenda. So I'm going to ask that that one be removed. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, we have set precedents already in adding in doing that, but it's up to you as a delegate to take it off.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
So we did set precedent that you can add a legislation onto the agenda without the public seeing it, and then we can move it straight to consent agenda.
Yes, we have, Madam Chair.
Speaker, I'd like to hear a little bit about this legislation, so I'm going to request that it be removed from consent agenda.
210.
Is that the one that we just added on with Dena College and ARPA?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, colleagues?
Speaker.
Not, let me go back to the sponsor. Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to modify my motion to have 210-21 be the new item C, and then the consent agenda will be the new item D. Thank you.
Once we adopt the consent agenda, Honorable Slater, or the consent agenda item is first at the committee level. So if this amendment does pass, we would go to the consent agenda first, but what I could do is modify that to make legislation 0210-21 the next item of business after the consent agenda. Yeah. Okay. So 0210-21 immediately after the consent agenda, which would be the new item D. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable T. Allen Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman Kiel votes green. Thank you.
Honorable T. Allen Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman votes green. Honorable Amber Knez-Bacrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Claudia. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knez-Bacrati votes green. Presiding Chair Speaker Damon is not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So does not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanita, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanita votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair does not vote. Going back up once more. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. So with that, Speaker Damon, you have 19 delegates that have voted green, 0 opposed, and 5 delegates, including yourself, who did not vote.
Thank you. With the vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, motion carries. Turn out voting.
Sir, look at my vote. Eugene So green.
His vote, Eugene So.
Vote is, oh.
Honorable
that-
Eugene So has voted green. That changes the vote to 20 delegates who have voted green, 0 opposed, and 4 delegates who did not vote, including yourself, Speaker.
So that changes the vote to 20, right? Okay, with that, colleagues, 20 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Speaker, I'm sorry, I don't have a question, just more of a comment. When the person who's doing the vote, I think it's Leanna, when she's talking, it's really echoey, and there's like a kind of a high-pitched squeaking sound that's made. So I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Try to address that. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. Now we are on to item number C, which is the consent agenda. Legislation zero. Well, let me just have Mr. Rico read them into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'iyati Committee. The consent agenda consists of legislation 0128-21, Act relating to health, education, and human services, budget and finance, and Naabik'iyati Committee and Navajo Nation Council approving $258,512 in supplemental funding out of the nation's unreserved undesignated fund balance for the Tohatchee Area of Opportunity and Services Incorporated to provide transportation services for its clients. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona. This legislation will move on to the Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0201-21, an action relating to the Health, Education, Human Services, Resources and Development, Law and Order, Budget and Finance, Naabik'iyati Committees, and Navajo Nation Council approving the transfer of the Navajo Transit System from the Navajo Division of General Services to the Navajo Division of Transportation, amending the Navajo Transit System Plan of Operation and Organizational Chart, and amending 2 NNC Section 1252 B89. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Paul Begay, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Otto So.
I give a motion.
This legislation will move on to the Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0211-21, an action relating to the Resource Development Committee and Naabik'iyati Committees and the Navajo Nation Council requesting a United States congressional hearing to be conducted within the Navajo Nation regarding the United States approval of uranium mining within the Navajo Nation, long-term effects of uranium within the Navajo Nation, and the immediate and reclamation effects of the uranium mining within the Navajo Nation. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. This legislation will move on to the Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0190-21 relating to the Law and Order, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'iyati Committees and the Navajo Nation Council approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $1,244,215 for the Navajo Judicial Branch and $600,000 to the Navajo Election Administration to address fiscal year 2022 unmet needs, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, F, and J. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Before I ask for a motion on consent agenda, I did have Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair confirm that he did vote green on the last vote. So that vote on the last vote on the consent agenda vote or to amend the agenda to approve in the consent items is changed from 20 to 21. So that vote is 21 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. So with that, now we are on to a new motion on the consent agenda items with these 4 items: 0128, 0201, 0211, 0190-21. Is there a motion?
Motion, Daniel So.
Moved by Chairman Daniel So, second.
Alona.
Alona. With that, colleagues, go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green. I vote green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay, how do you vote?
To get my vote?
Delegate Kell votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Socrates, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Amber Keenan-Socrates. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth-Socrates votes green.
Recording in progress.
Presiding Judge Speaker Damon is not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Helona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Helona. Honorable Pernell Helona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Mills,
Delegate
how do you
Rick
vote?
Miz. Delegate Rick Miz votes green.
Honorable Rick Mills votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanita, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanita votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Edmund Wanika. I'm just kidding. Edmund Yazzie, green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up once more. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is okay.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I said my vote green.
Excuse me, Honorable Eugene Stowe votes green, and Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 22 delegates that have voted green, 0 that have opposed, and 2, including yourself, that have not voted.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. 22 in favor, 0 opposed. We're not voting, motion carries. Colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number D, legislation 0210-21. At this time, I'm going to turn the gavel over to Honorable Slater, and I can present legislation 0210-21.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Mr. Rico, can you please read 201-21 into the record?
Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the Naabik'iyati Committee. Tracking number 0210-21, an action relating to health, education, and human services, and Naabik'iyati Committee supporting Delegate College to apply for and receive funding from FY 2021 American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, Build Back Better Regional Challenge. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon, co-sponsored by Honorable Paul Begay, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel So, co-sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Wanika. There is a committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services. One second. The committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services has had it under consideration and reports the same with the recommendation that it do pass with one amendment. That amendment is amendment number 1 on page 3, line 6, insert a new paragraph as follows. New paragraph M, the Navajo Nation hereby supports the efforts of Delegate College to apply for $100 million from FY 2021 American Rescue Plan Act Build Back Better Regional Challenge Grant Funding, Exhibit B. Also, insert new Exhibit B, resolution of the Board of Regents, Delegate College, BC-OCT-25. DC-0 OCT-2550-21. This legislation is sponsored or final authority at Naabik'iyati and has been read into the record per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee. Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. Committee members, the chair will entertain a motion and a second to consider the legislation.
Freeland.
Chair recognizes the motion from Delegate Freeland. Is there a second?
Stewart. Yellen.
Oh, man.
Second,
I think that was a tie between Delegate Kialan Begay and Delegate Stewart.
Go ahead, let's do it.
I'll be biased toward Chinley. I'll be biased toward Chinley Agency and give it to my Flash. Okay. Committee members, the chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Freeland and a second from Delegate Kialan-Begay. Are there questions or discussion, or does the committee require a presentation? Questions or discussion going twice?
This is Delegate Charles Newton. I do have a question.
Okay, Speaker Damon, you're recognized to present the legislation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you very much. It's getting into the evening time here. Colleagues, I bring legislation 0210-21, and this is actually supporting Delegate College's, I guess, a successful attempt in trying to apply for one of the grants through the ARPA funds. And what I'm not talking about, the ARPA funds that the Navajo Nation has received, but back when the ARPA legislation was going through Congress, there was numerous of dollars going to different organizations, different departments. And in this case, there was over $1 billion that was given to the United States Economic Development Administration under the U.S. Department of Commerce. And in that, they created what is called a better, Build Back Better Regional Challenge. And what this is basically having individual organizations, towns, municipalities, counties, and in this case, it's available for tribes to apply for funds. So what this is doing is we're asking for the Navajo Nation Naabik'iyati Committee to support Delegate College's efforts in trying to apply for this overall, what we would call a grant. This is something that we've looked at to see if there was any other organizations on the nation that were trying to apply for this. And as of right now, there are none. And this is something that is definitely going to impact and help not only the economic development, but also build regional economic opportunities through projects and help regions recover from the coronavirus pandemic and increase resiliency. If you can see, colleagues, again, this is just on page 3 of 3, Delegate College and the regional partners are planning projects to assist in transformation of the regional economy of the Navajo Nation. And if you see in the attached document, Exhibit A, it's clearly identifies what the overall growth is, what the overall vision, mission, but overall, I guess, real adverse requirements of the overall plan that Delegate College is trying to go ahead and push forward. There is a deadline for this, and that's the reason why we're trying to get this as quickly as possible. I know that we started on this a couple weeks ago and trying to identify, and I know that the Board of Regents have approved this and recommended this, and this is just having the Navajo Nation Council or the whole Navajo Nation's support the Delegate College application to receive funding from the ARPA Build Back Better Regional Challenge to implement its funds and implement its plan. I do have Honorable Pro Tem Chair. I have I do have Ms. Crystal Cree from Delegate College on the line. I'd like to give some time over so that she can help explain further in detail too as well. To do so, Vice Chair, our Honorable Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you very much, Speaker Damon, for the presentation. I just want to remind everyone on the line to please keep your phones muted. I'm seeing some delegate names pop up with background noise. Ms. Cree, you're recognized to present before the council.
Okay, Pro Tem Speaker do Speaker Damon, Ado, Shinot Ani Donathan, Shaya Kusukri, Jas, Sadishkin, the Shunt, or be for 20 versus as long as I should say, Dot, Kanisami, I believe we have President Dr. Monty Russell on the line as well. So this Build Back Better grant application, we pulled in various partners, and partners from leading industries to be a part of this application. This funding we are submitting will be for phase 1 that will be due next week, and after that we have time to plan for these projects to have more details and get them their projects and their budgets ready for the full-scale $100 million grant that is due to come out spring 2022. With that, I would like to also give the floor to President Russell, if that is okay with Pro Tem Speaker Damon.
Yes, he's recognized.
All right. Thank you, Speaker and Pro Tem Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, staff, as well as guests. This opportunity, and I really say this opportunity because I think it provides a way to reimagine what a Navajo economy may look like. And so our focus areas within the proposal and the grant is one is developing a Center for Economic Development. One of the challenges we have on Navajo, of course, is that we don't have a central place for data. For industry coming in, for small businesses, for entrepreneurs, we don't have a place that they can go to get the kind of data that we're looking for, like just the weekly receipts of the border towns, if you will, in terms of that type of granular detail to make decisions and to help grow an economy. The other area, and what we're looking at there is to create this Economic Development Center, which would also then provide the services of an incubator, but also in a way that allows and provides funding to small businesses that are going through the program, so they don't have to stop, producing or stop being a business to be a part of the incubator. They can actually get paid for it, so it's a little different. Within that, also, we're looking at developing a revolving capital loan fund. And so again, to provide and target, one of the underlying premises of this proposal is that we need to find a way to bring the small businesses, the entrepreneurs, the local economies that are out there into the broader Navajo economy. So we're really trying to target how do we try to provide that support for the small businesses. At the same time, we also have an approach looking at agriculture. We keep talking about agriculture as a way, but we don't really necessarily map out a way forward. And so one of the other areas that we're looking at is an industry of really looking at agriculture differently. And our approach there is to actually work to create an entire market, if you will, in meat productivity. So one of the things we're looking at is providing a slaughterhouse, providing mobile slaughter, providing that opportunity to actually build the market. So within this grant proposal, we have to get support letters. And one of them is in terms of like what we're asking the Navajo Nation with your support, if you so choose, but also industries. So we've reached out and we've talked to different industries, and we have letters that are coming in as we go forward. The final sector of industry that we're looking at is tourism, and focusing more on ecotourism. So again, how do we provide the opportunity? So in that area, we're looking at like a heritage trail and creating a conference center. We spend millions and millions of dollars sending our people outside of the reservation for training, for conferences. How do we try to recapture that internally? So that's one of the things we're looking at. The other, in terms of agriculture, I skipped over, but I think it's important, is developing a wool mill. How do we take advantage of what we're known for as our culture, as our history, but also using that for the looking forward into the future? Trademarking Navajo wool, looking at niche markets that we can look at from an international scale. And I think one of the things, I just want to bring up, and I think it's really important, although this is a $100 million grant proposal that we're looking at, that does not mean Delegate College is receiving $100 million. So the first phase, as Crystal Cree mentioned, is a planning grant. this planning grant is to develop what are those challenges, what are those, the obstacles, how can we try to address and building, the challenges that are going to address those three industry areas that I mentioned. At that point, then, these areas, like we've been talking with NAPI. NAPI is one of our members in terms of developing that the meat industry idea. They would be the ones that would actually develop the proposal directly to the Economic Development Administration. So, it's important just to know that this isn't money that's coming to Diné College in phase 2. Phase 1, we will coordinate this plan as we move forward. But phase 2 is it goes directly to the entities that are submitting. And so we've been looking at, we've talked to nonprofits all across the reservation. We have partnership letters from nonprofits, from industry, in terms of providing, the opportunity, the resources, the mental resources in terms of what we're looking at. And so these are kind of the kinds of things overall what we're looking at as we go forward. And as Speaker Damon mentioned earlier, this is not anything to do with the ARPA monies at the Navajo Nation. In fact, within the Economic Development Administration, they also have an area for Indigenous communities. This is not for that either. This is for the Regional Growth Cluster, the Regional Challenge within the Build Back Better EDA grant. So we're looking at it to try to say the Navajo Nation impact goes beyond just the borders. We impact the whole region. And how can we begin to start reimagining this economy within that region? And so that's what this really focuses on as we move forward. The ideas, in terms of the subjects, the targeted projects, all of those things that we've looked at, we've gone through a lot of research. We've talked to a lot of people. These are the areas that I think that we can be strong and successful in. I think that's the other thing, is how do we make sure that we can transition from this within a 5-year period so that it's sustainable moving forward. And I think the only way to do that, I think, is, and from our perspective, is it has to be a bottom-up approach. And that's really what we're trying to establish here going forward. I think, these projects are all doable. They're all needed. And I appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
With that, Mr. Pro Tem Chair, we'll go ahead and yield back to the floor.
Thank you very much, Speaker Damon, to the presenters. Delegate Charles Newton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. My question is, I do support this grant, and I'm glad that you gave some information about the grant. There is information provided in the legislation. What I was curious about is it's a really good opportunity for Diné College to expand and obviously to provide educational opportunities for our students. Were those the only 3 categories that were available as far as what you could apply for? I asked that question because it sounds like you guys have some really good ideas. The one thing that I noticed that wasn't in the legislation were the actual plans. Do you have those plans ready to go so that we have an idea of what kind of, how you're planning to use the grant money? Is it specifically for classes? Are you planning to build a facility that's going to house these programs? Is it a program itself? I'd like to just get a little bit more information on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Charles Newton. As an FYI, it sounds like there's something in the background when you're speaking. I was able to hear it, but we may need to go back to you if the presenters didn't catch everything. To the committee, are there further questions?
Still have a question, Freeland.
Delegate Freeland, you're recognized.
Kayla, Pro Tem Chair, committee members of Senigi, Dr. Russell, President Russell, good afternoon. Ms. Cree, thank you for the update, as well as sponsor Chairman Speaker Damon. Thank you for the legislation. I do support it. Of course, I'm a supporter of the Warriors, but I also have to put in a word for the Skyhawks. I don't know if NTU is also applying for the same grant. NTU, of course, is in our area as well, but across the nation. Our premier Navajo travel colleges, we definitely should support them any way we can. And I just wanted to know if you, Speaker, or anyone knows if NTU is also applying for this grant as well. I didn't get a chance to talk to Dr. Guy or Mr. Arvizo or anyone down at NTU and Crown Point, but just a question, Eddie, and go Warriors. Thank you.
Committee members, I'll recognize one more delegate before going back to the presenter and his agents. Hearing none and not receiving any text, Shania, Speaker Damon, you're recognized, and your agents, you can recognize them as you please.
Thank you very much. With that, just to go back to answer, I'll refer to Ms. Cree or Mr. Russell, or President Russell, on the response for Madam Chair Charleston, but just to answer the question too as well for Honorable Freeland. I do believe Mr. Russell might have some more insight on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. In terms of the plan specifically, the way the proposal or the way the grant is being, the NOFA, the Notice of Funding Opportunity, is being submitted is that the first phase is a $500,000 planning grant. Then you have 3 months to finalize and develop the plans, as I think you're asking, Madam Chair, because that allows then the time to turn around the ideas and put in real actionable items. What is going to be in place? So, for example, let's say that it's the meat packing idea, meat processing and the meat industry. So during the first, if we get the amount, we will plan for 3 months with the person that's going to be, or the entity that's going to submit. In this case, that would be NAPI. NAPI then would work on developing the plan to make sure it is successful, can actually achieve outcomes that are achievable, and then they would submit. It wouldn't be Diné College, it would be directly from those entities that'll apply directly. In some cases, there might be some coordination that's needed with, say, meat markets, or maybe on the western side of the reservation and working with, and we've had conversations with Talani Lake Industries in terms of how do we expand this. So that would be done during the 3 months between the time if we're funded for the $500,000 to afterwards to develop those plans. What we looked at were develop what were the projects that would be the best to and this was in talking with the EDA. We had multiple conversations with them. We've also been in contact with them in terms of their webinars that they've had, but we've also spoken to them directly, kind of getting an idea of what they're looking at. And so we've been able to really, I think, formulate an idea. Remember that this is also about coal impacted communities. And so looking at one is how can we replace that, we've been a coal industry, economy for forever, really, in terms of in modern times. And so how do we try to replace that? The loss of 40 million. So we looked at it from a large scale, but then we also looked at it from a smaller scale, and that was kind of the plan. And also one of the goals that we looked at here was how do we try to remain true to who we are as Navajo? Agriculture is a big part of that. How can we make and modernize that approach? And part of the tourism part, to kind of give you an idea, we did get down to, so try to create the marketplace that links agriculture and tourism together. So if you've been to, like we had a conversation the other day with a nonprofit, and they talked about, developing the atmosphere, if you will, for the agriculture and not just, the product. And by that, I mean, when you go to some of these farm countries or places, they have these markets on the side of the road. The purchasing and buying of that produce is as much a part of the tourism as the produce is a part of the agriculture. So when you link those two, you're talking about really that combination of the way we're looking at ecotourism going forward. So I hope that kind of explains it, that we drilled down to kind of think what this would look like, but we did not come up with an absolute plan, because at this stage, that's not what is required. We have to do enough in terms of showing that this is a viable industry that we're looking at. And so our overall, approach is really, as I mentioned earlier, so I won't do that again, to Honorable Delegate Freeland. I too agree, go Skyhawks and Warriors. We did reach out and talking to, not directly to NTU, but talking to people who else is doing this type of project. And I think one of the things, we did not hear anything back. We talked to EDA, we talked to some of the entities around here, but we didn't hear anything. I think what we looked at is to say, when we get through phase two, the partnerships would be building. So for example, and this is what we're looking at with a hotel conference center and training. It's one thing to build a conference center. It's another thing to have the academic programs in the hospitality industry. And so working between our institutions, how do we build that? When we talk about agriculture, how can our both institutions, NTU and Delegate College, work together to help build the workforce? That's why on this, the idea of workforce development is something that's really strong. And one of the goals of this is being able to utilize all 8 campuses, and I believe all 4 campuses of NTU and Delegate College, so that we're actually out there. We don't want to build a workforce development approach where everybody has to come to Delegate College or everybody has to come to Crown Point. How can we utilize our centers and campuses? So that is a part of, I think, I believe, kind of what you're talking about, that how do we try to go to where the entrepreneurs are, go to where the small business people are, the artisans, go there as opposed to expect them to come here. But to answer your question directly, is NTU applying? We do not know, but we do not believe so. For this grant, there are other EDA grants that one is technology driven, and that might be what they're applying for. But this regional challenge grant is very different. And so I hope that answers your questions, to both questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pro Tem Chair. We'll yield back the floor.
Thank you very much, Speaker Damon. Committee members, are there further questions or discussion? You don't have any text messages or anything indicating further discussion over here. Going twice. Mr. Rico, can you please proceed to a roll call vote on legislation 210-21?
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay.
Chairman, are we waiting on the main motion?
Yes, Delegate Begay, this is on the main motion.
I appreciate that. Key Allen votes green, thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati did not vote. Presiding Chair, Speaker Damon is not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Honorable.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Honorable Speaker Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Speaker Damon votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Helona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Helona. Honorable Pernell Helona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Excuse me. Pro Tem Chair, Honorable Carl Slater is not voting. Honorable Raymond Smith, how are you voting? Honorable Raymond Smith. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanita, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanita. Honorable Edison Juanita did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up once more. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Canutt-Socrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canutt-Socrati. Honorable Amber Canutt-Socrati does not vote. Honorable Herman Daniel, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Pernell Colonna, how do you vote?
Colonna votes green.
Honorable Pernell Colonna votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So votes green via text. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanita, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanita.
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanita votes green. With that, Pro Tem Speaker, you have 21 delegates that have voted green, 0 that have opposed, and 3, including yourself, Pro Tem Speaker, who did not vote.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sosi. Chiche, Delegate Walker, Shimon, Delegate Crotty, last call. Okay, the legislation passes. Final authority was the Naabik'iyati Committee. Chennai Speaker Damon, would you like to present the next legislation? I believe the sponsor, Chairman Daniel So, is in another commitment right now and is not able to present at this exact moment.
Thank you very much, Chair. If you would like to continue on as Pro Tem Chair, I can continue on taking over the helm for Chairman Daniel So at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. When Chair So comes back, I think we can shift things back over again and get the correct speaker chairing. Mr. Rico, can you please read the legislation into the record?
Thank you, Chairman Pro Tem and members of the Naabik'iyati Committee. Tracking number 0174-21, an act relating to health, education, and human services, law and order, budget and finance, and Naabik'iyati Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, enacting the Navajo Nation Areas Life Act of 2021. Legislation is sponsored by Chairman Daniel So and co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon. There are 4 committee reports. There is a committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommended do pass with no amendments. A committee report from the Law and Order Committee that recommended do pass with no amendments. There is a committee report from the Resource and Development Committee that reports a do pass with 1 amendment. Amendment number 1, page 4, beginning with line 30, after the words Navajo Nation and the period, insert the following text, new language, underscore. This act does not prohibit the use of commercial tobacco in any business site leased by the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, end underscore. 2, page 7, line 1, after the word establishment, and the colon, delete the words beginning with overstrike, bingo halls, comma, casinos, comma, and other gaming facilities, and overstrike. 3, page 8, line 18, paragraph B becomes paragraph C. Insert new paragraph B as the underlying text as follows. New paragraph B. B, mini business site lease by the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise. End of new language. 4, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services, the Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Office of Management Budget. With notice to the sponsor of the legislation are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and scrivener's errors and to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits implement the Navajo Nation Council's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. End of amendment number 1. There is also a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee. The Budget and Finance Committee has had under consideration reports the same with the recommendation that it do pass with one amendment. Amendment number 1. 1, delete amendment number 1 adopted by the Resource Development Committee on September 22nd, 2021. The rest of the legislation remains as originally drafted. 2, renumber, related succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to the legislation as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and or scrivener's errors and to correct numerical errors, so long as all such edits accurately reflect the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede all inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which amendment shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. There are also 2 comment reports with 50 in favor and 1 opposed and 1 no, just a comment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Chairman Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. The chair will entertain a motion to consider the legislation.
Motion by Charles Newman.
Chair recognizes the motion from Delegate Charles Newton. Is there a second?
I'll second Delegate So.
Thank you. I think I heard Delegate Brown. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Staff have confirmed that. Oh, and thank you, Delegate Brown. Chair recognizes the motion from Delegate Charles Newton and a second from Delegate Brown. Committee members, do you desire a presentation or have questions or comments on the legislation? Going twice.
Request
Mr. Rico, please proceed to. With that, Delegate Nez, I'll put you first in the queue. Speaker Damon, you and your agents are recognized to present.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, I bring to you legislation 0174-21. And colleagues, this is a legislation that's changing a couple of codes under Title 13, under the Health and Welfare, Chapter 2, under the commercial adding in Chapter 2, commercial tobacco regulations and liability. With that, I do have my agent, Dr. Patricia Nez Henderson, who I'd like to further give some more detail on the legislation, and then we can go from there, Chair, Pro Tem Chair. With that, I appreciate that for my agent to have some time.
Dr. Nez Henderson, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
You're recognized.
There seems to be a lot of feedback, so I'm hoping that everyone can hear me okay.
Yeah, actually, can you hold for one moment while we try and locate the feedback? Let's see here. Okay, well, I'm not seeing any feedback from other phones. I guess, can I just ask staff to mute everyone? And then Dr. Nez Henderson, can you unmute yourself, *6, or press the button? Okay, Dr. Nez Henderson, we muted everyone. Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Pro Tem Speaker Slater, for giving me this opportunity this afternoon. And thank you to Naabik'iyati committee members that are listening or that are probably there and in Window Rock as well. Yeah, Patricia Nez Henderson Yinshia. This learning slot puts on the Bashishing, Chanjikine Dashanala, Ashe Dashache. Ado Chajin Trato AI Gisanasha, Ado Shia Hoa, Ado Tisto Chapter A Nasht Ao, Ado Shik Ado, the Quishin at the other Kata had or Hehan Kitty Quashi last. Shik Ado, Banoslini, that is not Spaggy or Hehan Kitty. Good afternoon. Today, I want to discuss in detail a little bit more about this very important health policy that is before you. Air is life. I've had the opportunity to speak with many of you about even the title of this legislation. As a physician, we are taught from the very beginning of our medical education about the importance of the air, the airway, and how important air is to every cell in our body. From the top of our head to the soles of our feet, air is important. We cannot live without air. And even with a few minutes of deprivation of air, it compromises the body. We know that. So when air is contaminated, it also harms the body. And the science behind this is clear. And, and therefore, as we move forward in this legislation, we're talking now about secondhand smoke. Secondhand smoke primarily is a secondhand smoke comprises of primarily 70 known cancer-causing chemicals. This is secondhand smoke. So this is the smoke that comes off of cigarettes. So there's firsthand, secondhand. So, and then we know that even the air that comes out of a person's mouth when they smoke is also dangerous. So there's two forms of smoke, the one that comes off the cigarette and the one that comes out of a person's mouth. And today, it is considered, that smoke is considered a very, very dangerous carcinogen. So meaning that there's different classes of carcinogen, and it is the top one. There is no safe levels of secondhand smoke. In 2006, the Surgeon General of the United States came up with his own recommendations based on hundreds and hundreds of research, basically to tell everybody here in the United States that there are no safe levels, and that the only way to eliminate secondhand smoke exposure from people, primarily from non-smokers, is to not even smoke around people. So, and then of course, he made even stronger recommendations in prohibiting use of cigarettes in places where there's gatherings, where there's workplaces. So today, that is the strongest recommendation from the Surgeon General, and it has not even altered at all. And even ASHRAE, who a lot of people throughout the United States use their principles with ventilations, they've come up with their own recommendations, saying that there is no ventilation system in the world that can take out these cancer-causing chemicals that I mentioned, 70 of them. There's none. There is not one. They linger in the building. They linger. They attach themselves to carpets. They attach themselves to walls, furniture, and clothes. And now there's even more research that shows that they penetrate even into metals. So there is no safe level. So today before you is Ebe Air is Life Act of 2021. This is a work that has been going on, not just recently, but since 2008. And since that time, since 2008, it has been supported by our Navajo communities. So this is not something that's coming from the Department of Health or the Department of Justice or EPA. This is coming from the people. The people are the ones that are telling me as a physician, hey, we need stronger policies to protect me because I work in a casino. I'm a mom-to-be and I want to work in a casino, but it's smoking. Dr. Henderson, can you help us out? These are the comments that I'm getting back. And thus we drafted this legislation with the help of many, many people. When I say many people, I'm talking about the traditional healers that we have worked so closely with over the years, the Nahathafi Association and Inazepika of the Navajo Nation. And in consultation with them, they provided a lot of the language that was written into this, including the wording for the fundamental laws of the Navajo Nation. They understand the true concept of how our plant, how our sacred plant, the tobacco, has been colonized in a way that it is being used in a very addictive manner throughout the world now. I was just reading the news a few minutes ago. They found the seeds of tobacco in Utah that go back to 12,000 years ago. That's how far back. And we didn't need to be told that. We know it, that tobacco is one of the 4 sacred plants that we have as Navajo people. I'm urging us as Navajo people for us to decolonize tobacco. Let us take back what was originally ours and reclaim the true essence of our plant, and let not have industries, I'm talking about the tobacco industry, govern us on what we should do. And, you know, I'm just really grateful that I've been given this opportunity to come before you, Shananta. I am a physician trained at Yale University, have come back to you with the findings of my own research as a scientist to give back to you, because I do this work because I love our people. Bottom line, there's nothing else. I could be doing something else, but I love our people. I love my family members that have worked for the Navajo Gaming for many years. Many of them are still there. They love their work. They love how it is right now when it's smoke-free. I'm speaking on their behalf And we've received so many comments, so many letters of support from the chapters, from the agencies. Like I said, since 2008, 2009, 2011, 2018, when we did the initiative. Now, right now, as you can see, all those letters that are attached to that legislation that is before you. I'm urging you, this is an urgency. This is a health policy urgency. If we go back to having our casinos, because that is the issue at hand, going back to smoking, we're going to put at risk so many of our workers. And I do not want that. Many of them probably have had COVID, have family members that have COVID. We know, as research is going on now, we know that any exposure to smoke among those who have had COVID, there's consequences, there's health consequences. So shabik nikap kita dotin. Amlek oden da hota dosni. Chohat an giyata ho kita o. If you're going to do anything that is dangerous to a family, go outside, do it outside. So that's what I'm saying. We don't mind. I mean, the legislation is not to ban smoking. The legislation is to help individuals that are non-smokers to be protected from secondhand smoke and other forms of commercial tobacco products. So this is coming from our communities, and I just really urge all of you to kind of take time to really listen to our people, what the people are saying. And with that, if there's any questions, I'd love to entertain it. And as you can see, I'm very passionate about this. It is my life's work to help our Navajo Nation to live a better life, and I am that. So I just want to thank all of you this afternoon, especially those family members that are listening.
Speaker Damon, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, that does, and we'll go ahead and yield back to the floor at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to the presenters. We're going to move on down. Honorable Delegate Riknez, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pro Tem Chair Slater, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I understand that this legislation sponsored by Shana, Honorable Chairman Daniel So, is about smoking and our health. Abajon some data koro by Benegat Eniki. I truly believe that a lot of things are unhealthy for us, such as soda pop. About and that is, a lot of things are just a health hazard to us. We eat it, we drink it. Now, smoking is like this. I look at the gaming enterprise, and I truly believe that they have ventilation systems that are in place for a reason. And they're really state-of-the-art. And a Queensville, Nisquosh, o Khalid Elanson. So Hoshiat Echo Gosh, Queensville, Nisquosh. About Arachat Eda Haida Haint, Osh Archer. Dile do shayat it has to dos no znit it onsen goban jiskes. And I just think that there should be an exemption for gaming enterprise. A lot of our chapters, they get gaming revenue distribution. I need 20 chapters. We just heard a report about a week ago. How many of our chapters do receive that? Look for, if we just shut down, close the doors to people that smoke, these casinos aren't going to survive. And just really looking at it carefully, I do believe that gaming should be exempt from this. And I'd like to offer a motion to reinstate what Budget and Finance had overstricken when RDC made that amendment. And I'd like to motion to have that amendment back in and reinstated. That'll be my motion. Thank you.
The chair recognizes, well, before I recognize that motion, Delegate Nez and Mr. Rico, have those motions been, or I guess amendments been drafted?
Chairman Pro Tem, we don't have a new amendment, but the request is to reinstate amendment number 1 from the Resources and Development Committee. I can read that amendment into the record. It is also
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Please do so.
It is also on the committee report of the Resources and Development Committee. Amendment number 1, page 4, beginning with line 30. After the words Navajo Nation and the period, insert the following text. New language, underscore, this act does not prohibit the use of commercial tobacco in any business site leased by the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise. End of new language. 2, page 7, line 1, after the word establishment and the colon, delete the words beginning with overstrike, bingo halls, comma, casinos, comma, and other gaming facilities. End overstrike. 3, page 8, line 18, paragraph B becomes paragraph C. Insert new paragraph B as the underlined text as follows. New paragraph B. Any business site leased by the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise. End of new language. 4, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and or scrivener's errors and to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits implement the Navajo Nation Council's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Mr. Chairman Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. And to confirm, Delegate Nez, this is the amendment that you desire.
Honorable Pro Tem Chair Slater, yes, that's the amendment. Like a motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the motion from Delegate Nez Is there a second?
Stewart.
Chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Nez and a second from Delegate Stewart. Committee members, the floor is open for discussion on amendment number 1.
Pro Tem Chair, this is Delegate So.
Delegate So, you're recognized.
Pro Tem Speaker, after Ms. So, I'd like to be put in a queue box too. I'm sorry, Ms. So.
Was that Delegate Yazzie?
Yes, sir.
10-4. You'll be after Delegate Charlene So.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Delegate So, you're
Thank you, Pro.
recognized.
To the sponsors and co-sponsors, the legislation I needs and the question the youth cargo a quest, but not that as lean or co. At Naso net nidget a need a shiyaj quest amendment, not shiyaj adoption and 24th Navajo Nation Council. Is a yego a shona shabanson kesto eque blushglai the netanicle. Bahantanitsen eque beniyasto not ani danicle. How are we able to put more lives in jeopardy? Ani asate abad arequadat ego. Some of our people run into situations knowing the consequence. Is that a said Navajo Nation Gaming? I know that so many of our elders were also against it. And now we have this enterprise going across in 4 locations. Gambling. We have that now. And looking at the revenue that does come in, to me, is a dos. And I'm being honest right now. I don't mean to offend anyone, but this is also the concerns and the opinions that I share on behalf of my constituents. The revenue that was supposed to come in was supposed to help carry the loss from NGS, the closure. At OA, we only get a small fraction of it. Out of the Quincy over $100 million is still left in unpaid debt for the loan of opening these casinos. I don't think that's a much valid point to make, but rather, again, we need to refocus on how we are going to save lives and do what we can in the position that we are with the power and authority given to us by our people to oversee the health and the wellness of Nigidane. So, I don't think that we should exclude him. It needs to be put in there overall. I don't want to be seen as a tribe who jeopardizes the health of their constituents, their own people. We cannot pass it. It's just unhumane in my opinion. We have children that deal with asthma. And we have young adults that deal with asthma, and that has been leading to anxiety, decreasing, but that has all from these earlier exposure. Smoke, carbon monoxide, that's a no-brainer. You wouldn't want to take that into your body, in your system. We want to live. We want to make sure our children live to be old like our elders, that they're going to see old age. I support the legislation wholeheartedly, but I don't think that we should give this exemption for our enterprises, especially for gaming. I do want to make my point stated clearly. Thank you, Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you, Delegate So. Delegate Yazzie, you're recognized.
Yes, Pro Tem Speaker, members of the council, everyone that is listening via phone or people that are there in the chambers, I wanted to say a few things on the legislation and then on the amendment. And I know we, as delegates, we get lobbied from, individuals. And to this time right now, staff and family members had, notified me and said that for me to vote in favor of the main legislation, because they have gone through experience with the secondhand smoke. And I do know for a fact that is what's going on. And so listening to the presentation by our doctor, the agent, and, we say to ourselves, to our young kids, go out and get an education, come back, and with your education, give us advice on how we need to continue to run the Navajo Nation. And that's the case here. And then on the amendment, with all due respect to my colleagues, Chair Nez, saying that, pretty much said that, when it comes to the amendment, that money is more important, that goes back to our chapters and to us. And then I think to myself, I remember when we gave permission to have the casino sell alcohol, I remember one of the agents said that, it's for fun. It's fun. And then I thought, and I responded back that, when we overconsume alcohol and we innocently kill families on the road, and when law enforcement has to tell family members that their loved ones have been killed because of alcohol. And I thought, for fun, huh? And then hear the statement saying that finances is more important than our life and the coworker's life. It kind of makes you think. And as you know, my colleagues, me speaking like this, you know where I would stand. And I do apologize for the people who lobbied me to, vote in favor of the amendment and, and vote against the main legislation. But when it comes to, our health and our future of our loved ones, then that takes precedence. Yes, Fire Rock is sitting in our local chapter's jurisdiction in Church Rock. And I do appreciate their help of helping the chapter. And I just hope that that won't stop just the way that I'm going to vote. But my colleagues, we really got to look at this. And, what is important? Money or life. Having a good life is priceless. It is priceless. And so when we talk about price funds over, that's going to be jeopardized. I remember old colleague, he retired as a rancher, but he was successful, millionaire. I wish I could say his name, but he bought a nice home by the river in Durango. and he had a ranch here in Coolidge. And he told me, son, even though being a millionaire in ranching, really doesn't mean anything to value my life. And it makes you think. And so my colleagues, and, with all due respect, to amend it, I do too, would vote against the amendment and vote in favor of the legislation to protect the livelihoods of our Navajo people. Pro temp speaker, sir.
Thank you very much, Delegate Yazzie. Delegate Brown, you're recognized.
Okay, this is Daniels. Put me in the queue.
I'll put you in there, Shadat. Delegate Brown. Delegate Brown, I can see that you're muted, so if you're speaking right now, please unmute yourself. Okay, Delegate Brown going twice. Delegate Brown going 3 times. We can return to you after Delegate Daniels unless someone else requests to speak. Delegate Daniels, you're recognized.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair. Colleagues, Naabik'iyati Committee members of Senate, Mr. Speaker, thank you for bringing this legislation before the council. Speaking to the amendment, my brother, Chairman Nez, aye ko ikoto ima pamban sake so nana koto alit ado le la so on this case go katite koko na RDC Resources and Development Committee amendment area aronle Budget and Finance Committee in his national area ko datla koto na pe na sake koto but na koto pana idil ko ba Kodo ani hote nagay nat lenigi that additional when this legislation came before RDC nat that adonana kodo that kujebe kujim kita as the ADG but kujiki not again a tobacco, so that is say on that or either. I don't know as I don't know I feel so go a need the snowban house of net. She says maybe what I did. I change that's all gaggy. Narrate Otla at change. Na in Chicago, or I change ego. A screen there that just only the way she's a that larger. I don't let bunch or car dance or car that is so not okay. A quite yet later. So that a year ago, equal had never that it got that is not okay. I don't know quite narrate at some either less narrate. Not as Josh, but I go to hot now. It could have been nice. That could have a cocoa. Just a nice eat and go a could and then Lenny could I think that I be passed dance in the hall. That I think people hold me so that I ban this case and Anna. I call when you had this shot and got it. That okay. I couldn't. When you had this shocking, but I passed loud on it. I don't know that done on it or Ntoy, let's say you got not that or less. So what I be back now, like it. I call what I, but you what about this case of us as a window. A cocoa. What Eddie could do the big, has been cut the special issue. Didn't his guy got out the question he's come. The state of California, just how they got that or then a rich that they I don't know. So that and the sheet that they how one that is can't should that is can't. Halita idigi adoban seat in the land from the Iban that's case. Said the Choni Tasho, Kiss of the big Hashi that the Khan skis and had no good Tasho, Kisso, or Choha, and they kindly said Tasho, Kisso. Oh, that, echo, oh, you go to that. So, class of the issue, but at the hello, but a hello. So, Niban has a snap set and he's a show, Kisso the Christian his come. I don't know the Honana Epicat. But I have not at end this. I want your grass or less. So what I ban Sonana's case. I could take at Azwa. That is Jago, can't add it a heatly. Marina as Josh will have added. He had any honey on that or the lower saying that or less. Not lovely Canada on that away. I want they need it or less. So what that ever. I call it as here Mahana Lance and a ho. I call at the snake I call common sense. That's one of the 6 cents. The Hanasti. And the rabbit sense of kind, Lenigate or Nana. The Arjunal, they only have 5 senses. In hit and any, Lenigate, we have 6 senses. Our 6th one is common sense. The snow be Hanasti. So the man can date that hotita. So hoto the penny it's haki hoto aru anni peso. Zuda ide adole na ishna. Zuda ide adole. The beketa in nation halana ko. Ko this street as a peso halno de biga. So galo. At ho yoda ilna in sto cost a yan to yetiki. I don't know, and I go across the door. I don't let it get that yet. I go pay for this that for my none Halenago. So Cadona Gate and Archenet Aquado in GSP body. Daniel says Snowban, that's the level. The cocoa, if it's just keki. Harley Beso Yana in data, so I have a bad case. So I don't know, Cadona Gate. Now, listen, Leniki is not saying a saying I up a battle that's what has been so add a rain as Joshua Argo. Of course, saying I say, but yeah, that investigate that. Of course, the question is that I quite a daily nature. Of course, take a codo had a game and Mexico. Has been so as one him that Nahalan to lane or take a codo. Nagabes has an clinic. We say, yeah, go in because a yale key. I don't know, say, a destiny. A could and the Ankin Hasselda and his Artiga Saniki. I think I the Bansi case I eat adult. I don't know, later, Nana, right on at the local level. On a rate not just Argo. And not at any one job cast or less. So that elder a saying a beyond the case or less go. So it with that equator. Cover that focusing that and that on Sonoti other Archaean is that and then that focusing that on some about this case ago. Hardest it or aid, so that a bounces case. The rich didn't that was from a little hidden that J or did. That elder father is a shame to have this. So I see Baba Nate either an island ADG. So that Ecuador, the rate one sort of a half feet or less. I could have been Senegi amendment again. Is saying Ecuador, when it comes to voting, is saying the Hashing at the Ashes of the Lad or less. What about half feet or less?
Thank you very much. Delegate Brown, are you on the line? You're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Delegate Slater, Chair Pro Temp of the Naabik'iyati. Ado besh bansa anjanant yat nana. Ado di kwegi bikiyel kegi amendment. Beninani gi kwegi njodon kes ndahas na kwegi inke we njono hotaho betilo iltra. Ado na anjoshin leni kwegi tidat yelan so akoho cheya shenant tishi nikhidaneng khada is nili etan kesnilia ashwonde shenant tida nikhe benigena yi nilige nikhcha khada se ngechanda oskhato le ala do Asacha Aden Dada, Nahalcha Nasaban Sahake, Queensin Shadot need Ahut Abeshach Hanat Sahib and Nacha the amendment Digi, Sachija at the Aja Ish Adole. Ado Hajoshi Aja came the Ka. Ado at Dik at the Cosins Ha, Nast 8 Ata Nasni Higi. Do Haish Tagaint. Our lungs, it impacts our lungs. So I think we need to look out and think in what's in the best interest for the health of our people, especially, well, all the time. And during this virus attacks for some people, the lungs. And I don't know if any of you know that smoking has given anything good to the human body, especially to our Navajo people. Ni eshiasa nikitene na ganigi bahasalande ina nish ajandad nishigi a jonan nish eten. We all know that the Navajo Nation has a really high unemployment rate. Probably one of the highest in the United States. So literally, we as we're working on creating more jobs. So we can't say so and if you think about the population, the working population on the casino floors, majority is our Navajo people. If we open smoking back up, who is that going to impact? And if we look down the road, and I'm looking at my family and the people around me. Right now, I've met with some constituents and who have told me the sheer amount of health issues and problems that they have faced because of COVID. Some have gotten their legs amputated. Some of their breathing is still not up to par. And yes, we're on our way to Twin Arrows, some of us. Maybe we can do our own quick questioning of our Navajo employees if they like to be around smoke, and who do they go back home to? Ahot ekwenal dogi benina to oish beke nadija nikedanaya but the hajopado bahati to nikipesh mansa annitlini. The other part to this that I want to mention, if Navajo Nation Gaming, the CEO, is listening to Mr. Brian Parrish and also to the Navajo Nation Gaming Board, I wish that it did not take a legislation to ban smoking, the exposure to our Navajo employees who work on the gaming floor. I know that they have the luxury of being in offices, not on the gaming floor, exposed to secondhand smoke. Instead, the administrators are sitting comfortably in offices. Yes, I do see them sometimes on the gaming floor, but it's our Navajo people. Imagine if we're going to do this, we might as well allow smoking in the council chambers. There's a reason why smoking was banned from airplanes, from schools, from workspaces. So if we just look around us, I thought Bahazaniya, the husband, but hello, there's a big difference between traditional smoke. And cigarette pack, so there's a big difference. We're not talking about traditional smoking in the casino. We are talking about protecting our Navajo people. Not a day ancient and 20 years from now, how are their lungs going to be? And some of us have seen our people suffering from uranium exposure. The cigarette Dr. Patricia Nez Henderson, so I'm also respecting that also, that the information is coming from one of our own. It is not coming from the outside. It is her research and her team. That we need to vote red on this amendment to protect our Navajo people. Yes, there's a lot of choices that our people make, but this one, and the other thing is, a lot of our people right now, the baby boomers are elders who are currently a good majority of the gamblers. If we really let's protect them from secondhand smoke. Some of them do not have the luxury of sitting home, and they don't have a choice but to sit in a gaming casino because they're being away from their children who are abusing alcohol or drugs. So the dia nahas khambe so national national. And again, I want to put this back on gaming and the gaming board, that I hope that they are working on plans on protecting our employees to ban smoking in the casino. The other part is I'm hearing the revenue loss. There are a number of tribes currently that have no smoking in the casino. I know that in these unprecedented times and in this time of the pandemic, we need to make vote red on this and then vote green on the main legislation. I'm listening to you on social media, and I'm listening to you from the chapters also. So one other final note, I did post a social media post a couple of weeks ago on one of our elders who is on oxygen 24/7, and she is pleading, and so once that happened, she ended up having to, her body, now she's been in a wheelchair also. So there's these ripple effects to our people, and adog abich and na ako oshi nankin shkashananta to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, that these are the information that are coming from our people. So Janet Eda do the Ashin says Casey dot Eda. Quaggy Bahwin Sinigi but not your Quaggy and not Quaggy Behasi dole. Like the minute that Nahigi she's the Chiji the Ashanant Ado Ahun Sodole. Yeah.
Thank you, Delegate Brown. Moving on down, we have Delegate Charles Newton. You're recognized.
Hello?
Delegate Charles Newton going twice?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. Thank you. I apologize. I am on the road. I just wanted to chime in here and just say that with this amendment, it does and it will probably affect the revenue stream. And it made me think about, when the study was done, was it done prior to COVID? And I asked that question because I think that because of COVID, so many things have changed. The way that we look at, the way that we experience breathing for some of us who have survived COVID is completely different. I had COVID and I announced it on the floor. I made it clear to my community members that I did get COVID, and I as a result of it, my husband and I, we battled through COVID. It wasn't as long, and we may not have been affected as much as some maybe other people have. But the fact of the matter is, we caught COVID. And so much of our life has changed as a result of it. The way that we once lived our life is not the same. It's very difficult. I used to actually be a runner at one time in my life. I was 220 pounds, and I was a smoker. And then on April 1st, 2008, I woke up and I said, I'm not going to smoke anymore. I'm not going to drink any more sodas, and I'm going to lose weight. So I started walking. I eventually started running, and it felt really good. It felt good to kind of get into that healthy, I guess, lifestyle. I lost weight, and my life changed as a result of that. And then, as I stated, COVID came, and it did affect me. And I can say now that I can't barely walk 2 miles without breathing heavily, like I've run a marathon. It's hard to breathe in the morning. It hurts to take that first deep breath. And it's a feeling that I think people who have caught COVID experience things differently. But I'm telling you what I experience each and every day. I feel like it's a struggle to breathe. I can't yawn anymore, and it's hard. It's hard because yawning, you get to take in that deep breath of air, and it goes through your body, and it supplements your body with that air that your body needs. It's not always about being tired. It's about your body needing that extra air. And I cannot yawn. I have not been able to yawn since December, since I've caught COVID. I can't walk more than 2 miles. And as I stated already, it's hard taking that first deep breath in the morning. And I always say that I feel like compared to what other people went through, I barely caught COVID. And I know that sounds stupid because there's not degrees of catching COVID, but what the 4 days that I battled COVID, I know that, I went through, different types of reactions as a result of COVID. And to this day, I still am affected by it. Weird things happen to my body. And when I go see my doctor, everything just gets coughed up to it's probably a result of COVID. And I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one who has, who is experiencing these same strange things that are happening. And I'm sharing that story because we don't know right now what, COVID is still amongst us. We still continue to wear masks, and we're not even there at council chambers right now because of COVID. We don't do gatherings because of COVID. And that's our excuse. We recently voted to extend the chapter quorum rules to 180 days because we said we are thinking about our elders. We want them to live a long life. We need to make this decision for them. We don't want them to get sick. So to me, it makes sense to say the same thing here. We don't want any more of our people to get sick. We don't want our elders to get sick. And I can say right now that if somebody is smoking around me, or if I happen to walk through somebody blowing out smoke, it's hard for me to breathe. And if you've never experienced that in your life, you're lucky because it's scary. It affects your brain because you don't have as much oxygen going through to your brain. You get dizzy, you feel sick, and you just can't take that deep breath. That's what I go through. And I'm going to vote red for this amendment, and I'm actually going to vote green for the main legislation because I know based on my experience that what I used to, there was one time in my life when I was 21, at the beginning of 21, yes, I did drink, yes, I did go to bars, yes, I did go to the casino. I was 21 years old, I was very young, and then eventually, I grew up and I, stopped going to bars, stopped going to, I quit gambling. I only time I ever went to the casino was to go and eat, but I can't even go to the casino to go eat because of the smoke. And that's what I think about, in terms of this legislation right now is, we have a lot of people who are recovering from COVID. And then there's studies out there that we don't even know if we're ever going to recover from COVID. And that's the scary thing is we are, walking through smoke and it's very difficult. It was even more difficult when the forest fires were happening this past summer. I thought I was going to have to walk around with an oxygen mask. It was so hard to breathe inside of my home because of the forest fires that were happening. And again, I'm only one person who got COVID, and it was a slight to me. It wasn't as bad as some people did when they got COVID. But if that's what I'm experiencing, I would hate to imagine what somebody who was on a ventilation, who survived COVID, being in ICU for weeks, what they're going through. Maybe they're not going through, what I'm going through. Maybe they're different. But the point of the matter is COVID affected people different, and we are still recovering from COVID. And for me, I wonder if I'm ever going to recover from COVID, because I don't think I have. And another thing that is very difficult is it's hard to talk for long periods of time. And all of this has been chalked up to it's because of COVID. So I will be voting red for this amendment, and I understand that, yes, there is a possibility that it will affect revenue. But that's why I asked the question at the very beginning, when was the study taken that revenue would be affected? And the other thing that I would also like to point out is, as a business, when you change things, you always look at your customers. And my understanding of business is, you have to make that choice of whether you want to keep the same kind of customers or whether you want to expand and look at new customers. So I just wonder what it would look like if there was no smoking in the casino. As far as I know, it hasn't changed. People are still coming to the casinos and they're still gambling. They're going outside to smoke, which I think is appropriate. And so, are we looking at the potential of a new type of customers? Are we looking at, possibly bringing in a different type of people that we just never really considered or, wasn't there? And the last thing that I will say is walking into Twin Arrows, into the casino, I can smell the smoke. I can still smell it. And again, I did think prior to COVID, I don't think I would have been able to do that. But how I know that smoke is present is it's very difficult for me to breathe. And you will not find me on the casino floor for that reason, because it is difficult to breathe. Wherever smoke lingers, it's difficult to breathe. In terms of our traditional practices with tobacco, I don't do that anymore because I cannot be around smoke. It's very, very difficult to breathe. So I hope that when you're voting, that's what you take into consideration. Because we always say the people, the people, the people. Well, I know in my community that, and here on the Navajo Nation, that my people survived COVID. And those are the people that I'm thinking about at this point. So I will be voting red on the amendment, and I ask my colleagues to take that into consideration. And I will be voting green for the main legislation. And I don't know if that brings shock to anybody, but I can say again, based on my experience surviving COVID, I cannot survive with smoke around me, and I certainly don't want to walk around with an oxygen tank. Thank you.
Delegate Charles Newton, before we move on, you asked a question related to the study. Who are you directing that to? Is it the sponsor of the amendment or the agent for Speaker Damon or Speaker Damon himself?
There was a reference. I do apologize. Speaker Pro Temp. Can I be recognized? I apologize.
Yes, please.
There was a reference to a study about the potential of, the loss of revenue. I can't recall which delegate had spoken about that, and I know that we did see a study prior to COVID on this very issue. I'm wondering if that's the same study that is being used. I think it's the gaming enterprise that may have sent out that study, and it was referenced to at one time. So I just want to know, in terms of the revenue loss, I'm pretty sure that that's what is being referenced to is that study that's saying that there's going to be a revenue loss if we go to no smoking. So I want to know if that's the case, then when was that study conducted? Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to reiterate the question. Who are you desiring to answer that question?
I think it would be.
Because I need to know who to go to next. The gaming enterprise? Okay.
I believe so, because I think they sent out that study.
Okay. Presently, they're not recognized as an agent of anyone or for the amendment or for the legislation. Delegate Nez, I will ask you if you do have an agent for this amendment.
Thank you, Honorable Pro Tem Chair Slater. I would like to have an agent. If we could allow Mr. Parrish to speak to that study that's asked by Honorable Chair.
Delegate Nez, it looks like you might have cut off, but if there is someone from the gaming enterprise, I will recognize you for the purpose of responding to that question posed by Delegate Charles Newton.
Yate, Honorable Slater, this is Brian Parrish.
Okay, Mr. Parrish, you may respond to Delegate Charles Newton.
Yeah, thank you so much. Nehieth Nat Ani, Ba'ahie Nasin, thank you for the opportunity to participate in these discussions and offer information. We know these are extremely challenging decisions to make, and we're here to offer facts to help you sift through the information and make the decisions that are, as you always do, in the best interest of the Navajo people. As we've gone through the pandemic, we have all suffered tremendously. We know what it's like for our team members to be out of work and be on unemployment and be without jobs on layoffs. That happened for 5 months. Our team members had cars repossessed. They had got in trouble financially with trying to pay their bills to keep up with rent. We had I can't even count the number of situations that we dealt with trying to assist people in getting through those situations. It's been terrible for everybody. The stress, the loss of employment, the stress on your families, the loss of loved ones. We all know, we've all experienced it. So there's no need to belabor those points. This is not a financial issue. This, as we see it, is about jobs and quality of life and being able to help people be self-sufficient and self-sustaining, not only with income for themselves. Yes, sir.
Can you please pause for a moment? I recognize you for the purpose of responding on the question for the study. And I appreciate the elaboration you're providing right now, but at this time, that's what you're recognized to respond to. Thank you.
Honorable Chairman, sir, I apologize and will respectfully address that question from Madam Chair Charles Newton. The smoking ban study that was done, the research paper that was done independently, it was not done by any entity that was influenced by tobacco-related interests. It did a study of the impacts of smoking bans across the United States on gaming, not only in Indian country, but also commercially. The bottom line in the assessment was that if there was a smoking ban instituted on the Navajo Nation, that the reduction in revenues would be between 15 and 30%, which translates into between.
Mr. Parrish, can you pause for one moment?
Yes, sir.
I hear someone raising a question of privilege. In the Standing Committee Rules of Order, there are no questions of privilege. Is this a point of order?
Yes, it is a point of order.
Okay, Delegate Charles Newton, it sounds like yourself. I recognize you.
Yes, Speaker Pro Tem, I just need to know, in what year was the study conducted? Was it pre-COVID or did it happen in the last year? Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
thank you for that. Delegate Charles Newton, I just want to remind you that a point of order relates to the rules of the committee. It's not for asking questions of the presenters. But that said, Mr. Parrish, I think you heard what Delegate Charles Newton said.
Yeah, yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. The study was conducted in 2019 and updated in July of 2021. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for your concise response, Mr. Parrish. I'm going to move on to Delegate Paul Begay. You're recognized. Shanella.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair Shanella, Honorable Delegate Charles Slater, and my colleagues on the 24th Navajo Nation Council, presenters. Speaking to the amendment, not for what we have had not for as long as anybody can remember. My first experience was inside a ceremony. Not illegal issues and for religious purposes, for ceremonial purposes. So she's neta. As a matter of fact, the Naabik'iyati huitlahaki, eda penamne ilzof. Atingo shata naho kons. Ado penat aso. Iyaki bekike. Anarabike hozon di ningo hote got napa il. Ya hote get not chul. It's a three diff. But that baby three diff. Edo tagot thing still not was set what yegi. Edo show. Edo tago has tweeted as she ashota. Not hey sos. That's not being hit the left. I don't know if he had net. So ye snake on the rego yet is sort of. They could actually illegal issues bahosen. I don't see which stay the commercial tobacco will yana lieba one don't handing. I don't know the non language your ingo a snake lako and they could ego. Nanash a ye snake do the rego yet the squash. Ako din a Josh what ye go na casino gun ya hachiraco a cot egit a ya cho in. Not it's not eto. En Jonah Hudson said. I think everybody agrees that Hashina das at ego. The nepe as that herbs will have yetigi. It's not got a nice aroma, nice smell to it. Commercial tobacco, yeah, it's totally opposite. Of course, and you think about our situation right now, COVID-19. The question not state at the Nahan not Ogi not Nahoye, at least what go. Just Chingo Bantas Kesa Fat Eater speak, Holongo, it's Holatisha chance. O Quera, not sky, Holo. But Ash and Nipa at Tengo, hot air got the natural ingo yet the yacht. Modern technology in the way that go you hit that they so hard or she is caught at Ninka. But no, I can still smell it. And I'm sure every person on that casino floor is breathing. And if that person is breathing, he's breathing that smoking. So that's the nepasta has stopped the pasta who does after. Okonya, iya, go shut down those ashidishan with that's how does after. Every single one of them that is within my immediate area is going to be breathing that in. The rate of what I don't end the hotel, the issue is the hotel. It was to Johansson, the issue, the score that Chesiada, just that the unit out ego, till that the unit out to engage with us. Once I don't know that better Hudson, the way Twin Arrows Casino go called the Atlanta Stock. I walk around the casino floor. And this is Nigo 80,000. The next better Hudson go. The at COVID, but that is not at on high ni head down. And then asked, each one not either. But person asked or something. Well, yeah, your child is getting very stressful, even what Nanta or Nash or something, you know. We're not deterring people away from smoke. We're actually introducing smoking to them. Yo, Shiba, you know, peso, yo, how people now want to that's the peso yen at Tenko. I've gone to other casinos during our meeting. Albuquerque, I stayed a couple times at the Isleta Casino. Nijonogo got all the bahas, Napad, Bassenary, Dan Bassenary. I don't think not Ohiki that on the ice, Ohi ATP had never get at the whole. I don't ever land some John, but when they don't that of the Banhaz. And here again, pre-COVID, I don't hate down. Now, other casinos, Asati Banhaz, smoking area. Arch machine Banhaz, and end that, or the Arch Bahaz. O could eggy long or shit out what Edda. Edo to buy Yelki at all. And just all this year in the region, Argentine or less. I don't know, it's one arrow when you have to go, but there's a commercial that comes on. A son go yes kiss. A shed Hanin the Egas Trapsins and go Hanin the. That is true. I say I need to know you get the whole cut. And when you look around, you see a lot of our my son another son, another husband. Older people, how you have tragi. I could that eggy I don't wheelchair that isn't that quick. But she, but in the has tea. I don't have a lot, and not all you beneath children, or best either. Of course, this thing about the modern technology, I don't think that's working. If that modern technology about the smoke being lifted and being blown out of there, I still smell it when I'm around it. If I'm still smelling it, it's not working. I am a member of the gaming subcommittee. there's usually a saying that people say, there's not an amount of money in the world worth one life. So what should say that the next Haniget yo nanacho pa na yo chut nanacho pa na natsako the negin nis na hal tango the neta chako na hal tango Eta bansas kishe I think the whole general public back in the day, United States of America, I think they learned that smoking was dangerous. I remember many years ago when cigarette advertisement was done away with on TV. The never found not all ya pahatla. Ni go to advertiser either to hoto ni. He stink it then either. I support the main legislation, but the amendment is especially with the COVID in the At each been at either be holong or ye at least for the coalition. Jenison Dolly. Ado Coendad Nishiki employees. They were working there. They didn't leave because the smoking was not allowed. They were working there even when the smoking was there before COVID. I'm sure they'll be back even if there's no smoking or if there's smoking. The question is Ningin Hans or Hayit Ado the net Beneska. Now the Shabbat we don't need to prolong the health effects by putting smoking back into the casino. We're already dealing heavily and sadly with COVID-19 as it is. Thank you. Chair Pro Tem.
Who was that who said Chair Pro Tem?
That concludes my remark, Pro Tem.
Oh, it was yourself, Delegate Begay. I'm sorry, I thought someone else was interjecting. Okay, we'll move on to Delegate Elmer Begay.
Pro Tem, put me in the queue. This is Vice Chair Smith. Thank you.
Acknowledged. Delegate Elmer Begay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Chairman, I don't the Naabik'iyati committee though. The unibigite. I don't that is not I do ask. Yat invitation fee in unibigite. I don't I can't do say where they'll get down. Then also I don't legislation. I don't the sponsor in Lage. I don't that I don't get a shikade and long. I don't that it because the kid had a changing culture. Or yeah, other. I don't that the go. You see, she to Shamaya Jushin. Dan Zeko, although what other and then to say and then it puts on me as it have another go out saying the and then he hotel aroka behind in it aro shado aron mem liaido shinadam witness ko aro de ya shado aro di ka panit in gido edo I think so kusinge yai not all yagi I think so the yai second hand smoke ya so adi yai bahat to to bahane to blakan an ngi ito in as kagi do ngi to I think so the yet in kanigi ibik ahona halo ngi akot ko ibik ka on slogo ka bayat hito sin ya da kat lo sin da sin oda eko ko aro ko de pansas kisko anni hut ago ko so ya edj the dj je also so ba chon sa je de cast nje az de ya ka sin ya apetchiko ya khashiga Kestin dollar the rock it's okay that Tani and long yeah the hatras easy Benda as a house these days the street in does we on the yard of when yagi ya idi is hasn't so hilokot agi so I can hilokot la ebche I think so the na van lengi to the hadazing lido citizen around the dot on here has not necessarily I see in the hotel is Leon. Not I've been here citizen those years that there's a ceremony that happened for the drought. Around the acre or you the bear husband or a husband that need that said or just if he did it or it up and yet that is smoke that was within your reservation for I think no. The door up in yeah no that you had other yeah even yeah no you know it doesn't need we got that rain though I don't think we got now down the hasli though because it was harvest the crops as it now down class A that that is young though now he's around the young the done long around the now what the done low I don't know set out the bayel not or another hasli as they don't know the hasli lego continue catching it's like but another hat so here don't I don't they because you know you sit the or just do has no do either do but say how to do then because he can't done this I was saying to behind that or so about so baby I can't to not no so that ban so case in there I would so that you can on it here on me the never caught this with us so say yeah but the how you could I don't know that start about yet he that for this to have you said so you have said on him now citizen by the day in the bayat he saying then he other noch ja dann he not of an limit the hagi also kann he not of be gesagt ja doch hagi hat aber doch hier die hat aber ja die it is about this that's one thing today what he was just also die hagi beim yagi شيء شيءات هي بيننا نجي يا عندي وناشا وده ده these ceremonies they these I don't know why it had to have been they're not part of this I think the ARPA alte as it's not on that commercial tobacco to that but Mexico they been has undergo don't know, in a CBD, in a go to pan al day. Ever since I was small, they have said, here. Each part of it. I get up in Yahoo, I get that I get so to those. I quite a yes. After so the hard you had I where hello, hello. Here. So I edit inside that. Second hand smoke the BG. That here. I ate the yeah. I ate better that is so. And each people that are in there, they use that commercial tobacco to pay with it for themselves, for their well-being. Because if it quite in our cases, these are the in the bed for the so either. But others, it I cook in now this next I about hoti. Why are we allowing that commercial smoke being used in this Native American church? People pray with it. That's how the credit on the account. Want to get well done? No. So we're going to start saying that this is not for that. This is secondhand smoke. You can affect these people that are in here. But that's my question. What I got because you're not on control. You now that you got well today. So I need a lot of. Yes, I could say that Joseph, that probably the only way I could feel different about the say now just today. Nobody hasn't come back and answered this. My question. Why are we allowed that in there? I don't know. To go over there, it's not up your. Call your later. They have to say that. So either not go. Why are we allowing those others? On the hotel, I will understand if we can ban the whole on the reservation, even through ceremonies. What's that? Why are we not including them? So either you have an just go, yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Delegate Brigade. Delegate Raymond Smith, you're recognized. Delegate Smith.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair and Naabik'iyati committee members. Good afternoon, good evening. On this amendment here, the amendment itself is exempting one enterprise given preferential treatment. So the data. The initial intent of this whole legislation was to ensure that smoking places would be banned from workplaces. And I see it as a mechanism of keeping our workers healthy, keeping them out of smoke-free area, and keeping them where they don't go home smelling like smoke. I recall Sky City was advertising that. They were advertising this state-of-the-art. You go in smelling clean, and you'll come out smelling clean. We have this high ventilation.
just being curious. And they kept advertising. And I was really curious about that. So I went in there to check it out. And they, and I asked the security people, I said, well, what happened to your filtration system? They said, it's working. I guess they got used to it. I said, can't you smell it? I said, just a little bit. I said, it smells like an ashtray. And they were saying, well, I think that's the best of the best we have. But it was worse, Tanya. And Inchwood, and I could smell my clothes smell like I was in a casino that has no filtration system. So hold on, hey. Because the amendment budget and finance. So no. Then now with that, then a grad the neighbor legislation. Then now with that Lord. Yene. Kade be not so. Hey, don't you lead that either. I don't know. He's a doctor, you had see. I see. Zad. Oscar, look over Spazen. Hey, I had see, did that eggy second-hand smoke. But is she old yet, done? Second-hand smoke. So, don't just oh. The Haitian could not oh. Hey, big see. Hey, what that? And so said, the Nashni. Later. Danny Kregel. That the later restaurant when I call. See, that's all. So she's got it. Oh, I don't know. I call Bennett I eat round. I shall that's it. When I yard your raho. I call. Chian. She. So not to have chinda. I don't make order. That's all, though. Is it? That's born it, sir. I couldn't throw out your raho. What a good one. But you have the freedom to leave. To say, quite, hey, don't send her. I would endly across the country. That's not Lord. Did not be getting that on day, though. She thought it clear. Hit it to the door. Smoking light comes on. Look what's on the chun. So we got that. Look how deep I has to get. Then he now called. So now he died. Shinai, like, hey, hon. He said, Nekon, bad, Shiggy, I be kissed here. Bada, will ya? Ashini. Later that Dajo. She that Lodge Bahaza. So do it, Ada. They would answer. Shinanda, of course, did it. When he dashes Tozigi, a man Meggy, and go close to the men, a be not or Togi. Share of the cases either. Of course, now Nishte had been cut. You can Shinanda and Osenigi, now Nishta Hoye. Of course, Hesh Winnet, though. Got no Hequinish, now Nishpad, I quit you, not oh. Banda Altiho. Put age down, she, but age the she had 8 schono. Oh, well, not that. So be Ada. Not so quick. They might catch, they might start smoking too. Can't beat them, join them. But the what I need to. People might say, might as well just start smoking. No, not Banda Altiho. Pushing on that. Think about it. Pay a lot. It's these by Yaniki, a lot. Not oh, she. Yalla dick. She's the canoe, yet that. She's the canoe, that kid.
Marlboro man. A Marlboro man he never smoked. That's what I heard. Well, she cut the star, she not of the Z. Oh, ain't long. It's the advertisement, eh? Okay, she's a canoe, she not on Ireland. She don't cut. Lana Zun Sata. And Chwan. You mustn't hit Che what I need it. To Angela and Chwan. He's baby leaf. Not as Josh. Those the cut done he don't need. Oh, is she? And still ringing in my ears. I do not know that a Chwan I don't want. A do zait Ada. Machine. It's not all that a and him as a. In him not all that. Had it she a dalyagi a nicotine the big and she will so it's a gun she will start Canada she does to she acquiche they bigger a pinota the here it's thousand these are acquiche don't just ota hey she start can ko what have had this did called mimigi so Lanan Sinda. Nehudanes, I don't know so pitasso. Legislation, Totadano. But Ishminiak agenda Nistole. She got a day, no. The Nelly does needs aunt, the nay, no, the nev, Bibliat eta. Precaution and Eguda. Show this out of Barcotanusen. The here now, Strass, that's not Philadelphia, here. Pro Temp Chair.
Thank you, Shay. Delegate James, are you on the line?
Yeah, it should change. Pro Temp.
I apologize. You were supposed to be up before Delegate Smith. We didn't forget you, so I'm coming to you now. You recognized.
Yeah. I was going to do a point of privilege, but I think I need to get Speaker Damon back on to use that one. So, legislation. Dato nilso sto lana da shinale honorable nes kodonal so. Ja, amendment slecht no hot alko. Nachet beso ha josas anje a ed nache hatot zo hade ajet ne. Not in the alt ortole be has adole. Chokot a ja had na do and that me quite give ba yeltje. Ko just as they do kodo halit out asli nila and so kodon hisens leda latn has twin hezani adole yat honle a large adole yan sita kisent la the dal kato khishi that a bahata hatene da apite yakon dal te hoko sha hot ho jonge o tsage je da ni go kot au hat khalin dot los o tsage or ni a connet ya o tsage go donald o ta hala we leni tsage bahas hit chokot aya yada hinde ko o dala dal kha he bahata ten o aya yada hinde on so ko don hisins ko late kodo bigetet o tin so ba ko the not thing Asian benachen nana case do benachen see case so she hot it assto ko
ako anahagait ikhishint ishi hot ele kinal tagota kinal taban alte holto dona alt otalle ako wala sahodat intalt hot aban alte wala tun hagande hotat alta hot so hashita honiyajo as aata hot ako tit Naabik'iyati ko ke honit inigi ko akonde o saje koko adon alt otaki alt hokota hot out the shada the shide ya kwaigi but had the shahi kinda let she like until it's the hoye jede to aje but had the shahi that honit akola the she an she but on so case to this ako ado kodo Khalid ado lisla jukut ako Naabik'iyati linigi kodo shahidos I sent to Mr. Brian Parrish Nale Honorable Nez quite that shahidis article Naabik'iyati linigi kodo di de had egita na nation lineage of ho oh quite in the hodini a day na nation le do list at kodo a conde di not source had that of di not source had the had a theta hote no da be hoche yada tiako ado dina nanti quite di ebony ya hote no that the quick or she not source is case and the what up what you hoyata ni jihi ako di has aniki ajitat it not sauce annated hat egidan denit quite in alt has aniki that hat an that nashiki hat it in leko ako akot ego kola la eto bananas da ade bahos ne ako on son stop kodoban case Nabadish kissing song ako kodo for the Navajo casino employees when they're told that they are offered the position, they come in and then they're given packets of documents to fill out. In one of those packets, one of the forms is most likely having them to sign a waiver when they are hired, stating they may be working where smoking is exposed and may cause harm. So if this is the case, if this is what the employees are filling out, how does that correspond to the current press release that you guys issued out regarding the updated new technology that you guys in place? To me, I have an understanding that if this new technology equipment, smoking equipment is in place and installed at the casino, then there's no reason for Navajo casino employees to be signing this waiver document regarding being exposed to smoking and how it could cause them harm as secondhand smoking. So that would be my question to Mr. Brian Parrish. Later. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm going to, actually, first, Delegate James, who are you asking or desiring to answer your question? Were you asking Mr. Parrish or Delegate Nez?
Mr. Parrish.
Okay. So we're going to go to Delegate Daniel So, then we'll return back to the, to Chair Nez and his agent, Mr. Parrish. Delegate Daniel So.
Yeah, Cecilia. Cecilia, Speaker Damon, thank you for stepping in. Off on the Danish one. The legislation amendment yeah. Cecilia Nini Khalan Hashan Asian Chitazin to laid it Tatnas middle Nas on the Lanaco data now date I in the legislation you can't need auto agency councils so auto at the health command and then so at the gaming enterprise you get horse auto a Jordan on so case they on Facebook do Twitter what on it on the say KNDN in yeah could Ute Mountains we don't allow smoking the the 4 gaming out in Dasto. With the Sunray Casino, Dasto, not out in Dal, Bilgon Dasto, Adok the Quishin, Nihitene Ad, Edaka. Look, Quidish, Hash, Hanel, was a gaming Bahusil, Ado. They saw about that in the land. Not over yes, principle. It is or at a or interest payment. A bahosil, but I will a kunde under J that Ado cut a she quaggy because on it all lessigi and has ado left or tastonic sit at all list. But Nenigi, she does speak either. I saw a bit at the hotel. But the KNDN, Binda, she Northern Edge there. We're going to give away 3 Ford pickups. Give away. The average price, $50,000, $60,000, $180,000 they're going to give away. If that's an incentive, then let them up their incentives to keep their customers, but still abide by Navajo Nation law. What's up on this case? Elmer Brigade, the question what that only ceremonial smoke. I don't show Edo a quaggy beat na kai. So lot of one that has only a odd show in hotel. Do such a Bandaho, aho na rahi give it ho. Ado odd. That's not a Navajo owned enterprise. That's not a Navajo owned building. For Quaggy Hazor, Bonso case. Hey, the second-hand smoke. Oh, ni what later. Either the Hatsiki, either the show. Could don't just open the could. Ado hanging ventilation system bahatni. A kunde kwaki within 6 feet, 8 feet. Hashing that's it. Ata his short. Ada shin hashing hot in the 8 nego. A yield for a kunde kwaki. A patient couldn't a yinaka. A kwagi sato, Zoba no sender. Or lately given a kodo e sato nita. Doti Satsudo Shanala Dr. Patricia Nez Henderson. That is so craggy. You know, with your coalition, you're the one that put the news out to the Navajo Nation people. Could you game in the area or a hada dosi is on eking hadnet no say for 8 or base on it over can make credole. The Janen Hallen, say those should be either. The Quedish Fashion Zago house sale on the craggy. 3 meal on the con. Aha. The Quaja cares at East. Oh, gaming enterprise. Beso. The Quaja H8 Tato. The Hajo in the top on the Hanetta. The Quag Job on Sokis, Sundant Idan of Senigi. The Quaggy amendment will Yagi. Yeah. The Health Committee, Atosa. You had Sihigin na Ado what we adopted as written. RDC, the age of 819 is a cut. In Akut and Lay Nabi, the other Quaggy Hashing so. The same amendment, BNFU Hadisto. Could enter a Quaggy. Naabik'iyati, a Quande Quaggy, as Roba when it's in Dolly. I see. And Iggy. Dondoli. Ado Quaggy. That's an expression of our tribal sovereignty. The sovereignty is also in Kawasandoli. So Quaggy. Not a Lidigi. So I need a then Halinigi Quaggy Hazotoli. And I. Without a Nijan Hasito. Again, Cecilia, thank you for taking up the slack. I had committed to participate in the New Mexico Tribal Solar Energy Forum. And again, there's lots of federal monies that will become available. And I feel like my participation opens the avenues for the aspects of getting funding for solar arrays that are outside the ARPA funds. Again, Speaker Damon. So, members of the Naabik'iyati Quaggy area, without any generosity, share. Speaker Pro Tem Slater, back to you.
Thank you, Shania. What I'm going to do now is return to Delegate Nez, and he can recognize his agent and respond to the question from Delegate James. And then Speaker Damon, are you prepared to assume the chairing of the committee? I believe we have Delegate Charles Newton who would like to speak again. If not, I can remain pro temping, but we now have the sponsor back on, the primary sponsor back on the line. Okay. So, Delegate Nez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair Slater, Sanella. You're doing a good job. Very proud of you. Aro nan ano seniki ahut ego shimbada bahada hisoftsi. You spoke to the amendment. I believe you're all ready to vote on it. You might as well vote. Haisto nahat needles. Johut aiki. And that's what we do, and this is what we're going to do today. Legislate, whether it's one amendment, 2, 3, 5 amendments, and the legislation. That's what we do. We either vote green or red. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair Nez. Delegate Charles Newton, the sponsor of the amendment, has indicated that he's interested in a vote. So I'm going to ask, do you still desire to speak, or are you prepared to vote on the amendment as well? So I just want to remind everyone on the line, this is just... Delegate Eugene, so are you requesting to speak on the amendment or speak on the main motion?
Speak on the amendment.
Okay. Well, I'd already recognized Delegate Charles Newton. Are you there, Delegate Charles Newton?
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I apologize. Somehow I keep getting muted, but it's not telling me that I'm muted, so I apologize. I am here. I just wanted to just clarify something really quickly. I do have, respect for the ceremonies, and then also, listening to my colleagues about, ceremonies, and then, the understanding. The comment that was recently made by Delegate Elmer Begay in terms of the tobacco and the argument say something, and that is that the way that it was said sounds as if when we're in ceremonies, we're smoking marbles or camels. That's not for people who don't go to ceremonies, who are listening in online. That's not what you see at ceremonies. And there was a statement made that we pray with that tobacco. We do. We pray with tobacco, but also have cedar. So we have a choice to pray with tobacco or to pray with cedar. I know that I was raised the same way that Delegate Elmer Begay was raised, the same way. And I've made it very clear that, I don't speak Navajo because of a brain clot that I had at 30 years of age. But I go to the ceremony. I know the songs, I try to sing along, whether it's our traditional ceremonies or whether it's our NAC ceremonies. But I just wanted to make that clarification, and I think that it does need to be said that when we go to ceremonies, we don't smoke the commercial tobacco the way that it sounds. We might use some of that commercial tobacco, but the way that we do it is different than the way that it seemed to be explained. And so I just want, and just to properly educate people that yes, when we go to ceremonies, we do use tobacco, but it's not anything that's rolled up already, anything that has, that we think in terms, when we go in, it's always a mental preparation. So when we go in and we drink that water, we don't ever say, we look at it as water.
Delegate Charles Newton, are you still there? Okay, I don't hear anything. So I'm going to move on to Delegate Eugene So. You're recognized.
Hi, yeah, Jason, to take Mr. Slater. Generally, is for share. I don't know. She get fitness. One of us. In him, Sahagi. You can find your feet. Couldn't have had the on from Ocean Star. I couldn't start it all the way. The other one, this case, the Honor talking the Dashes for the main and also the amendment. It's a double jeopardy in the Halonis. I thought that you young need it, even it. At least that need that. It don't need it, don't never talk about need that or do not of our core. It all that, because that's even that it next time. It even it, I don't know, Jones. All the cutter. There's a hot each, we next it down. It will make you naked. You're going to gamble. Pero nothing. But it needs in there. In the Sunday, they are later beside oh, they've been hot been Yahadilia, Elia. And it so every card is unlater because something to open now and she got if you cut on not as young city to AI. So every yada. Then she in Chinto da. So either. Look at the past as he creates. Oh, the hard time. The hard chin, the base of that state at no call. Mr. Also, type of the gun, which is hard now. So the shit of it are not has things that know that. So these are the things that's creating it. They should the eyes need a heart each. The Kokodoya Hasi, the kid Nasi, no, could be in the Hazard, the Chinbin and Chindoya. So either the Tahiya, then there are kid or Hashi, because Hanani cut. Hiya! Although not only than you lead them. Oh, in so in this case, my colleagues are not. I feel that the Milan thought almost all the Kodoto, Tansino, Nila, Banana, it's shown there, than in a car. I didn't Naabik'iyati have been a car, Koya charge for this. Oh, sorry, they don't have speed on this. And in regards to smoking, the night or not the wrong dust or some sort, I don't think I see anybody in casino smoking. But I went by there one time. Other places are like that. There they have a smoking area too. According to smoking. So said all I need a but at this million as ARPA Shapan had them Hala to be say Yado Sla. In not all had on Chondi edition, the Besa hot it. Even now, I'm not going to go that route. Or credit, yeah, been until the but over to the Chia could have passed on a good bus another car. The Shella car.
Thank you very much.
Delegate Show. Committee members, I don't believe we have anyone in the queue. Delegate Albert
This
Begay.
is Delegate James.
Oh, Delegate James, yes, sir.
So I had a question to Brian Parrish. Sean, can we give some time to him to answer my question? Thank you.
Okay, yes. Based off of what Chairman Nez had said and asking for the vote, I moved on, but because you're asking and because we've had subsequent delegates offer their comments, I think it's only fair to go back to Mr. Parrish. So, Mr. Parrish, I'm going to recognize you, and then we're going to go to Delegate Elmer Begay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, sir, thank you. Honorable Vince James, sir, thank you for your question. We provide about a day and a half worth of new hire orientation for every team member, every employee that joins the organization. And we go over all our safety protocols, all the workplace environment, conditions and policies and procedures and things like that. So they have plenty of time to go ahead and ask questions and understand. And then also work directly with mentors and workplace trainers that assist them with everything. So they are made aware that there is smoking in very limited areas in the casino. And then in the rare instances where we've had team members come forward stating that the smoke is bothering them, we've transferred those team members to other areas of the enterprise, and we've retrained them and put them in new jobs. Honorable James, I hope that answers your question, sir. Thank you.
Delegate Elmer Begay, you're recognized.
Can you hear me?
Delegate Begay? Shania?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, so sorry, I'm in another meeting too, so I can't other chair, other members of the Naabik'iyati committee, other neither is not either, other shahado, Jima Bayaki Gido, shahado. I know that my name was mentioned regarding the now I got some text message too, so but I think it's regarding what I said about ceremonies or the ceremonies that I go to. That's what I'm talking about. So these ceremonies that I go to, they use this pipe tobacco to smoke. These are people that you buy into these stores like smoke shops. Some of these are they blend themselves, they blend these tobacco themselves. That's what they use. That's what I'm talking about. So when you go to these smoke shop, then you get it at these markets, like convenience stores. Some of these are pipe tobaccos. For example, one is Prince Albert. That's what people use. It's commercial. You buy it. Not you could tell what it's not always if you make it yourself. I don't need the actions of the husband. That's the way I know. Now this on this case here. I wrote this is how my brother Lily down Delegate Eugene So. A lot of things that what we're talking about is that's what we're talking about, you know. First thing that we're talking about is the number one social illness that we have is drinking. We're not targeting that too. That's where this violence, this is where this domestic violence coming in. That's so important. I wanted to say that too. People lose their life because of that. I don't know. One thing that we're talking about here, I think, is that the Housing Association, they have a resolution sent to Japan. Yeah, there's a resolution about who's going to regulate it. It's going to be regulated. How it can be regulated? There's no plan for that. So, I'm aware of that too. So my response is going to be, thank you, Delegate Slater.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Looks like Delegate Herman Daniels has requested to speak, and then thereafter Delegate Otto. So, committee members, just to remind you, we've been on this legislation for almost exactly 3 hours, and Amendment 1 has dominated the conversation thus far. Is Nabi, and you have your rights reserved under it, but I just ask that you be mindful of the staff and delegates who still need to move to the leadership meeting that will take place tomorrow. And please think of them. It's cold. Who knows what the road conditions will be like, and it's getting late. With that, Delegate Daniels, you're recognized. Delegate Daniels, going twice.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Pro Tem Chair, I was talking away. I guess I was muted. Thank you, Stayaja. Thank you for running this meeting. You're doing a good job. Speaking to the amendment, I see I'm hearing delegates in favor, delegates opposing. I see then yes, you have to need being as un soy ban that's case so this legislation that is moving forward maybe for 60 days. I'd like to make a motion to table the whole legislation for 60 days for a work session to have an in-depth discussion on this particular legislation. Mr. Pro Tem Chair, thank you.
A second is motion. So, Pro Tem.
The chair recognizes.
Hello?
Apologize. Have my own fat fingers here. Okay. Committee members, chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Herman Daniels to table this legislation for 60 days and to have a work session in that intervening period. I apologize. I missed who the second was. Was that Delegate Halona?
Yes, sir. Delegate Hall, second.
Okay. And then the second from Delegate Halona, there's no debate on a tabling motion. And just as a, well, yes, there's no debate on a tabling motion. Mr. Rico, can you please proceed to a roll call vote on the tabling motion?
Point of privilege? Point of privilege?
Delegate Charles Newton, there's no point of privilege within the Standing Committee Rules of Order. Do you have a point of order?
Point of order, yes. I'm sorry, I don't have my booklet here with me. Thank you for correcting me over and over. But can you tell me what, can you cite to the law that says that you can't debate a tabling motion at Navi?
Thank you. I'm going to go to our closest thing we have to a parliamentarian, which is Mr. Rico. Mr. Rico, can you please clarify where in the rules that it says there is no debate on a tabling motion?
Thank you, Chairman Pro Tem and members of Naabik'iyati Committee. It is Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 18, tabling motion, paragraph C. The tabling motion is not subject to debate. Chairman Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico.
Point of privilege? Okay, point
This
of
is
order?
point of order, Delegate. Okay. Yes, point of order.
Yes, is that, just for clarification, again, I do apologize. Normally I'm able to, I forgot my rules of order at home. So just for clarification, that is at Navi, right? That tabling a legislation is non-debatable.
Delegate Charles Newton, the Naabik'iyati Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council, so the Standing Committee Rules of Order are what prevail for its conduct.
Thank you. I thought I'm sorry, I was directing that to our closest to parliamentary person, but thank you for clarifying.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green on the amendment.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Ellen Begay, how do you vote?
Point of order. Point of order. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Ms. Hesse, please pause the vote. Vice Chair Smith, you're recognized on the point of order.
Thank you. I heard my Honorable Elmer Begay voting on the amendment. We're not voting on the amendment. We're voting on tabling motion that's going to be 60 days with the work session. That's my point of order.
Okay. Thank you for that. And again, to clarify, committee members, we are voting on a motion to table legislation 0174-21 for 60 days, and a Naabik'iyati committee work session will be held during that time to provide a more in-depth discussion. Motion by Delegate Herman Daniels, second by Delegate Pernell Halona. Ms. Hesse, can you please resume the vote?
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote to table the legislation. Honorable Key Ellen Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Key Ellen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Ellen Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Oh, yes, excuse me. Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Everybody turn their volume off.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red via text. Honorable Amber Kamas Bokrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kamas Bokrati. Honorable Amber Kamas Bokrati did not vote. Honorable Speaker Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Speaker Damon votes red. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland.
I'll vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Pro Tem Speaker Carl Slater is not voting. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote
Honorable
red.
Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So.
What is your carrot?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Point of order. I said green.
Oh. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica.
Red.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up once more. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
What are we voting for? I was in the meeting that just came out. I was doing a report.
Delegate Elmer Begay, this is a vote to table the legislation for 60 days and hold a work session to provide an in-depth discussion during that period.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Amber Canas-Bacrati. I vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green via text. With that, Pro Tem Speaker, you have 10 delegates that have voted green, 12 that have opposed, and 2, including yourself, Honorable Slater, that have not voted.
This is Delegate Brown. I got my call dropped. I vote red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. 10 delegates have voted green. 13 delegates have opposed. And Pro Tem Speaker, you are not included in this vote.
Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues, for all participating in that last vote.
Point of order.
Chair, I was trying to say something nice about the council. Okay. Your point of order is acknowledged.
Thank you, Satsui, for chairing the meeting, Pro Temp. I'm calling point of order because I have 13 that voted against, and I have 9 that voted green, and 1 that did not vote. I heard a different count. That's my point of order.
Okay, it may have been because there were some delegates who texted in their vote, and the last green vote to come in was Delegate Wilson Stewart. So that moved it from 9 to 10. And Mr. Rico, could you email Delegate Smith the vote count with the voters?
Well, thank you, Satsui. Appreciate that.
Okay, yeah, we'll send that over. Moving forward, we're back on the amendment number 1, and I believe we have Delegate Otto So in the queue, unless we're ready to vote.
Well, did you have the floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll just sort of make this short and can obey the hadnil. Yeah. Behz ani khodol shigi shin dashin so the nebit isi be not on ade be hot ashish aro be one the kyon shito in dashnish Hunzada Holjish. Ado it ni nebits isigi inal Ado job nase ban yana dot kin segobena kujunit dol sosige kujiba ko hot ko baunosen jadi ni nan in hit ni khata shin khati shin nat lini ya Pelassi indit ado khata shi hot nat hot hol jista hot pohon ai khata do ni akondelinat ovenal inike ya dan never care all across the United States since Kijido na anlin benat osahodat ko Nikikoden hitratit ninat iholo zisnat do zisnat yada benat ujonjunat ado adenda bilatrahilka nadia halchinnat dalia ko hot adan hot hallo adon da shi nat okoban yatki de khade shi ya hot nilia but ishi hallo tut sunan lini bukado ba abi salago bi sizin inda kona ni da hot the coastal da nasni da hallon it's easy hallon ni has twi ago de shi nat ban yatki hot Oyoshi abas tiye hot ko hot nal ko hot ha zi not begin holland lead nast hot not begin that is begin holland hoban yadalki but so there's an holland ko ban yalki chi dort leje dort alle bel kha not net bela khacha khawish ko hot shinash hot tweete ko kait ani de kon jaya yalti ego na de khadi shinat ohde din ko de el khada yiniko ne hot abanat ohde yosin ko hot like so dalzen akon de tik aban yati do ya yati da in lidna jo shaz ya di bit adot ne ako kwaigis kiko ni apo netza akon de she basis tige ya di na jinal di behz ani jinal hadil ya not opati de it's ispenina stashin so ahna yo akonde did not the net cho never not not zotan when halate the Nahatali Association, the Net Medicine Man Association, that no. The ba it or eight and but they kido 8 nido the supporting resolutions. I don't the NAC so she thought not only switch with indicate deep has onigate ego ben hati or deo shot nasty. It could easily be taken away from us. It's we would actually need indicate. No, this is not the intent for this, and it's in the legislation. Someone can easily come forward and rescind this legislation. Now, maybe not this council, maybe the future council. Nedo not uneven takis kahota. Ado thought constitutional right. Janshi never Washington need lean the US Constitution be yasi jat na ta. Aisha hot ada na the kid that has had on see kids. Oh it that oh schnida. Jovan so kiss. Even not acid oh nash. Change not all. Change never not only you have to earn it in order to just ma ibijil wo che nin shwal kwa kad hol ago nash only be sha hot it osi no hadit ta kwa chana han ka ta only hol out genom jan hat just has toyen lede hot not of the osin there kade ya ha shi panen ni na ha ya ko ja khatayin o ba hot no sikis adis no taido shinanta o anash هذا تحديد سويني لني هوت ادي بهز اني جيتا نخهل نهي كج خطر يا هوت ايغو هنتا نهي غار ياش. It may not happen under this council, but future council. It's that if it's this easy to do, it can happen. The other is let's get it on a referendum and let the Navajo people vote on it. So I don't oh, those are just my recommendation. This is just the kind of أكون دي بهز أني قاعد يشكي never has again lead at public places نه يجي بهز أني يجي أكون دي يجي به المهم اللي يجي دي be public places بيخاطوا so إن الجوش has this discussion is is taking us this far, but let's move forth and I'm ready to vote. So yeah.
Thank you very much, Delegate. So, committee members, we have no one in the queue. Ask for discussion going twice. Ms. Sosi, can you please proceed to a roll call vote on amendment number 1 for legislation 17421? And then Mr. Rico, Mr. Rico, can you please do a second reading of the amendment?
Delegate James here. Question.
Delegate James.
Real quick again, I was muted and I had to do all that goody stuff again when you were asking for the question. In regards to my question, Mr. Parrish, I know that I'm trying to get an answer to make the decision of my vote. And do the casino employees, do they sign a waiver regarding the smoke issues there at the casino? Because if they sign the waiver, that means they are anything that's related to smoking illness, the waiver will kick in and state that they can't assist of anything of any sort as Navajo Gaming Enterprise. So do the casino employees sign a waiver? Thank you.
Mr. Parrish, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, yes, sir. Honorable James, sir, thank you for your question. I apologize for not clarifying. We advertise all of our positions that people know and we identify that it's a smoking environment. That's also in job descriptions. We let them know that they may be exposed to hazardous chemicals for cleaning and all those types of things. And we put them through all the proper training and such to function safely in that environment. So we do not require them to sign a waiver that would preclude them from pursuing some sort of action if they wanted to. They know the environment they're going to be working in. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Osi, please proceed to a roll call vote.
Good evening. Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay has not voted. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Keel votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. This is the main motion, correct?
Delegate Brown, this is amendment number 1 to the legislation.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Delegate Brown? Okay. Thank you. Ms. Osi, please proceed.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Amber Canas-Bacrati. I vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati votes red. Honorable Speaker Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Speaker Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Great.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green. This is Daniel. I vote green.
Excuse me, Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I'll vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
One votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
And votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Carl Slater is not voting. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. voted red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Vote green for this amendment. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote
Honorable
red.
Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Juanita, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Edison Juanita votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up again. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Speaker Damon votes red.
Ms. Sosi, can you please pause so we can identify where that noise is coming from? Staff, were you able to mute that phone? Okay, excellent. Ms. Sosi, please proceed.
Okay, with that, we have 9 delegates that have voted green, 14 delegates that have opposed, and 1 delegate, which is yourself, Pro Tem Speaker, who's not voting.
Thank you very much. The motion fails. We're back on the main motion, and I'm going to hold Speaker Damon to his word.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Thank you very much for taking over the helm. And thank you. We do have at this time on the amendment was just concluded. If you're just joining us, or if you've been with us, we are now back on the main motion on legislation 0174-21, sponsored by Chairman Daniel So. And you heard Chairman Daniel So back on the call earlier. So Chairman, good to have you back. We are having a regular Naabik'iyati committee meeting, colleagues. Just as a recap, we have been on this 3 hours and 24 minutes on this legislation. So, colleagues, we do have 3 more legislations to concur or to debate 2 out after this, if we want these legislations to continue to go on to Nabi. With that, I don't have anybody in the queue at this time on the main motion for 0174-21. I know that want to refer back. I know that there was some questions that might have arose earlier, but I know we were taking care of to the sponsor of the amendment only. I don't specifically remember if there was any questions back to the sponsor of the main legislation, so we can continue on. Did I hear Vice Chair Walker?
Yes.
Vice Chair Walker, go ahead, floor is yours on the main motion.
Thank you, speakers, members of the Naabik'iyati committee, colleagues. Although staff, we can ask other English, although sponsor, Shinna, Honorable So. Ado the agent do shumayaja ko ke kwate nahata has ani e ko Naabik'iyati ko ado ko pa yati the kwigoshin sango pa yati silinko. Speaking to the main motion, I am in favor of this legislation as is, and I'll be right to the point. Pro employees, not nisha bayat egi ede
bahwait dida na pro health that is bahaya it is bayat it is it's dolly to hotesni da dolly lashla na nishigi kwa bahwait di kugoshi bayat given nation so members of the public on the Navajo Nation, all the workplaces and places of businesses. So it's my position on this is pro employees, pro health, of course pro jobs. What that English to the adult ego. So what bansa case ko kia kwa na biaso kisling jinanta anofro la no zonigo ko to ko be na di jaki je hota adole be na adil as an idil ko be khahunna ko ela ko ado shindo o ko adole ado so we council the shin bahnati joda shin esto akot ela koshinan at the net up the body so choti ne what la tasitri akot end late nan di any amendment the yagi bayat gi cho how has that but adult as to be just the dolly nigi jo akage up with the hardly named but end the ne that oh the setiki the next it's involuntary it up hardly could you get zita it's because they're in that environment where there's a secondhand smoke and it's breathing it in taking it that's involuntary to be hardly akage شتت اكو شتت هاسي دوشنان اكو دي بهز اني إليا كو تشوكو اني تابي بوهدني تنا نا اجوشو تشال نزنيكي كو تابي بوهدني ادناش نشتولي نزني تابي بوهدني ادن اشت تشو كيشو بني تابي هز ان كو ايتو يبوهدني اكو اجي Hoda ya oban sas case sa takwa aniki bi has ani ko Naabik'iyati ko washing what the head to back to you chair of Naabik'iyati committee speaker. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker. Colleagues, is there any other further comments, questions on the main motion? We're ready to move this legislation.
Request to speak, Delegate Rick Nez.
On the main. Chairman Nez, good evening. Floor is yours.
Honorable Speaker Damon, Aro Beshwas Anmasenigi. I always enjoy a good debate, listening to your perspective. So kesigi ego ado bayashkido kodo nihin sikesen le nihijen lembigeten nihedene baji na bagi be nakahehun nakahehenson. I hope that Nehede so ahut ashan sokes the green go diet nelikito bohnes han ne the stone hidden le anilsko benat no chiniki dolo shin junda do lesson and no chiniki an hiso zeniki here we spoke on the health lane hijay zalan he lungs slit the not of its ara nenige ba hadai so the on just and now is the time for all of us to make that decision to choose healthy living. Not just because of banning smoke here and there, but because you care about your health. You care about your health, what you don't want to inhale. Think about what you eat. Your body, what you're intaking. Things that you drink like soda pop, beer, alcohol. Think about these things. Is it healthy for you? Health by Eltigo. I should be not need king by Eltigo. I don't let the baby so be kick at the deed. That's a kissing that. Night and then his what a beshman has anity. Sad bet and I did. I had a hash. Oh, yeah, go. Yeah, go. Yeah, had a hash. We spent over 3 hours, and I really appreciate your perspective on it. So, you have a haranch, a sit down. Go. So, you have a nash. What out, she's a high state on Sunday. The Kojana Josh has AJ gotten an Nishiki Bananas, Hodloniki by action, Hodlor of a family, the Hodloniki had job by in Zeniki. All right, I go up on Tuskis. A crochet, what I about this, so a Hassan and I, Coron, Haken, Sando, what I in Hanan, Shield, and out ahead. Oro what ego on the hill, so I get the last out to the Sado yard, I get a bear hand, see case go bed, if they needs and go edo, don't hayat ether. And the oh joy beach, I see the what out deal, Nispe has on it, need to give back in Sando here. Thank you very much, and God bless each and every one of you. I'm on the road to 20 arrows, so yeah.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues and Chairman Nez, for your comments. That, colleagues, any other further comments or questions at this time?
Just Delegate Yellowhair, can I speak?
Delegate Elmer Begay.
Honorable Keon Begay, then Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, then Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Keon Begay, the floor is yours on the main motion.
Chairman, here on this. Although Kudos and Kudoba Kiki, that's what tried that by we voice our position for that nation today. Ita Bisheki later because of Chicken and Habanda, these Dakita, they are showing in this and I but just as I guess my question to the agent, several areas, and I'm not, please don't misinterpret my questions like this. So if that's how it's going to be interpreted, please don't. I'm not questioning your education or anything of that nature. Just science. No, we all. I do believe in science, but at the same time, I do believe in faith as well. The neighbor tahaki a lot of times they had she at the hot haki
We lost you. We can't be going twice.
We can't get going 3 times. With that, moving on down. Honorable Yellow Hair, floor is yours.
Hello, good evening, select speakers, Aaron National, 24 councilmen. So eto pan kito tahot it's isna rajba yaki. Arot shrobahi neto here the dishni. Dot Aron dot Izbe Abani Nagi Pesana Rajbanina. Dot Izbe Ahadat O Yunha Abanina. $192 million that were in debt. All the construction still have not been paid. Around the Tati Kodoshan, you only about 95% of the Naabik'iyati in the Koneya. The cut not shows that it also yet and had a pin. A cut shadow wrote Zibe, I had a piece of 8 of the car not the worky. The chapter hospital icon. A conyo the car not what the utilities are when the car not location chi that a evening Akushi Akonda bears on in the change another bears on a there's the law can be changed. For the situation with Edo letter, based on the Oyan data letter in Sonse, Enaro, when they know the situation, trouble can't a unit or another Ada con Hashan. Arodo is passing relation and not arm Seniki, Koroto you could kiss on it. Aroto is like your kid, out of Dina Joshi, the casino your kid. The way winds lows after your kid, and out of the flags to Hashi, your kid, vision it on 8 or digital. Joe Quezas are your bit at 8 on that Oila, so as well a candy are you in that catole, the hero or tole. 8 or yet in Tuscation, Shanat Arnold Tenny, Lanana, the Naranit Alto. As on that, or by the yet a choice of the Nana Kuji, not over any antast, although a lot of pains candy carto. Jabby has only changed nothing because it never had on a landing. Yet it's always shown. She thought of it is all as in a way not a $1,000. Like all the best to talk. As Nietzsche not or she has only changed not only. According to the new year, I in John there, let people vote on it. It's not large or not, or you do not, or Ningi. I'll be a kidney conjunct or the only answers case. Maybe next time let's do a referendum. Thank you very much. I want to need to know. Hold the others. Oh, you is that in the thought that I named. I should be in such case in night. Dot cringy change dust on the not on test or a shield. I could have dealers should say those be yards and they thought there's a thing of my answers to the Konzab and Dachas tweet. Hey, open this case for a colon dust on the Lanzab and Dache. So just ancien with an ato. I don't about still over Henson. Then I wrote Era, Washington, nationally cut with it. A share speaker don't not on Sini, though the daughter of Nini, Jinchita of Sai, Edo, here his dish. Thank you very much, and the law can be changed again. Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Don't just hold this over Henson. I should also add a Tilini honorable witness. Thank you, Mr. Ness. Yeah. Go back on mute now.
Thank you. That moving on down. Honorable Brigade.
Okay, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes. Yes, Honorable Elmer McGee, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, the chair, speaker. I don't and other things that the response on the things that I give best. It needs the best. I did many he didn't need all the talk again. He passed it. Don't shadow. I don't say where the delegate song. I think that the legislation needed to national year. I don't know. That's not I don't present that. I don't. Shadow honest. I get a very actually nearby can is it about years ago. I don't know that is the one to the case are there. Which is a lot of put out I get to empty the home. But the main that's each to them and circle. The got the ya other daughter. Niki there is needed in Sayayat daughter. You know the bunch either Niki. Don't either Niki. Don't either Niki. The bunch either that Hegido. The Honja Rada Niki. It's sad that not him that echo. According to a yard on a not listen, then you get also a legal. Other not listen, has other no, not other Iban that page. It has unjudgment so this. But actually, I don't know. Or yeah, by the end of this vehicle. Although could what another go. You see, Nini in non-mission, I mean, I hope I hold it's your own choice. I need that. You could eat that. I need action. So just, in the hundreds of days. He been hold me. He hold me. Could Zengi other bear which is chin or geography. Had that a whip bear at the hoodie than or yagi. I don't they could eat the bear. Then to the case, we don't bear which is chin. Don't bear other bar who bear which is Zengi. I don't the bear at Essence Zengi door. Bear a art bear which is Zengi. Again, the Lahagi Fantakis with the lake of the JB, the Laro Fantakis is Lagi. Quaggy, has cheese dust in the shop. After snake, I hope I hold me, mean the hope I hold me quaggy. I call that egg or even yes, lab and yet, yeah, or coach of castle, I hope I hold me. Which bell was on which and hot eco, so don't hold your rather. Your what host on the little hot of castle this go. Which bells and little dozens in no difficult. What I has a din Nahashindo, the Lekodi Kagi, has Yahuna nothing up there. The spell was on indeed me. Yeah, at ends and yeah, up a $1,000. I think that what it all got it or don't not or the dog a conduct. And then I know the paper to that. Nothing so. You see, it was what the husband. On Chodona rather no she so it and that because she thought not machine to the door the focus she or hundo missy so they she thought other last later door the so she saw Don't she don't need a she that go as she don't about this case yeah this as ya ati nenigi an she he the nen zindagi ka to that just the nenigi to $100 so not at in khasta quite $1,000 is the bonds in the khasta quite in it $1,000 after your own responsibility quite just so what I want this case khasta benat not so what other this should be air or the so want this case the kana that what other day ya by hot lead out and as can you the but kid that that is not to after that hat you on the in not the need of the and he could see the she how this and he bent this is kind of internal knowledge and he could in it it na hat and dido don't what I be that it and some she about he ka okay bet happy to talk then not need he also about just kids or yeah it's how they other bounces the kids it a bounty kids drag yeah simple other ya do the hard is do yeah I can say out there and also now just I don't see how the scene the another that not it or that's another the business I think that's the way it also see that so I need to say where you key it in not the not already anybody here أني كنت هون شغال الناس كلاتي not that واستاهل كذا هذا شيء بعد هذني كذا هذا نيجو أتي نيت أتي تسات أشوفني الناس تشتري ده إنسا الناس هذا تقول كوي بس هذا بيزنه ده أنين سندو ده كو إيه هو ده كو كه أنا كو كه هذا نيجي هذي ده
Thank you, colleagues. With that, I don't hear any comments or questions. Just I'm more comments rather than questions back to the sponsor. So everybody else in the queue, are we ready to vote on the main motion for legislation 0174-21?
Speaker, I'm back on line, Taylor.
Naabik'iyati.
Can't handle this, check.
Naabik'iyati, the floor is yours.
I think, okay, I'm sorry. Can I go now?
Yes, you can.
I know you guys are tired and want to get done with the meeting, but I have to say, on behalf of the chapters that I represent, all these legislations, the chapter air is life, yes. I mean, it's just the fact that an enterprise the which would be good. Oh, it will be good. But what happens? to the na ajna gasoline ko to. Case. It is clean air need, but yet the patron that na peso top la gana the peso yahito asan kisha. Nana tan ako kati tan leji ka casino ya that there cost. It's not generating any revenue to ni to sha to. Ako elahit pa na isna to this kora go shi na de listo listi na cut off layoff. We're closing this casino now to ni to sha. Elahit elansen. Ako there's a reason why these casinos are located as they are right now, strategically. Lead by Yati and Dodger the Nayin Nia Hatna. Trita eight, I think Ita Sato, Ban Yasas Sato, Oko eight and then Diniki Naketakon, Tashenda Yen Nia Ako, Johato Nidiki and they there. Ako a baby Nachiko Equator, our baby holds to baby has so the Nayin Nia the cut a deed up has Ani Ziniki Opi Benahi can. Ako elahit elan soya ban saskish, and I don't know how far that you guys heard me earlier. How I got cut off. Ako kodo bahtis seto benitish vitish kliki not tonight but during the council session. Jo kodo scientific and I was explaining to say that don't misinterpret my request. I'm not questioning your education or anything of that nature. For scientific, I believe in scientific. During this, the koto addition, lay the hitashi be his ani beta in nishko kote. At the yatahi niso kote be again the eat or sate. Ako kote nash inko. Yes, several times meeting at the Ilya at Tornero. The one thing the next had Ziki for sure was that how come we don't have any housing? Ajagorgi let the Nagi had Z Dik a Kunet or you'd nendast or do Yego Beshataho at to catch a neither. Of course, there's two individuals that I know every time that I go over there. These two individuals always are working there, and they're the two individuals that that have indicated to me that they want housing being developed. Akoko ARGK shishi yishahatzi. Akoko then present it yaki cho hatna di yishahatahasi to dit ayishayata hatna. Akoko koto latent or then later did be anything, everything. The water is life. The need it be a bed the area when it's easy. Been not done. It's easy to be at equal out as to the George of Ing could also acquisition or HA or the partners. It's here quite it is George Atlang which has the yacht. But if you overdo it, you know that it will also affect your body. So everything on earth, it will affect your body negatively. I scientific I think I indicated this at the Resource and Development Committee has seen that stuff. The Quilshi ban yes ad non attend. Shohation and I think all of that and did the behind scene the conquered not then just not see to cut it then see. Later, I left on yet they kill all what done. I call each ABC been yet could do a lap by Bahatahi. Don't have a dad in the shot. I call Kodo that a cash as thing that it take on IEC Kodo means Kato, this Kodo at during the council session. It ni scientific, ni what specific. ADG that Kodo as Native American Navajo. Because in Lindigi, ADG science, I don't know if it's part of the legislation right now. Are there any scientific studies on the Navajo Nation. Although of that study, maybe IHS will provide this information specifically. Koto di kati casino the Narandi to di baby nach adan kati ego go konkat baby it's other but it's the hoti hagi lao ego go koto IHS data that's in his koto ni other arjunars nishiki maybe those that have that worked there for so many years maybe provide data to say that these are individuals that had worked there. Now they're going through this particular health issue. So those are some things I like to see. So of that, I mean, it would be, one person going through that would be yes. But if it's just a few, so how do we treat that? The other one, Nikki, we're kind of like saying, okay, it's healthy in the but it's also affecting them. Gambling, jiki. So aji that's open, the Nandiniki base or your unique that affects them socially and domestically as a family problem. Aji that's open at the store, but yet not I thought that which would be okay. But yet we're going to continue to allow the world don't smoke, but yes, have problems gambling. That's agency shitty. Scientific what scientific data do we have specifically for Navajo Nation? Show maybe get some the IHS director done delegate the contract. This is the data that we have, the non-last. They're paying for their health coverage because of this. That this had happened from the casino. The other thing too is that probably from now until then, I'll probably. I really just post my information of my 5 chapters on my Facebook, and I usually don't communicate with people. And I don't know if that's good or not, but I'm just posting a lot of information that my community needs to be aware of. Everything posted because a lot of times I always say Facebook beat the couldn't get such a text India brother I don't know if people doesn't know my phone number. That's but nonetheless, I want to make a poll, probably go on Facebook and say, okay, did Aban Yale the nanny the Schneef there hat Abish Hajob and Otas chapter officials no Sindiki did Aben Hitanit Anahit Aben the Shah should the Nan of Sindiki Asata Yahanado the Odo Dashidini the Shah. It is the Ark of Pent Ark Ashidini the Shah. So again, there's just one out of the how many people that I represent in the chapter at the 5 chapters that I represent. So I'm not trying to make this more of a complicated issue or make it get it out of hand of any other way. But all I'm saying is that maybe do some sampling among my 5 chapters. They chapter the Javaku go aid the budget that need us, push it that needs the water line shit, power line shit, housing shit, the RGT, the men dimiki, be yes, the shark. A co of that, don't ship a street or list. Dot has on with the enforcement digisha. Really with some a police officer go drive like 20 miles to say that they just the nature agent that I mean things like that. Let all enforce each nako after the creation between my 5 chapters. Lot of it that's nice be to kodo wine and the honey to bootlegging the whole you lot of kodo and then yashita is the I think the shot the hot kodo kaito was nash avocado chapter and gain banana shy it avocado was it the snake go at but kodo added but baby and not only the not hash shot then or at it all with the hot that it up a lana seat lot or conato needs that on some of the bond case. But going back to the reason why I'm trying to give my support to the gaming, I said this to you, Ms. Anderson, is the choice of the people wants to go over there. They made a decision to go in there. Shishazing and Naya Konism Shohid did Anido, the Yat Etabanato, Conte Shasta. What Hakishi that very baby Nashiko Koto, and then Linigisa contact out of Sashido contact Hita. Bashiniki, 80 kat Nikodoni Sashiche Hatzi, Dikat revenue Niniki. And again, the veterans have Hashine not based on Dinki, but chose either a cut other night left a copy so I other bun name lago Kojakat casinos and because of this customers in Diniki knowing that this is not gonna go to Arjuna Lego Kodet oh you based on dinner Yahanedio Nishan at 10. A quacky issue being test case. And I believe the way they've been presenting to me that they're doing all their best to make sure that there's no health problem to each of the employees over there. Beat up and they should beat up and they it's already obvious as the way the vote goes. Again, what happens if it goes to the president's office? That's another thing. So that's another way that we look at it. So benina go it ego go shizinke e kojiki the inishiki yego ines akugonde the kwi na data nana hida. So hey even na di hotza. I mean it's just like the kwi machine has the data that or that the some other casinos in Dachi, they're small tribes. The more remote area. It should be now so anyway, but nonetheless, I mean that was my position and my reason why I tried to give support to the gaming. So if this is the wishes of the council, I guess it's just let it be. We'll move forward and see how we can continue. Then develop a fair job and now family centered or whatever that we would generate more revenue. Called over human. If we want to create jobs, I mean, why start building homes across the Navajo Nation? Halit Ale Kodo job fit no ko ansito sato create each neta. Ada kote has ani oh you be can see tobo kodo business site list that agi kodo the nan limit oh hayut or nan nishade yo foseto bohne ada. Ko with that age hot nan limit job pani singo ko. It shouldn't be just only the casino that should be having jobs. It should be everywhere else. I mean, every community. Ko aje sto what that job and inigi economic development. Inigi Kasha, Ebati or Degu Kodo the Creek Kushina there, some type, some form of a mall or whatever needs to be developed across the Navajo Nation. Equator and Flagstaff or whatever. Other than never just the Queen, Nikis, Agua, Nansen, Layat, Isha, so what I should add no stinky identity is not anking fishing city, Nikki Yashki, Joshua, uninitially Halan has Anto, other low mount, touchy look at Salana Cotton with other Nazlini. A co Asian Kodo, the name Diniki, Hanapichi, Schlet or this Kodonle, next week to Aja, Bishbans, Anet, Rajagui, Hanet, Jahaki Aja, A deep in Yahi, just or this Kodo Aja, Hanet, the name Diniki, Adon Nediki. Hit ye thoughts to Tato, either die or Zobe Nina, should the dog Niki Kishin, that's a Kodo, Shish the name Diniki Arjet, Captain Bana Shakishin, with Ecuador, Behasito. I know somebody's trying to distract me with that, not unmuting, but nonetheless, they will give you 5 more or 10 more minutes to talk here. But nonetheless, Chairman, what Ecuador. Sa Diniki, Behasito, Listo, Bahasito, Le, Aquaki, Joshaban, Sokeso, Le, Kodoba Hata, Zi, Kodos chain, Diniki, Kodob legislation needs so. And I do heard your passion, Kodom, Henderson, Quaggy, Bayan Pigi, call a baby, and Najis baby, and then Diniki, baby, Kijisha, just get all this. So, hey, other bit, larger to ahos and the aid be what you know that they has just know that yada fit on me call that a great passes here. So she's a zinc, Yahot, 8 on Jonathan, this 8 of which those don't at Ada. Quacky Joe Garden did that I create that other either constant Hasaya Shako or that age at the house and Niki that Aba Yadi that on me, the Nabbit in those Nabbits East and Jimmy by Yale Quacky. She urged the Nan Dinki what I be. Baby Chahna Shadow, Quacky, a kid on Nito either baby hot the dot a baby Chahna Shaniki, I, Shanamish Inks, Niki Inst out after Corbin Nashiko 80 degree quadrant, Niniki, Coco again is probably best to ban selling cigarettes across the Navajo Nation. Other Codona at with the Conca, the Aguashin Constorgo, Fishing that baby. They must see that the Argent and the Honey, for that age, we're allowing that to be sold across the Navajo Nation. We're allowing that to happen. But yet, but we're allowing the convenience store across the Navajo Nation sell all these paraphernalia items and so on. For that, machine is job up on Tiki, so they store it up a down. With that speaker, did Ashin Kotosa, Liniki, Bahasito, Listo, Ado, Sanderson, Josh, Zadiki Shabiket and Tato, to Hajobiket and Tago, to Akatajo, Kehati, Don Hajoti, after Schne, the Deshni Haden lasted, Neta East Ad, the Hajoike that it can't get Akushin, Janegin teacher, to Aja. It aha zero governor kadit you get just the dot nihiki baba jain snido to you what I just show at the snida capacity that after session now that she had I be cash thing need it in other than keep the dot hard that she such a tax in the I don't know that oh a carbon basis in it and now graduate I down whatever she's a zingy what I basis in it and I don't know the quack. Edisha Bakunin and the Legislation Adam Sanderson, so appreciate your effort. But again, I will go back to my community and see how they ask me to make a position. I'll try to provide my data to you. And I don't know if it will be effective or be of anything if I get anything or a response. So Facebook, sometimes I say that some of these people may not be who they are, but I go shinty at the nisha, the Navajo Zindo, the Navajo system, you could have neighbor Jerry Ani, could a legend in cash. So, Mr. Speaker, Chairman, I appreciate the time. Kudos have been on the good Abaha. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Keon BA. That, colleagues, we are back on the main motion, and I didn't hear any questions back to the sponsor. If there's any other comments or questions at this time, colleagues, we are on legislation 0174-21. Going twice. Going 3 times. With that, let's go to the board. No second reading.
Here it is.
Legislation 0174-21, main motion.
You're voting. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay,
I'll vote
how do you
red.
vote?
Delegate Gay. Hear my vote?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman Kellen votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay votes red. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Go ahead.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canas-Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Amber Canas-Bakrati. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. And presiding chair, Speaker Damon is not voting. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red, and Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Excuse me.
I'll vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green, and Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henia, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Jamie Henia votes red. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. votes red. Excuse me. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Monica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Monica votes green. Honorable Edson Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
How about red?
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up once more. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh,
Honorable Eugene So votes green. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 14 delegates that have voted green, 8 that have opposed, and 2 delegates, including yourself, who have not voted.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that,
Speaker?
on legislation 017, yes.
Speaker?
Yes.
Speaker, I'm sorry. This is Delegate Charles Newton. I was on mute. I do. Are we voting on the tobacco legislation for it to move forward? Is that correct?
Yes, we're voting on the main motion.
Okay, I am voting against the, or I should say, I'm voting green for the tobacco to be banned at the casino.
This is on the main motion, not the amendment. The main motion on legislation 0174-21. Madam Chair Charles Newton, which way do you vote?
I vote green, Speaker. Speaker, did you get that? I vote green.
Changes the vote from 14 to 15 in favor, 8 opposed, chair not voting. That, colleagues, that legislation 0174-21 moves forward to the Navajo Nation Council. Moving on down, colleagues, we are on Eugene So.
Speaker, should say.
Oh.
I'm on the road. When is my co-sponsoring legislation coming up 206?
We're going to legislation 194-21, and then legislation 206-21, and then legislation 209-21.
Okay, see if I can make it before you guys finish with the first one now. So when you're going, I'm going to go through a black area here. I'm on the road going to Twin Arrows.
Keep in mind, colleagues, that we have staff that still need to go to Twin Arrows too as well. Here. That, moving on down on legislation 0194-21, sponsored by Honorable Stewart, co-sponsored by Honorable Freeland. Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Speaker. This is Honorable Stewart.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'iyati Committee, tracking number 0194-21, in action relating to research and development, budget and finance, and Naabik'iyati Committees approving and authorizing a contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of Interior under 25 U.S.C. Section 5301 EDSEC PL 93-638 as amended for a 3-year term for the Housing Improvement Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and scope of work for the period of the contract term. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. and co-sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland. We do have committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment, and the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. This legislation is final authority here at Naabik'iyati for Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Before I get a motion or a second, Honorable Stewart, were you going to say something?
Yes, Speaker. Yes, Speaker. With your last comment that you stated on the staff still there at the chambers, and I just have a feeling that this is going to go into a lengthy discussion as well again. I want to ask to just adjourn this evening so that the staff can get underway. And as Honorable Eugene So stated, he's on the road as well, going out that way to Twin Arrows for tomorrow's meeting. So Speaker, I would like to just request to adjourn.
Thank you very much for the recommendation, for the motion. There's a motion, colleagues, to adjourn at 8:56 p.m. Motion by Honorable Stewart, second by Honorable Slater. Colleagues, motion to adjourn takes precedence over everything. So colleagues, just as let everyone know, there would be two legislations that are on the agenda, 0206-21 and 0209-21 that would not make it to the Navajo Nation Council session. There's no debate on adjourning. Let's go to the board. Yeah, Honorable Slater, second.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay, how do you vote?
Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canaz-Socrates, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canaz-Socrates. Honorable Amber Canaz-Socrates did not vote. Presiding Chair Speaker Damon is not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Cornell Halona, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Cornell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Dan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer. Excuse me, did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Odo So, how do you vote? Honorable Odo So, how do you vote? Honorable Odo So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanita, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanita votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up once again. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knaus-Socrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knaus-Socrati. Honorable Amber Knaus-Socrati did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So votes red via text. Honorable Odo So, how do you vote? Honorable Odo So. Honorable Odo So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Excuse me, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. voted green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 16 delegates that have voted green, 3 that have opposed, and 5 delegates, including yourself, who have not voted.
Thank you very much, colleagues. 16 in favor, 3 opposed. Motion carries to adjourn at 8:56 p.m. That, colleagues, have a good evening. Just as a reminder, tomorrow's a work session, our leadership meeting, I guess, that the president, office of president, vice president is holding is going to start at 7 a.m. Arizona time, and 8 a.m. Navajo time.
Speaker, is it okay to have that meeting over here at Twin Arrows Casino due to all the smoke that we might be breathing in over here? Should we cancel or reschedule it for another day?
I'm not too sure about the protocol, but I can make sure to see if OSHA is available to check to see if the breathing quality is applicable. Chairman S.
Speaker, this is Delegate Yellowhair. So 8 o'clock is that when the right time over there, huh?
Oh,
Speaker?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very
All
much.
right.
Yeah.
Thank you, colleagues. Have a good evening. Staff, thank you.
Speaker,
Safe travels to everyone.
Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, Vice Chair Smith.
Speaker,
Yes.
the 6 o'clock still on for the testing?
Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
That's what I was going to ask. What Honorable Eugene So saying? Do we have to get COVID testing? Is that what's going on? I was trying to look at it on the internet or the emails.
According to an email that's from Officer President, Vice President. There's going to be a rapid testing. It's going to be provided an hour earlier. I guess they start at 6 a.m. and a rapid test will go ahead and move forth until 7 a.m. It does start. So 6 a.m. Arizona time, 7 a.m. Wind Rock, Navajo time.
As
Speaker,
long
I
as
won't be.
it's not agile technology.
Speaker, I won't be there. I'll just call in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be agile technology, Chairman Daniel. So, all right. Thank you, colleagues. Safe travels. Thank you, staff. Safe travels to everyone this evening that's on the road.
Oh,
What? Oh.
Oh, شهاء. شنو أساسي كلي؟
كله.
أكون